The Skeptical Yogi, Yogananda's Autobiography under a Microscope, written by David Christopher Lane, narrated by Lomakayu. Introduction. Yogananda's Autobiography under a critical microscope. I first read Yogananda's justly famous Autobiography of a Yogi when I was just 11 years old. In those days, circa 1967, I was a great fan of baseball, particularly the Dodgers, and when I first spotted the book at my local North Hollywood Public Library, I thought it must be about Yogi Berra, the famous catcher for the New York Yankees, so I naturally picked it up for a closer reading. However, after I got home, I soon realized my mistake. It was rather about an Indian mystic who had come to America in 1920 to share his views on spirituality and what he had learned from his associations with various saints and sages, particularly his own guru, Sri Yukteswar of Serampore. I devoured the book in slow chunks and loved every chapter of it since it opened up a hitherto unknown world to me. Since I was raised Roman Catholic and attended St. Charles Elementary School, we were not taught about other religions. Learning about Hinduism and its various practices was like opening a window on a windy Santa Ana day in December. It was both refreshing and invigorating. Yogananda's tome transported me to another time and place and forever changed my philosophical outlook on all things religious. I guesstimate that I have reread Autobiography of a Yogi over 50 or so times. Such was my fondness for its enchanting and beguiling stories of meeting the perfume yogi, the saint with two bodies, and the tiger tamer, etc. The book has gone through many editions since its first printing in 1946, and today is widely available worldwide and has been translated into over 50 languages. Steve Jobs was so taken by Yogananda's book that he made sure that everyone attending his funeral in 2011 received a copy of it in a special brown box. Jobs' biographer, Walter Isaacson, recounts that the founder of Apple had the digital version of the book downloaded on his iPad and read it at least once a year. However, as much as I dearly loved reading Autobiography of a Yogi, when I got older, I realized that much of what Yogananda believed was miraculous and supernatural could instead be explained rationally and empirically. If we are to be polite and give the benefit of the doubt, Yogananda's narrative comes off as quite gullible and far too naive to be wholly believable. Or if we take a more jaundiced and cynical perspective, it would appear that the author of Autobiography of a Yogi was a great embellisher who was not always forthcoming about key details that would upend his fantastic yarns. Perhaps Yogananda can be compared to the early writers of the Gospels and the New Testament who were more concerned with providing convincing reasons for why they believed in Jesus than in offering impartial and objective histories. I realize that applying a skeptical gauze over the Autobiography of a Yogi, which is so beloved and treasured by many, may seem unnecessary or even viewed as an unwanted buzzkill. But I think we gain a huge benefit when we take off our believe at all cost blinders and open our eyes to alternative explanations for erstwhile paranormal phenomena. Since Yogananda's autobiography is now in the public domain and freely available on the internet for download, I thought it might be very helpful to skeptically analyze a number of the more extraordinary stories within the text. In order to accomplish this in a fair and reasonable manner, as well as to invite counter-interpretations, I thought it might be best to include Yogananda's own words first and give them a wide berth. Thus, after reading the pertinent excerpt and the context in which it was placed, the reader can better understand why I and others may find the quoted passages questionable, or why there may be a more mundane explanation for what transpired. I want to clarify that I still deeply enjoy Yogananda's memoir, regardless of how I may interpret it differently than when I was young. I also realize that applying Occam's razor to a spiritual treatise can be a bit disconcerting, when a book's very intention is to stretch our visions of what is possible. I readily concede that this particular effort of mine may be perceived as putting a wet blanket on a narrative that is not calling for one. To clarify, it is not my intention to completely dismiss Autobiography of a Yogi and its wondrous tales, but rather to show how a skeptical reading can provide contradistinctive interpretations which are scientifically grounded. Episode 1. The Healing Photograph. In the very first chapter of his life story, Yogananda alleges that he was cured from Asiatic cholera at the age of 8 years old because of a unique and blessed photograph of his parents' guru, Lahiri Mahasaya. Excerpts from Chapter 1, My Parents and Early Life. Lahiri Mahasaya left this world shortly after I had entered it. His picture in an ornate frame always graced our family altar in the various cities to which Father was transferred by his office. Many a morning and evening found Mother and me meditating before an improvised shrine, offering flowers dipped in fragrant sandalwood paste, with frankincense and myrrh as well as our united devotions. We honored the divinity which had found full expression in Lahiri Mahasaya. His picture had a surpassing influence over my life. As I grew, the thought of the Master grew with me. In meditation, I would often see his photographic image emerge from its small frame and, taking a living form, sit before me. When I attempted to touch the feet of his luminous body, it would change and again become the picture. As childhood slipped into boyhood, I found Lahiri Mahasaya transformed in my mind from a little image, cribbed in a frame, to a living, enlightening presence. I frequently prayed to him in moments of trial or confusion, finding within me his solacing direction. At first I grieved because he was no longer physically living. As I began to discover his secret omnipresence, I lamented no more. He had often written to those of his disciples who were over-anxious to see him, "Why come to view my bones and flesh when I am ever within range of your kutastha, spiritual sight?" I was blessed about the age of 8 with a wonderful healing through the photograph of Lahiri Mahasaya. This experience gave intensification to my love. While at our family estate in Ichapur, Bengal, I was stricken with Asiatic cholera. My life was despaired of. The doctors could do nothing. At my bedside, Mother frantically motioned me to look at Lahiri Mahasaya's picture on the wall above my head. Bow to him mentally. She knew I was too feeble even to lift my hands in salutation. If you really show your devotion and inwardly kneel before him, your life will be spared. I gazed at his photograph and saw there a blinding light enveloping my body and the entire room. My nausea and other uncontrollable symptoms disappeared. I was well. At once I felt strong enough to bend over and touch Mother's feet in appreciation of her immeasurable faith in her guru. Mother pressed her head repeatedly against the little picture. "O omnipresent Master, I thank thee that thy light hath healed my son." I realized that she, too, had witnessed the luminous blaze through which I had instantly recovered from a usually fatal disease. One of my most precious possessions is that same photograph, given to Father by Lahiri Mahasaya himself. It carries a holy vibration. A skeptical analysis. First, it should be noted that cholera is a very dangerous bacterial infection and can, if untreated, lead to premature death. However, in Yogananda's retelling, many pertinent details are left out. Yet he admits that doctors were called and they attended to him. But we are not told about what treatments were administered and for how long. The World Health Organization estimates that up to 80% of cholera cases can be successfully treated with oral rehydration solution. Thus, if Yogananda was indeed being treated by competent doctors and was receiving enough fluid, statistically, he had nearly a 4 out of 5 chance of surviving. Yet Yogananda doesn't attribute his healing to any medical intervention since he writes, "My life was despaired of, the doctors could do nothing." However, this incident happened when he was only 8 years old, and one wonders how long it really took him to recover, since his wording suggests it was immediate. "My nausea and other uncontrollable symptoms disappeared. I was well. At once I felt strong enough to bend over and touch my mother's feet in appreciation of her immeasurable faith in her guru." Yogananda is very clear in arguing that the holy picture of Lahiri Mahasaya was the catalyst for his instant healing. "Bow to him mentally. She knew I was too feeble even to lift my hands in salutation. If you really show your devotion and inwardly kneel before him, your life will be spared. I gazed at his photograph and saw there a blinding light, enveloping my body and the entire room." He even goes so far as to claim that the photograph carries a holy vibration. Clearly, and this is not even disputed by Self-Realization Fellowship followers, what is elemental in this particular episode is the love and devotion that both Yogananda and his mother, Gyana Prabha Ghosh, had for Lahiri Mahasaya. What is more likely? That a picture of a holy guru has the power to heal cholera, or that medical treatment combined with deep faith and belief was instrumental in relieving Yogananda's infection. This comes into even sharper relief when we stop to consider how powerful the placebo effect is in medicine, since it has shown to be efficacious in patients suffering from depression, pain, and even severe bowel discomfort. The Harvard Medical School goes so far as to suggest that your mind can be a powerful healing tool when given the chance. The idea that your brain can convince your body a fake treatment is the real thing, the so-called placebo effect, and thus stimulate healing has been around for millennia. Now, science has found that under the right circumstances, a placebo can be just as effective as traditional treatments. The placebo effect is more than positive thinking, believing a treatment or procedure will work. It's about creating a stronger connection between the brain and body and how they work together, says Professor Ted Kapchuk of Harvard-affiliated Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, whose research focuses on the placebo effect. Remember that Gyana Prabha Ghosh instructs her son to bow to the picture of her beloved guru, since apparently her faith alone was insufficient to generate a healing. Thus, it is up to Yogananda to firmly believe that something miraculous can occur, which naturally brings us back to how his own mental state can help augment medical treatment. As Kendra Cherry elucidates in the article, How the Placebo Effect Works in Psychology. Other possible explanations include conditioning, motivation, and expectation. In some cases, a placebo can be paired with an actual treatment until it comes to evoke the desired effect, an example of classical conditioning. People who are highly motivated to believe that a treatment will work, or who had a treatment work previously, may be more likely to experience a placebo effect. A prescribing physician's enthusiasm for treatment can even impact how a patient responds. If a doctor seems very positive that a treatment will have a desirable effect, a patient may be more likely to see benefits from taking the drug. This demonstrates that the placebo effect can even take place when a patient is taking real medications to treat an illness. Moreover, the very notion of a holy picture eliciting a miraculous outcome is not unique to Yogananda. Most recently, the Roman Catholic Church has accepted that a photograph of Mother Teresa and a medallion she touched were instrumental in removing a tumor from a woman in West Bengal, India. Sarah Kettler elaborates. In 1998, Monica Bezra went to a missionaries of charity home in West Bengal, India, as she had a fever, headaches, vomiting, and swollen stomach. She had begun treatment for tuberculous meningitis the year before. However, the medications she'd taken, intermittently, depending on what her family could afford, hadn't kept the lump from growing in her abdomen, though some reports have described Bezra as suffering from cancerous tumors. The growth could have been caused by tuberculosis. Surgery was deemed necessary, but Bezra was too weak and unwell to undergo an operation. On September 5th, Bezra was praying in the missionaries' charity chapel when she saw a light emanating from a photo of Mother Teresa. Later, a medallion that had touched Mother Teresa's body was placed on Bezra's abdomen, and a sister said a prayer while asking Mother Teresa for help. Bezra awoke early the next day to find her tumor had disappeared. Medical exams showed the abdominal mass was no longer there, and the doctors she'd seen agreed Bezra no longer required surgery. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to suggest that Yogananda and Monica Bezra's remarkable recoveries are not supernatural, but were due to their devotional faith, medical intervention, and the power of the placebo effect. Simply put, photographs of holy personages don't have a magical talisman power, whereas the human mind, under the right conditions, does. Episode 2. The Power of Words. After recounting his recovery from cholera and receiving a new spiritual vision of Iswara as light while meditating, Yogananda details how concentrated speech can directly impact the human body. Another early recollection is outstanding, and literally so, for I bear the scar to this day. My eldest sister Uma and I were seated in the early morning under a neem tree in our Gorakhpur compound. She was helping me with a Bengali primer. What time I could spare from my gaze from the nearby parrots eating ripe margosa fruit. Uma complained of a boil on her leg and fetched a jar of ointment. I smeared a bit of the salve on my forearm. "Why do you use medicine on a healthy arm?" "Well, sis, I feel I am going to have a boil tomorrow. I am testing your ointment on the spot where the boil will appear." "You little liar." "Sis, don't call me a liar until you see what happens in the morning." Indignation filled me. Uma was unimpressed, and thrice repeated her taunt. An adamant resolution sounded in my voice as I made slow reply. "By the power of will in me, I say that tomorrow I shall have a fairly large boil in this exact place on my arm, and your boil shall swell to twice its present size." Morning found me with a stalwart boil on the indicated spot. The dimensions of Uma's boil had doubled. With a shriek, my sister rushed to Mother. "Mukunda has become a necromancer." Gravely, Mother instructed me never to use the power of words for doing harm. I have always remembered her counsel and followed it. My boil was surgically treated. A noticeable scar left by the doctor's incision is present today. On my right forearm is a constant reminder of the power in man's sheer word. Those simple and apparently harmless phrases to Uma, spoken with deep concentration, had possessed sufficient hidden force to explode like bombs and produce definite, though injurious, effects. I understood later that the explosive vibratory power in speech could be wisely directed to free one's life from difficulties, and thus operate without a scar or rebuke. A skeptical analysis. Here, Yogananda argues that the power of words can have a direct impact on the physical body, so much so that his very willpower, spoken aloud, he believes caused a boil to appear on his arm, while his sister's doubled in size. Because of this, Uma accused her brother of necromancy, But I don't think we need to venture into occult waters to better explain what may have transpired, keeping in mind that the story itself is hopefully not grossly exaggerated. Dr. Nikki Harris Ray, in an article entitled Dealing with Stress-Related Boils, points out that when stress raises its unappealing head, both emotional and physical changes can occur. Of those uncomfortable changes, boils, skin abscesses, can appear and be very annoying. She even gives advice about how to prevent such stress boils in the future. Reducing daily stressors, keeping clean, healthy skin, and overall maintaining an immune system that is healthy as possible will reduce the chances of reoccurrence of this nuisance condition. It should also be noted that boils, unlike acne, can spread from one person to another. While it is certainly true that our emotions can wreak havoc on our bodies, it doesn't follow that there is anything superhuman about why such occurs. To Yogananda's credit, he doesn't make too much about this episode, except to realize the explosive vibratory power in speech could be wisely directed to free one's life from difficulties, and thus operate without scar or rebuke. Episode 3. The Gift of the Flying Kite. Many of Yogananda's extraordinary occurrences revolve around unusual coincidences which he takes to be due in part to divine intervention. The following story concerning a flying kite exemplifies Yogananda's predilection in this regard. Our family moved to Lahore in the Punjab. There I acquired a picture of the Divine Mother in the form of the goddess Kali. It sanctified a small informal shrine on the balcony of our home. An unequivocal conviction came over me that fulfillment would crown any of my prayers uttered in that sacred spot. Standing there with Uma one day, I watched two kites flying over the roofs of the buildings on the opposite side of the very narrow lane. "Why are you so quiet?" Uma pushed me playfully. "I am just thinking how wonderful it is that Divine Mother gives me whatever I ask." "I suppose she would give you those two kites," my sister laughed derisively. "Why not?" I began silent prayers for their possession. Matches are played in India with kites whose strings are covered with glue and ground glass. Each player attempts to sever the string of his opponent. A freed kite sails over the roofs. There is great fun in catching it. Inasmuch as Uma and I were on the balcony, it seemed impossible that any loose kite could come into our hands. Its string would naturally dangle over the roofs. The players across the lane began their match. One string was cut. Immediately the kite floated in my direction. It was stationary for a moment, through sudden abatement of breeze which sufficed to firmly entangle the string with a cactus plant on top of the opposite house. A perfect loop was formed for my seizure. I handed the prize to Uma. "It was just an extraordinary accident and not an answer to your prayer. If the other kite comes to you, then I shall believe." Sister's dark eyes conveyed more amazement than her words. I continued my prayers with a crescendo intensity. A forcible tug by the other player resulted in the abrupt loss of his kite. It headed toward me, dancing in the wind. My helpful assistant, the cactus plant, again secured the kite string in the necessary loop by which I could grasp it. I presented my second trophy to Uma. "Indeed, Divine Mother listens to you. This is all too uncanny for me." Sister bolted away like a frightened fawn. A skeptical analysis. Yogananda and his sister, Uma, seem to have had a typical competitive relationship since they both seem to be at crosshairs over what he can and cannot achieve. In this case, Yogananda goes so far as to ask the Divine Mother for a second kite, which makes one wonder why such a trivial item is considered so important that it would necessitate offering prayers for it. Are we really going to believe that a transcendent being is going to manipulate the law of physics to make sure a cactus plant captures a kite so that a young boy can one-up his sister? If such a thing did indeed occur, it would appear that chance and wind and not the Divine Mother and plaintive pleas were operative. Furthermore, these two incidences concerning Uma tells us more about Yogananda's ambitions and emulous nature than anything transmundane. Episode 4. The Mystic Amulet. In appraising the so-called miracles that seem to manifest monthly to Yogananda, it is important to remember that we are relying on his retelling years after they occurred. Memory is a faulty instrument, and often when we write down our narratives for publication, we cut corners, even if unconsciously, to make them more engaging and dramatic. We also tend to cut out pertinent details that shed a different light on what transpired and which may upturn our own chosen interpretation. Little mother, thy son will be a yogi. As a spiritual engine, he will carry many souls to God's kingdom. My heart leaped with joy to find my secret prayer granted by the omniscient Guru. Shortly before your birth, he had told me you would follow his path. Later, my son, your vision of the great light was known to me, and your sister Roma, as from the next room we observed you motionless on the bed. Your little face was illuminated. Your voice rang with iron resolve as you spoke of going to the Himalayas in quest of the divine. In these ways, dear son, I came to know that your road lies far from worldly ambitions. The most singular event in my life brought further confirmation, an event which now impels my deathbed message. It was an interview with a sage in the Punjab. While our family was living in Lahore, one morning the servant came precipitately into my room. Mistress, a strange sadhu is here. He insists that he see the mother of Mukunda. These simple words struck a profound chord within me. I went at once to greet the visitor, bowing at his feet. I sensed that before me was a true man of God. Mother, he said, the great masters wish you to know that your stay on earth will not be long. Your next illness shall prove to be your last. There was a silence, during which I felt no alarm, but only a vibration of great peace. Finally he addressed me again. You are to be the custodian of a certain silver amulet. I will not give it to you today. To demonstrate the truth in my words, the talisman shall materialize in your hands tomorrow as you meditate. On your deathbed, you must instruct your eldest son, Ananta, to keep the amulet for 1 year, and then to hand it over to your second son. Mukunda will understand the meaning of the talisman from the great ones. He should receive it about the time he is ready to renounce all worldly hopes and start his vital search for God. When he has retained the amulet for some years, and when it has served its purpose, it shall vanish, even if kept in the most secret spot. It shall return whence it came. I proffered alms to the saint and bowed before him in great reverence. Not taking the offering, he departed with a blessing. The next evening, as I sat with folded hands in meditation, a silver amulet materialized between my palms, even as the sadhu had promised. It made itself known by a cold, smooth touch. I have jealously guarded it for more than 2 years, and now leave it in Ananta's keeping. Do not grieve for me, as I shall have been ushered by my great Guru into the arms of the Infinite. Farewell, my child. The Cosmic Mother will protect you. A blaze of illumination came over me with possession of the amulet. Many dormant memories awakened. The talisman, round and anciently quaint, was covered with Sanskrit characters. I understood that it came from teachers of past lives, who were invisibly guiding my steps. A further significance there was indeed, but one does not reveal fully the heart of an amulet. How the talisman finally vanished amidst deeply unhappy circumstances of my life, and how its loss was a herald of my gain of a guru, cannot be told in this chapter. A skeptical analysis. There are several points to unpack in this most fascinating episode in Yogananda's life. First, we learn of great masters who apparently convey messages from beyond when needed. This, of course, sounds very reminiscent of Madame Blavatsky, who wrote at length about great Mahatmas around India and elsewhere who guided the affairs of humankind. Her religious philosophical organization, Theosophy, was founded in 1875 and had an outsized impact within India and abroad, particularly England and the United States. Second, these masters want to convey through an unnamed sadhu that they wish to tell Yogananda's mother, Gyan Prabha Ghosh, that she will die shortly after an illness. Third, Gyan Prabha Ghosh is told by the sadhu that she will be given a silver amulet that will materialize a day after he leaves while she is meditating. But the real punchline of the story is that Gyan Prabha Ghosh must hand over the amulet to her eldest son Ananta to keep for 1 year and then to hand it over to Yogananda. It is a convoluted tale and an odd one, since the sadhu could have just as easily handed the amulet over to Yogananda's mother, but instead claims that it will miraculously materialize the next day, perhaps to emphasize how sacred and important the object is. If Yogananda's narrative is taken at face value and is not the product of excessive hagiography, it implies that the known laws of physics are wrong and magical talismans can appear out of thin air. But is this conclusion really warranted? Are there other, more plausible explanations? I definitely think so, particularly since a number of Indian gurus have claimed to produce religious trinkets out of thin air, have been exposed as sleight-of-hand magicians. One doesn't have to look any further than the nefarious exploits of Satya Sai Baba to know that bad parlor tricks can be passed off as divine manifestations. Perhaps the sadhu slipped the amulet to Gyan Prabha Ghosh without her knowledge, and later, when meditating, she found it and believed it was a miraculous occurrence. Or maybe after repeated retellings about this amulet, the more mundane aspects surrounding it became divinized in the process. Memories are fallible, but more elemental are the details that get left out whenever we tell a truncated anecdote. The structure of Yogananda's report is strategically designed, since he sets the reader up in Chapter 2 for what will happen in Chapters 4 and 10. He is consciously creating drama and a mystery so as to entice the reader to want to know more. It is a clever piece of writing. But that doesn't mean that the amulet's appearance and later disappearance, see Chapter 10, accords with Yogananda's recounting, since we can often be too easily duped by magician tricks, believing that they defy logic. Sadly, India has no dearth of sham sadhus who deceive naive believers. Naturally, there may be other alternative explanations concerning the amulet, but hearsay is not evidence of a miracle, regardless of what we may personally believe or want to be the case. Episode 5. The Saint with Two Bodies. This is one of the most remarkable chapters in the Autobiography of a Yogi, since if what follows is true, then everything we believe about the laws of physics, chemistry, and psychology are woefully incomplete, if not wholly mistaken. However, the idea of bilocation has a checkered history, so what at first reading appears utterly transcendent may on closer inspection have an earthlier explanation. Father, if I promise to return home without coercion, may I take a sightseeing trip to Benares? My keen love of travel was seldom hindered by Father. He permitted me, even as a mere boy, to visit many cities and pilgrimage spots. Usually one or more of my friends accompanied me. We would travel comfortably on first-class passes provided by Father. His position as a railroad official was fully satisfactory to the nomads in the family. Father promised to give my request due consideration. The next day, he summoned me and held out a round-trip pass from Bareilly to Benares, a number of rupee notes and 2 letters. I have a business matter to propose to a Benares friend, Kedarnath Babu. Unfortunately, I have lost his address, but I believe you would be able to get this letter to him through our common friend, Swami Pranabananda. The Swami, my brother disciple, has attained an exalted spiritual stature. You will benefit by his company. The second note will serve as your introduction." Father's eyes twinkled as he added, "Mine, no flights from home." I set forth with the zest of 12 years, though time has never dimmed my delight in new scenes and strange faces. Reaching Benares, I proceeded immediately to the Swami's residence. The front door was open. I made my way to a long, hall-like room on the second floor. A rather stout man, wearing only a loincloth, was seated in lotus posture on a slightly raised platform. His head and unwrinkled face were clean-shaven. A beatific smile played about his lips. To dispel my thought that I had intruded, he greeted me as an old friend. "Baba Anand, bliss to my dear one." His welcome was given heartily in a childlike voice. I knelt and touched his feet. "Are you Swami Pranabananda?" He nodded. "Are you Bhagavati's son?" His words were out before I had had time to get my father's letter from my pocket. In astonishment, I handed him the note of introduction, which now seemed superfluous. "Of course, I will locate Kedarnath Babu for you." The saint again surprised me by his clairvoyance. He glanced at the letter and made a few affectionate references to my parent. "You know I am enjoying 2 pensions. One is by the recommendation of your father, for whom I once worked in the railroad office. The other is by the recommendation of my heavenly Father, for whom I have conscientiously finished my earthly duties in life." I found this remark very obscure. "What kind of pension, sir, do you receive from the Heavenly Father? Does he drop money in your lap?" He laughed. "I mean a pension of fathomless peace, a reward for many years of deep meditation. I never crave money now. My few material needs are amply provided for. Later you will understand the significance of a second pension." Abruptly terminating our conversation, the saint became gravely motionless. A sphinx-like air enveloped him. At first his eyes sparkled as if observing something of interest, then grew dull. I felt abashed at his pauciliquy. He had not yet told me how I could meet father's friend. A trifle restlessly, I looked about me in the bare room, empty except for us 2. My idle gaze took in his wooden sandals lying under the platform seat. "Little sir, don't get worried. The man you wish to see will be with you in half an hour." The yogi was reading my mind, a feat not too difficult at the moment. Again, he fell into inscrutable silence. My watch informed me that 30 minutes had elapsed. The Swami aroused himself. "I think Kedarnath Babu is nearing the door." I heard somebody coming up the stairs. An amazed incomprehension arose suddenly. My thoughts raced in confusion. How is it possible that father's friend has been summoned to this place without the help of a messenger? The Swami has spoken to no one but myself since my arrival. Abruptly, I quitted the room and descended the steps. Halfway down, I met a thin, fair-skinned man of medium height. He appeared to be in a hurry. "Are you Kedarnath Babu?" Excitement colored my voice. "Yes, are you not Bhagavati's son who has been waiting here to meet me?" He smiled in friendly fashion. "Sir, how do you happen to come here?" I felt baffled resentment over his inexplicable presence. "Everything is mysterious today. Less than an hour ago, I had finished my bath in the Ganges with Swami Pranabananda approached me. I have no idea how he knew I was there at that time. 'Bhagavati's son is waiting for you in my apartment,' he said. 'Will you come with me?' I gladly agreed, As we proceeded hand in hand, the Swami in his wooden sandals was strangely able to outpace me, though I wore these stout walking shoes. "How long will it take you to reach my place?" Pranabanandaji suddenly halted to ask me this question. "About a half an hour." "I have something else to do at present." He gave me an enigmatical glance. "I must leave you behind. You can join me in my house where Bhagavati's son and I will be awaiting you." Before I could remonstrate, he dashed swiftly past me and disappeared in the crowd. I walked here as fast as possible. This explanation only increased my bewilderment. I inquired how long he had known the Swami. "We met a few times last year, but not recently. I was very glad to see him again today at the bathing ghat." I cannot believe my ears. Am I losing my mind? Did you meet him in a vision, or did you actually see him, touch his hand, and hear the sound of his feet? "I don't know what you're driving at." He flushed angrily. "I am not lying to you. Can't you understand that only through the Swami could I have known you were waiting at this place for me? Why, that man, Swami Paramahansa, has not left my sight a moment since I first came about an hour ago." I blurted out the whole story. His eyes opened widely. Are we living in this material age, or are we dreaming? I never expected to witness such a miracle in my life. I thought this Swami was just an ordinary man, and now I find he can materialize an extra body and work through it. Together we entered the saint's room. "Look, those are the very sandals he was wearing at the ghat," Kedarnath Babu whispered. "He was clad only in a loincloth, just as I see him now." As the visitor bowed before him, the saint turned to me with a quizzical smile. "Why are you stupefied at all this? The subtle unity of the phenomenal world is not hidden from true yogis. I instantly see and converse with my disciples in distant Calcutta. They can similarly transcend at will every obstacle of gross matter." It was probably in an effort to stir spiritual ardor in my young breast that the Swami had condescended to tell me of his powers of astral radio and television. But instead of enthusiasm, I experienced only an awe-stricken fear. Inasmuch as I was destined to undertake my divine search through one particular guru, Sri Yukteswar, whom I had not yet met, I felt no inclination to accept Pranabananda as my teacher. I glanced at him doubtfully, wondering if it were he or his counterpart before me. A skeptical analysis. This is an intriguing incident, since it focuses on whether a human being can consciously bilocate, being in two places at the same time. There is an extensive literature on this subject, and Yogananda's report concerning Swami Pranabananda is far from unique. Yet even here one wonders why dual transporting would be necessary just to make sure that Kedarnath Babu would visit Bhagavati's son. Couldn't a messenger be sent to do the same? In any case, Yogananda wants to visit the holy city of Benares, and his father accedes to the request since he needs to get in contact with Kedarnath Babu, who lives in the city but he has lost his address. He advises his son to visit the esteemed Swami Pranabananda, who was once an employee in the railways, since he would know the whereabouts of Kedarnath. During the course of Yogananda's visit, the Swami goes into a trance and moments later explains that the person he seeks will be there within minutes. And lo and behold, he does so to Yogananda's amazement. When the Swami is asked how it could happen, he replies, "I instantly see and converse with my disciples in distant Calcutta. They can similarly transcend at will every obstacle of gross matter." When I was young, I bought this tale, hook, line, and sinker. Today, after my many research trips to India, I have become much more doubtful of such stories, particularly when key specifics surrounding them are either lacking or have not been properly vetted. Malcolm Tillis, in his eminently readable and too often neglected book of interviews, Turning East, alleges to have an experience quite similar to Yogananda's. Recalls Tillis, "The Taj Express is on time, and I jump into the first-class section. We're pulling out of the station. The conductor rushes up to me saying all seats are full. I explain I have a confirmed reservation and take out the lovely sheets of beautifully printed proof. Yes, he says, checking, but for 12th January, today is the 11th. I am so stunned, dazed, that he lets me sit on his wooden seat in the passageway. It appears one can still be hopelessly untravel-worthy even with the most professionally prepared itinerary. An extra day in Vrindavan would have allowed me to finish all my work, but, oh, horror, I am beginning to realize I shall be arriving one day too soon in Agra, and I will not be able to contact my friend, Pritam Singh Nagpal, for 24 hours. I am saying to myself there must be a purpose behind all this. There must be. I am not to be confused or anxious. I am to flow with all currents, under all circumstances, through whatever is awaiting me. And yes, I know there's a benevolent hand over my head guiding me. So to be in the wrong place at the wrong time must have some meaning. We are pulling into Agra. The tourists are being directed to the waiting deluxe coaches off to see the Taj Mahal. The porters are barging through the rush of passenger activity. They kick the stray dogs out of the way. They walk round the noble cows. I stand still on the platform, surrounded by my sad luggage. We are waiting for the excitement to simmer down. But who is this running toward me, laughing, shouting? Pritam Singh Nagpal, my friend. Here? He embraces me with rib-crushing zeal while I am asking, is it the 11th or the 12th? Yes, he laughs. Your paper is telling 12th and you are coming too soon. As we pour out of the station, he starts telling me how he comes to be here, although I am totally, irrevocably, ridiculously in the wrong place at the wrong time. When we get to his house, I ask him to write the whole incident down. I am reproducing it here as it came out in his own words. Pritam Singh Nagpal, Bilagang, Agra 4, 13th January 1881. Respected brother, when I met you in Delhi, you had shown me your program of reaching here on the 12th by Taj. We were all looking forward to your visit and had told many brothers and sisters about your program. I invited them to meet you on the 12th evening at my place. On the 11th morning, I was lying in bed fully awake when I saw my master, Sant Kirpal Singhji, with you smiling a little behind him. And my master told me, pointing towards you, that he is coming today. Receive him at the station. And slowly the light was withdrawn. I was expecting you on the 12th, and here was a positive and clear direction to me to go to meet you. On the one hand, I was overjoyed, but found it difficult to tell my family. As we were to go to the Sunday satsang, I made up my mind to leave my wife there and then to go to the station. I had to rush and found that Taj had steamed in. It took a couple of minutes to leave my scooter and purchase a platform ticket. I knew you had a first-class Indirail pass, and as the first-class compartments are towards the engine side, I made my way there. You were there, looking towards me. I was happy I had received the right direction from my master, that he chose for his small service to my brother, and in his grace to save you from any inconvenience. Perhaps I am not able to express myself fully, but brother, on your journey now and hereafter on this earth plane, you are fully protected by our great master. This proves so much. And for myself, I am also under his benign grace. I have recorded this in my own limited manner, but the whole thing can be felt rather than explained. With my best regard, yours in him, Pritam. From this moment, how can I ever feel confusion, doubt, anxiety? Everything I am trying to do on this sadhana journey is controlled. Everything is as it should be. Everything that has to be accomplished will surely be accomplished. Interesting. I heard this story from Malcolm Tillis's own lips when he was living in Mussoorie, North India, and I was studying Hindi just down the road at Landour Language School, circa summer 1983. I also got the chance to read his account in manuscript form years before it was published. Moreover, I also got to know Pritam Singh Nagpal personally. He even served as my special guide and interpreter when I interviewed Agam Prasad Mathur, the current guru, at Pipal Mandi, Agra, in the late 1980s. Both men are exceptionally honest and not prone to gross exaggerations when sharing their life stories. Doesn't Tillis's story then substantiate to some measure Yogananda's fantastic memoir concerning the saint with two bodies? Undoubtedly, it is suggestive and warrants further investigation. But we shouldn't rush our judgments too quickly, since once again we are dealing with written recitals put down on paper after the event. What is odd about Tillis's account is how truly mundane it is. Okay, so Malcolm shows up a day earlier than he originally planned at Agra. He exclaims that, "I will not be able to contact my friend Pritam Singh Nagpal for 24 hours. Does Tillis not know Nagpal's home address? Is Nagpal without phone service? These and other questions naturally percolate since one is curious why a divine manifestation has to intervene so that Tillis doesn't have to depart the train station in Agra alone. Is it really the case that the holy image of the late Kirpal Singh shows up to a fellow devotee because a disciple cannot get a taxi? My own hunch, and I realize that it is merely that, is the following. Religious visions arise within an informational context, which is elemental in understanding why, when, where, and how they arise. I don't doubt that Nagpal had a vision that Tillis might indeed be arriving a day earlier. But I suspect it was because Nagpal was anxious about his friend's arrival and may have intuited, consciously or otherwise, that Malcolm was confused about the exact date, since Sundays are less crowded than Mondays when everyone has to work. Also, let's imagine the opposite. Nagpal has a vision of Tillis's earlier arrival, and yet he doesn't show up until the next day. Would such a missed opportunity get written up in a book? I think not. We tend to remember our psychic hits, not our misses. More importantly, I don't think a disembodied Kirpal Singh, long dead, is showing up unexpectedly to devoted disciples just to make sure that they meet friends at a train station on time. Rather, such visions are projections of our own mind, and to the degree that they coordinate and confirm certain outward events, we deem them miraculous. But the uninspected caveat underpinning these numinous encounters is that many such visions turn out wrong. Specifically, both Kedarnath Babu's and Pritam Nagpal's visions were quasi-prophetic in nature, since they involved being told to be at a certain place within a certain time. In their cases, about 30 minutes in the future. In religion, there is a long history of prophetic visions going back thousands of years, ranging from the shamanic seers to ancient Jewish sages. The statistical question that needs to be asked, but cannot be adequately answered, is how many turned out to be accurate and how many inaccurate, with a sliding scale between each. Only then will we have been able to adjudicate their supposed trans-rational character. Given that we live in a probability matrix where all sorts of improbable events will occur just by chance, it is not unreasonable to argue that some visions will turn out true, whereas the vast majority will turn out wrong or mistaken or incomplete. Yet there is another aspect of Swami Prabhavananda's bilocation that warrants a closer look. According to Autobiography of a Yogi, the saint with two bodies boldly proclaims that, "Why are you stupefied at all this? The subtle unity of the phenomenal world is not hidden from true yogis. I instantly see and converse with my disciples in distant Calcutta. They can similarly transcend at will every obstacle of gross matter. Quite a remarkable assertion, but is it true? I personally doubt Swami's unequivocal proclamation, because we have yet to unearth an airtight case of such powers, despite some spiritualist and parapsychologist arguing otherwise. Yet we have a large body of intriguing studies which are redolent of a psychic realm, but nothing so conclusive that would give the vast majority of scientists pause. In my 40-plus years studying Indian mysticism and interviewing a score of yogis and mystics who are considered masters in their respective meditational disciplines, none have demonstrated powers that could not be explained by present-day science. On this score, I have long championed the work of Baba Fakir Chand, the famous unknowing sage of Hoshiarpur, because he, unlike most of his counterpart gurus, tried his utmost to rationally and systematically explain the visions and supernatural events attributed directly to him. He went so far as to say that these gurus have fooled us and looted us. They did not tell the truth. In fakir experiences, various so-called masters used parlor tricks to convince devotees that they possessed celestial capabilities when they didn't. Do yogis really transcend, at will, every obstacle of gross matter? The ultimate jury is still out, but early findings suggest not. But let me not end this chapter on a cynical note, since if Swami Paramahansa and others of his ilk are telling the truth, then it should be very easy for us to verify their extraordinary claims. It would be completely refreshing for us skeptics to be shown how truly wrong we are to be so suspicious. Episode 6. The Severed Arm and Healing. Yogananda had a deep desire since childhood for running away to the Himalayan mountains in order to meet enlightened yogis and mystics. Although he was eventually thwarted in his efforts, he met a police officer in Haridwar who told him about a sadhu who got his arm nearly cut off, only to have it miraculously healed within 3 days. Deeming it advisable to leave Haridwar at once, we bought tickets to proceed north to Rishikesh, a soil long hallowed by feet of many masters. I had already boarded the train while Amar lagged on the platform. He was brought to an abrupt halt by a shout from a policeman. Our unwelcome guardian escorted us to his station bungalow and took charge of our money. He explained courteously that it was his duty to hold us until my elder brother arrived. Learning that the truant's destination had been the Himalayas, the officer related a strange story. "I see you are crazy about saints. You will never meet a greater man of God than the one I saw only yesterday. My brother officer and I first encountered him 5 days ago. We were patrolling by the Ganges on a sharp lookout for a certain murderer. Our instructions were to capture him alive or dead. He was known to be masquerading as a sadhu in order to rob pilgrims. A short way before us, we spied a figure which resembled the description of the criminal. He ignored our command to stop. We ran to overpower him. Approaching his back, I wielded my axe with tremendous force. The man's right arm was severed almost completely from his body. Without outcry or any glance at the ghastly wound, the stranger astonishingly continued his swift pace. As we jumped in front of him, he spoke quietly. "I am not the murderer you are seeking." I was deeply mortified to see I had injured the person of a divine-looking sage. Prostrating myself at his feet, I implored his pardon and offered my turban cloth to staunch the heavy spurts of blood. "Son, that was just an understandable mistake on your part." The saint regarded me kindly. "Run along and don't reproach yourself. The beloved mother is taking care of me." He pushed his dangling arm into its stump, and lo, it adhered. The blood inexplicably ceased to flow. Come to me under yonder tree in 3 days, and you will find me fully healed. Thus you will feel no remorse. Yesterday my brother officer and I went eagerly to the designated spot. The sadhu was there and allowed us to examine his arm. It bore no scar or trace of hurt. I am going via Rishikesh to the Himalayan solitudes. He blessed us as he departed quickly. I feel that my life has been uplifted through his sanctity. The officer concluded with a pious ejaculation. His experience had obviously moved him beyond his usual depths. With an impressive gesture, he handed me a printed clipping about the miracle. In the usual garbled manner of the sensational type of newspaper, not missing, alas, even in India, the reporter's version was slightly exaggerated. It indicated that the sadhu had been almost decapitated. Amar and I lamented that we had missed the great yogi who could forgive his persecutor in such a Christ-like way. India, materially poor for the last 2 centuries, yet has an inexhaustible fund of divine wealth. Spiritual skyscrapers may occasionally be encountered by the wayside, even by worldly men like this policeman. We thanked the officer for relieving our tedium with his marvelous story. He was probably intimating that he was more fortunate than we. He had met an illumined saint without effort. Our earnest search had ended, not at the feet of a master, but in a coarse police station. A skeptical analysis. Perhaps a bit unconsciously, Yogananda tips his hat in favor of skepticism, ironically, when he admits that the newspaper account of the sadhu's cut-off arm is morphed into his head being almost decapitated. The police officer in quest of a murderer came upon a sadhu who he mistakenly believed was the suspect. Because he ignored our command to stop, we ran to overpower him. Approaching his back, I wielded my axe with tremendous force. The man's right arm was severed almost completely from his body. First question that comes to mind after reading this harrowing account is why the policeman is carrying an axe. Second, why, if the sadhu has the amazing ability to reattach his arm and be instantly healed, didn't he just stop when requested and avoid the whole ordeal? Third, is it reasonable to believe that a severed right arm can be pushed back together and in days leave no scar or trace of hurt? Or is it much more likely that the whole story is either concocted or grossly exaggerated in its retelling? It may be true that the policeman accidentally hurt the wrong person and that he suffered injuries in the process. Perhaps the sadhu even healed quicker and better than expected. But given how the newspaper amplified the story to a near beheading, it is not unreasonable to suspect that the entire story is overbaked. In reading Yogananda's adventures, which are primed to get the reader's attention, one becomes all too aware that each installment is magnified beyond one's credulity and where Occam's razor is never wielded. Episode 7. And the blind shall see the sun. Sometimes Yogananda's stories are fuzzy and obscure, implying conclusions that may not be warranted. In this end section of Chapter 4, we learn that Lahiri Mahasaya, the modern exponent of Kriya Yoga, was a conduit for healing a blind man from birth and giving him eyesight. Or so it would seem on a cursory reading, though a closer reading of what follows may offer alternative interpretations of what actually transpired. A Christ-like miracle by Lahiri Mahasaya took place in Kevalananda's presence. My saintly tutor recounted the story one day, his eyes remote from the Sanskrit text before us. A blind disciple, Ramu, aroused my active pity. Should he have no light in his eyes when he faithfully served our master, in whom the divine was fully blazing? One morning I sought to speak to Ramu, but he sat for patient hours fanning the guru with a handmade palm leaf punka. When the devotee finally left the room, I followed him. "Ramu, how long have you been blind?" From my birth, sir, never have my eyes been blessed with a glimpse of the sun. Our omnipotent guru can help you. Please make a supplication." The following day, Ramu diffidently approached Lahiri Mahasaya. The disciple felt almost ashamed to ask that physical wealth be added to his spiritual superabundance. "Master, the illuminator of the cosmos is in you. I pray you to bring his light into my eyes, that I perceive the sun's lesser glow." "Ramu, someone has connived you to put me in a difficult position. I have no healing power." "Sir, the infinite one within you can certainly heal." "That is indeed different, Ramu. God's limit is nowhere. He who ignites the stars and the cells of flesh with mysterious life effulgence can surely bring luster of vision into your eyes." The master touched Ramu's forehead at the point between the eyebrows. "Keep your mind concentrated there and frequently chant the name of the prophet Rama for 7 days. The splendor of the sun shall have a special dawn for you." Lo, in 1 week it was so. For the first time Ramu beheld the fair face of nature. The omniscient one had unerringly directed his disciple to repeat the name of Rama, adored by him above all other saints. Ramu's faith was the devotionally plowed soil in which the Guru's powerful seed of permanent healing sprouted. Kevalananda was silent for a moment, then paid a further tribute to his Guru. It was evident in all miracles performed by Lahiri Mahasaya that he never allowed the ego principle to consider itself a causative force. By perfection of resistless surrender, the Master enabled the prime healing power to flow freely through him. The numerous bodies which were spectacularly healed through Lahiri Mahasaya eventually had to feed the flames of cremation. But the silent spiritual awakenings he effected, the Christ-like disciples he fashioned, are his imperishable miracles. I never became a Sanskrit scholar. Kevalananda taught me a diviner's syntax. A skeptical analysis. Rereading this excerpt over many times, it is not altogether crystal clear that Ramu regained his eyesight. Kevalananda's wording leaves much room for speculation, particularly when he tersely writes, "For the first time Ramu beheld the fair face of nature," and adds no further specifics. The reader is left wanting more, and yet nothing else is forthcoming. What exactly does such a statement mean? Did he see the sun, flowers, a human face? We are left with no details but a generalized phrase, fair face of nature. Because Mahasaya instructed Ramu to focus his attention at the proverbial third eye and repeat the name Rama repeatedly, it may mean that the disciple saw an inner light within and didn't really have his eyesight permanently restored. Simply put, Ramu's vision is a meditational experience which later gets conflated with outer sunlight, or so it would seem given the paucity of Yogananda's report. Of course, even if this is the case, and again we cannot be sure here, this doesn't detract from Ramu's elevated state of consciousness, but only that it shouldn't be conflated with some amazing curing of blindness. Or is Yogananda making more out of this story so as to elevate the greatness of Lahiri Mahasaya to impress his mostly Christian-educated audience? In the Gospel of John, for instance, there is a famous section of how Jesus cures a man who was born blind. The miracle causes much controversy, and the Gospel goes to some length to verify that it really happened, though even the man's parents seem initially diffident about acknowledging Jesus' ability. As long as he went along, he saw a man blind from birth. His disciples asked him, "Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" "Neither this man nor his parents sinned," said Jesus, "but this happened so that the works of God might be displayed in him. As long as it is day, we must do the works of him who sent me. Night is coming when no one can work. While I am in the world, I am the light of the world." After saying this, he spit on the ground, made some mud with the saliva, and put it on the man's eyes. Go, he told him, wash in the pool of Siloam. This word means sent, so the man went and washed and came home seeing. The medical literature on this subject is incomplete, but even those who are blind from birth do not see immediately the way that is often depicted in Hollywood movies. What they can see is often jumbled and confused. As Patrick House, writer for The New Yorker, elaborates concerning philosopher William Molyneux's famous thought experiment about what exactly a person cured from blindness would be able to see and distinguish. In 2011, Dr. Pawan Sinha, a professor of vision and computational neuroscience at MIT, published his answer to an almost 400-year-old philosophical problem. The philosopher William Molyneux, whose wife was blind, had proposed a thought experiment in the 17th century about a person, blind from birth, who could tell apart a cube and a sphere by touch. If his vision were restored and he was presented with the same cube and sphere, would he be able to tell which was which by sight alone? The philosophical camps on Molyneux's question divided roughly through the centuries into those who believe that certain qualities, such as the roundness of spheres, are innate and shared among the senses, the esses, and those who insist that to understand roundness, the eyes must have already seen roundness, the nous. The longevity of many other philosophical thought experiments, Schrodinger's cats, twin Earths, what it's like to be a bat, relies on their impermeability, but after the discovery in the early 18th century that a simple cataract surgery could lift the curtain of blindness for some, Molyneux's thought experiment became simply an experiment. Since 2003, Sinha, through a non-profit that he founded called Project Prakash, has organized and supervised sight restoration surgeries for more than 200 blind children from some of the poorest regions in India. The surgeries were given to any child who medically qualified, a subset of whom had been blind since birth with cataracts. After sight had been restored, Sinha posed Molyneux's question. The results might have disappointed those in Molyneux's yes camp. Sinha showed me a video in which a teenage boy, blind since birth because of opaque cataracts, sees for the first time. The boy sits still and blinks slightly, the room around him reflecting in his eyes as a kind of proof of their new transparency. Sinha believes these first moments for the newly sighted are blurry, incoherent, and saturated by brightness, like walking into daylight with dilated pupils, and swirls of color that do not make sense as shapes or faces or any kind of object. The moments immediately following bandage removal are not quite as magical as Hollywood movies would have us believe. Sinha told me. To answer Molyneux then, no, a cube and sphere are both lost in this confusion. In light of modern science, and given the sketchy rundown provided in Chapter 4, it seems extremely improbable that Ramu was completely cured from blindness. In this context, hagiography and conflation of inner and outer light seems much more likely. Episode 8. The Perfumed Saint as Trickster. After pages of breathless wonder and hype in Chapter 5, Yogananda starts to show the first signs of skepticism when he meets the fragrantly infused Ganda Baba, who declares that he can produce perfumes out of thin air, apparently by his yogic prowess and mastery of certain secret siddhas. Yogananda scoffs at why anyone would waste their yogic skills on producing jasmine and rose scents when it is just as easily purchased at the local floral shop. But Yogananda's doubts are short-lived as he attempts to give a supernatural explanation for why the perfume saint is able to produce alluring smells at will. I forgot to tell you about Ganda Baba, perfume saint who is gracing yonder house. He pointed to a dwelling a few yards distant. Do meet him. He is interesting. You may have an unusual experience. Goodbye. And he actually left me. The similarly worded prediction of the Sadhu at Kalighat temple flashed to my mind. Definitely intrigued, I entered the house and was ushered into a commodious parlor. A crowd of people were sitting, Orient-wise. Here and there on a thick orange-colored carpet, an awed whisper reached my ear. "Behold, Ganda Baba on the leopard skin. He can give the natural perfume of any flower to a scentless one, or revive a wilted blossom, or make a person's skin exude delightful fragrance." I looked directly at the saint. His quick gaze rested on mine. He was plump and bearded with dark skin and large gleaming eyes. "Son, I am glad to see you. Say what you want. Would you like some perfume?" "What for?" I thought his remark rather childish. "To experience the miraculous way of enjoying perfumes." "Harnessing God to make odors?" "What of it? God makes perfume anyway." "Yes, but he fashions frail bottles of petals for fresh use and discard. Can you materialize flowers?" "I materialize perfumes, little friend." "Then scent factories will go out of business." "I will permit them to keep their trade. My own purpose is to demonstrate the power of God." "Sir, is it necessary to prove God? Isn't he performing miracles in everything, everywhere?" "Yes, but we too should manifest some of his infinite creative variety." "How long did it take you to master your art?" 12 years. "For manufacturing scents by astral means, it seems, my honored saint, you have been wasting a dozen years for fragrances which you can obtain with a few rupees from a florist's shop." "Perfumes fade with flowers." "Perfumes fade with death. Why should I desire that which pleases the body only?" "Mr. Philosopher, you please my mind. Now stretch forth your right hand." He made a gesture of blessing. I was a few feet away from Ganda Baba. No one else was near enough to contact my body. I extended my hand, which the yogi did not touch. "What perfume do you want?" "Rose. Be it so." To my great surprise, the charming fragrance of rose was wafted strongly from the center of my palm. I smilingly took a large, white, senseless flower from a nearby vase. "Can this odorless blossom be permeated with jasmine?" "Be it so." A jasmine fragrance instantly shot from the petals. I thanked the wonder worker and seated myself by one of his students. He informed me that Ganda Baba, whose proper name was Vishuddhananda, had learned many astonishing yoga secrets from a master in Tibet. The Tibetan yogi, I was assured, had attained the age of over 1,000 years. His disciple Ganda Baba does not always perform his perfume feats in the simple verbal manner you have just witnessed. The student spoke with obvious pride in his master. His procedure differs widely to accord with diversity in temperaments. He is marvelous. Many members of the Calcutta intelligentsia are among his followers. I inwardly resolved not to add myself to their number. A guru too literally marvelous was not to my liking. With polite thanks to Ganda Baba, I departed. Sauntering home, I reflected on the 3 varied encounters the day had brought forth. My sister Uma met me as I entered our Gurpar Road door. "You are getting quite stylish using perfumes." Without a word, I motioned her to smell my hand. "What an attractive rose fragrance! It is unusually strong." Thinking it was strongly unusual, I silently placed the astrally scented blossom under her nostrils. "Oh, I love jasmine." She seized the flower. A ludicrous bafflement passed over her face as she repeatedly sniffed the odor of jasmine from a type of flower she knew well to be scentless. Her reactions disarmed my suspicion that Ganda Baba had induced an autosuggestive state whereby I alone could detect the fragrances. Later I heard from a friend, Yogananda, that the perfume saint had a power which I wished were possessed by the starving millions of Asia and today of Europe as well. I was present with 100 other guests at Ganda Baba's home in Burdwan. Yogananda told me it was a gala occasion, because the yogi was reputed to have the power of extracting objects out of thin air. I laughingly requested him to materialize some out-of-season tangerines. Immediately the luchas which were present on all banana leaf plates became puffed up. Each of the bread envelopes proved to contain a peeled tangerine. I bit into my own with some trepidation, but found it delicious. Years later, I understood by inner realization how Ganda Baba accomplished his materializations. The method, alas, is beyond the reach of the world's hungry hordes. The different sensory stimuli to which man reacts, tactual, visual, gustatory, auditory, olfactory, are produced by vibratory variations in electrons and protons. The vibrations in turn are regulated by lifetrons, subtle life forces or finer than atomic energies intelligently charged with the 5 distinctive sensory idea substances. Ganda Baba, tuning himself with the cosmic force by certain yogic practices, was able to guide the lifetrons to rearrange their vibratory structure and objectivize the desired result. His perfume, fruit, and other miracles were actual materializations of mundane vibrations, and not inner sensations hypnotically produced. Skeptical analysis. Even when I was just a teenager, I was surprised by how gullible Yogananda could be when getting conned into confusing a sleight-of-hand magician's trick with a yogi having supernatural gifts. To an untrained eye, it is very easy to be duped by a magician, even one who has amateurish skills. Imagine if the young Yogananda had met Satya Sai Baba and saw him produce vibhuti, religious trinkets, and other items out of thin air. Sai Baba could even regurgitate a Shiva lingam out of his mouth to the shock and amazement of his many followers worldwide. Sai Baba disciples believed for decades that their beloved avatar possessed divine gifts beyond the reach of any human being. But as later events would conclusively show, Sai Baba was a fraud who wasn't even a very good magician. His so-called miracles were anything but, as one former devotee explained. My first witness account of sleight of hand was in Vrindavan. I saw Baba come out of the personal interview room and sit down. As he was sitting there, I noticed a large gold watch under his small hand, which he was unsuccessfully trying to hide. A moment later, he made the familiar circular motion with his hand as if he were materializing the object, and then gave a student the watch. On another occasion, I saw Sai Baba reach between the cushions of his chair for something, and then moments later he made the circular motion and showed everyone a small container filled with vibhuti, a gray ash. I then noticed that behind the cushion in his chair there was something shiny, and he paid careful attention to correct the position of the cushion to hide the object. Another time I saw him take a worn bracelet from a man, then with his hand cupped blew on it 3 times, at the same time moving his hand up and down. On the final moment he tossed the chain into the side of his chair, so that it slid down between the inside of the chair's large arm and his leg. He then discreetly took something from his other hand and made the circular motion and gave the man a new bracelet. What is really funny about this situation is that Sai Baba forgot to take the old bracelet from his chair when he left. So when he got up, there it lay in plain view for everyone in the room. A student I was with and who was very devoted to Baba picked it up and looked at it, confirming that it was the old bracelet. When Baba returned and noticed his mistake, he scolded this student who was sitting right at the foot of Baba's chair and could not miss the bracelet. Then Baba sat, in a flash picked up the bracelet and very discreetly tossed it into the outside upper corner of the arm of the chair. There were no visible pockets there, but there is a very large seam, and the arms of the chair are huge enough to store lots of things. Back in the fall of 2013, my entire family got to witness the Steve Cohen's famous magic act at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. He could do wonders that would make Ganda Baba's perfume antics look abecedarian, as Cohen elucidates. One of my all-time favorites is Think a Drink. The proper title of this routine is any drink called for and has also been known as the bar act. I've been performing this routine in my shows for the past 15 years, but it has existed in various forms for over a century. The trick is so old it's new again. Essentially, as the Wikipedia entry on the subject describes it, the magician produces a bottle or kettle and asks for the audience to name any sort of drink, water, beer, tea, or any other liquid. The magician tips the bottle and pours out a glass of that drink. He then asks for another example and another, with the bottle producing the drinks on demand seemingly forever. How does it work? Again, the inexhaustible bottle entry explains. The original method from Hocus Pocus Jr. was a single large barrel that is modified with internal baffles to create 3 sections. A single spigot on one of the flat ends of the barrel is extended with 3 pipes, one leading into each of the different partitions. The flow is controlled through a bung hole on the top that is likewise modified to run to 3 hoses, one into each partition. By turning the stopper in the bung hole to uncover one of the pipes, air can flow into the selected partition. When the spigot is opened, only the liquid from the selected partition can flow out. The partial vacuum in the other chambers prevents the flow. The seemingly inexhaustible amount of liquid is even simpler. It relies on special essence glasses, which appear about the size of an aperitif glass, but are mostly glass with little open space for the liquid. This not only helped the illusion until lifted to the lips, but also reduced the cost of performing the act if the glasses were handed out. For very large audiences, sleight of hand can be used to switch bottles during the act. Modern magic suggests doing this while calling for more glasses to be brought on stage. So instead of believing that Ganda Baba or Satya Sai Baba or any other Siddha, empowered guru, can perform miracles, it is wise to see if a magician can do it first. Invariably, magicians can perform the same feats and even do it much better. In Chapter 17, Jagannath, Lord of the World, of F. Yeats Brown's famous The Lives of a Bengal Lancer, he provides a fascinating vignette concerning a naked Mahatma who could produce various perfumes by using a magnifying glass and the sun. "I heard of the Mahatma's fame many years ago," I said, "and I have ventured to bring my friends here so that they may meet a great yogi before they return to the United States." "What is it," a disciple asked me in English, "that you want the Mahatma to do?" "Anything he pleases," I answered. "We want to learn something of his supernatural powers, if that is at all possible, and at any rate to enjoy the privilege of talking to him." A few words of Bengali passed between the pupil and his master. Then the former answered, "The Mahatma is in the middle of a lecture about the aspects and appearances of our Lord the Sun, whose energies he can control. If you like, he can summon any scent to appear before us out of the circumambient ether." I glanced quickly at the nude Babu to see if he were joking. His eyes were exceptionally large. They blinked rapidly in my direction as if I were some new but not unpleasant kind of creature. "We should be honored if the Mahatma would do this," I said solemnly. "May we take his picture first?" my friend suggested, "now that the light is good?" I translated. The Mahatma had no objection. He posed readily and with a dignity that few of us close, cramped people possess. He lives on a banana a day, the English-speaking pupil told us with a kind of paternal pride, and such is his power over etheric vibrations that he can quicken his molecular activity until he floats in the air. We have seen this, both here and in Benares. No one knows his age. He says he is 50, but we think he is near 300 years old. During my lifetime, he has been 30 years in Tibet, studying the radiations from the sun and moon. Before that, he was traveling for 7 years in the jungles of central India, where wild beasts followed him like dogs. "A banana a day," repeated my friend, looking at the Mahatma's solid form. "And a little water," our informant added. "That is all. He makes these concessions to mortality in order to remain on the earth plane." He never sleeps. His power over nature is simply a question of using the rays from our Lord the Sun. Meanwhile, the Mahatma had curled himself up again in his chair. He called for cotton wool and a magnifying glass, which were brought to him by a disciple. I watched this man carefully without being able to detect the slightest sign of collusion. Indeed, on making inquiries about him afterwards, I learned that he was a respectable small banker. This fact would not indeed preclude his being a conjurer's accomplice, but it makes it less probable. The Mahatma took the cotton wool in his left hand and the glass in his right, focusing a spot of light upon the wool. Immediately the room was impregnated with the perfume of attar of roses. He waved the scent away with his hand, and I certainly had the impression that it vanished at his gesture. "What other scent would you like to come?" he asked me in Hindustani, with a smile that showed 2 rows of perfect white teeth. I suggested violets, and instantly the room was full of the scent of violets. Then I suggested eau de cologne, and there was a hitch, for he did not understand. "Name any Indian scents and he will bring them at once," said the pupil. My friend suggested carnations, but I could not remember the Urdu for them, and the pupil could not visualize them from my description. "Can he make the scent I am thinking of appear?" I asked, even though I cannot give it a name. The Mahatma smiled and shook his head. So I named musk, and sandalwood, and opium, and heliotrope, and flowering bamboo, and nicotine plants at evening. Each came instantly. There was nothing near him that could have served as a receptacle. He had no sleeve, no table, nothing but a magnifying glass and a piece of cotton wool. The fact that this naked Babu using a magnifying glass and a wool cloth is clearly the giveaway in this conjurer's trick. One simple way to do it is to embed small droplets of musk, sandalwood, opium scents, etc., and have each of them covered in wax. Use the glass to focus the sunlight on a specific area on the wool, and as the wax melts away, it will unleash the perfume encased there. Nothing mystical about it, just plain magic, because Yogananda only supplies us with the scantiest details concerning Ganda Baba's performance. We are not quite sure how he does his trick, but it is obviously a trick, and if Yogananda was trained in magic, he would have easily spotted it. Yogananda's introduction of lifetrons to explain Baba's cosmic power is unnecessary, though I must confess that I like the idea and the term despite it being a neologism without scientific support. Episode 9. A Levitating or Frog-Jumping Saint? Mystical literature from both East and West contain accounts of certain saints and yogis who claim to have had bodily levitation while in deep prayer or meditation. In this section, Yogananda describes how Baduri Mahasaya, who lived quite close to his home, had the ability to fly in the air. "I saw a yogi remain in the air several feet above the ground last night at a group meeting. My friend Upendra Mohun Chowdhury spoke impressively. I gave him an enthusiastic smile. Perhaps I can guess his name. Was it Baduri Mahasaya of Upper Circular Road?" Upendra nodded, a little crestfallen not to be a news bearer. My inquisitiveness about saints was well known among my friends. They delighted in setting me on a fresh track. "The yogi lives so close to my home that I have often visited him." My words brought keen interest to Upendra's face, and I made a further confidence. "I have seen him in remarkable feats. He has expertly mastered the various pranayamas of the ancient eightfold yoga outlined by Patanjali. Once Baduri Mahasaya performed the Bastrika pranayama before me with such amazing force that it seemed an actual storm had arisen in the room. Then he extinguished the thundering breath and remained motionless in a high state of superconsciousness. The aura of peace after the storm was vivid beyond forgetting. I heard that the saint never leaves his home." Upendra's tone was a trifle incredulous. "Indeed, it is true. He has lived indoors for the past 20 years. He slightly relaxes his self-imposed rule at the times of our holy festivals, when he goes as far as his front sidewalk. The beggars gather there because Saint Baduri is known for his tender heart. How does he remain in the air, defying the law of gravitation? A yogi's body loses its grossness after use of certain pranayamas. Then it will levitate or hop about like a leaping frog. Even saints who do not practice a formal yoga have been known to levitate during a state of intense devotion to God. A skeptical analysis. Saint Joseph of Cupertino of the 17th century is one of the most famous cases of a levitating saint. His biography is an unusual one since he was viewed with deep suspicion by the church authorities who feared that he was dabbling in witchcraft. Prone to extreme austerities and hounded by the Inquisition, Saint Joseph was finally forced to be placed at Fossombrone in Italy and supervised by members of the Capuchin order. Apparently he would temporarily float in the air during Mass or saying of liturgy. Michael Grosso has even written a popular book on the life of the saint, appropriately titled The Man Who Could Fly, Saint Joseph of Cupertino and the Mystery of Levitation. In a resource document, Grosso writes, Joseph was often observed levitating while hearing or serving Mass. During the elevation of the host, he would stop, freeze, and hover in space, his toes lightly touching the ground or lifting up gently, perhaps a palm's length. In other sightings, he would move up and down inches or feet above ground fairly rapidly. These anomalous movements almost invariably were preceded by a shrill, explosive scream. He would fly forward toward a platform and freeze, and then fly backwards, which he later explained signified feelings of humiliation or self-reproach. Other times witnesses observed movements through the air that performed actions. For example, he helped install a large, heavy cross in the ground that several men were struggling to move, flew over the heads of a Spanish ambassador, his wife, and her retinue in order to avoid talking to the ambassador's wife, soared 30 meters in the air to contemplate Cimabu's painting of the Madonna, carried another man up into the air and healed him of a long-standing mental disorder, and so on and so forth. Grosso and others, including Jeffrey Kripal of Rice University, lean in the direction that the saint really did have paranormal powers, even if they are careful to provide a checklist of alternative explanations. Doubts abound, however, about whether he could actually levitate, since all we have are historical reports after the fact. Joe Nickell, writing for the Skeptical Inquirer, severely questions Joseph's flying habits, and in turn Grosso's defense of it, and others who can mistake great leaping ability with an actual defiance of the laws of gravity. Not only do the accounts indicate Joseph's most dramatic aerial traverses were launched by a leap, not by a simple slow rising while merely standing or kneeling, but moreover I find that they appear to have continued just as the sudden arcing trajectories that would be expected from bounding. They were never circuitous or spiraling flights like a bird's. Invariably, Joseph's propulsions began with a shout or scream, suggesting he was not caused to leap by some force but chose to. Analogous to martial artists who yell when executing some technique, like breaking a board with their hand. His cry may have been to help him focus and commit to the act and so dispel fear. It might also have served to turn all eyes on him. He might have found that if he yelled not when he first started moving, but only the instant before he left the ground, people would be more likely to think they saw him simply rise up. Grosso gushes that the duration of Joseph's levitations, from only seconds to 15 or 30 minutes or more of sustained floating, seemed to point to the reality of an unrecognized force of nature. Certainly, he insists they were enough to render implausible the claim that they were tricks of perception. Yet our analysis revealed that Joseph did not hover in the air, but after rapidly ascending, he then rested on some support such as a tree limb or held on to some fixed object such as a statue. In other accounts, such details may have been left out because the narrator was simply relying on his impressions. Eyewitnesses are fallible, as we know all too well. People insisted they actually saw what they thought they saw, or they remembered much later what they believed they had seen, minus, for example, in some instances, the friar's initial rushing forward before actual liftoff. Moreover, the canonization, saint-making process itself, requiring evidence of miracles, could well have fostered some pious exaggeration on the part of a late beloved friar's brethren and flock. There is also the gross exaggeration of biographies that were published more than half a century after Joseph's death. Also, as a practical matter, the original records that led to his canonization are no longer available for study. Today, I think few would be deceived by witnessing such feats, though we might well be impressed by the acrobatics. Certainly most of us, understanding gravity, will not expect to see actual levitations or flying, although they are the tricks of magicians and fakirs. Even now, however, we can marvel at the flights of basketball players like Dr. Julius Erving, who added razzle-dazzle acrobatics to the game and was the first to spend seemingly endless moments in the air, levitating toward the basket. Although Michael Jordan would become the master of this feat, being dubbed Air Jordan, in fact, the Doctor supplied the original formula. If we can be so impressed in the 21st century, imagine such effects in the superstition-ridden 17th, and I think we can begin to understand the levitations of the flying saint. In the case of Baduri Mahasaya, his floating feats are much less documented. It is also of importance to note that Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the famed guru of the Beatles, tried to implement yogic flying for advanced practitioners of transcendental meditation. On their official TM website, they describe the procedure. The TM CD program and yogic flying culture the ability to think and act from this level, where thoughts are most powerfully and easily fulfilled. During the first stage of yogic flying, the body lifts up in the air and moves forward in blissful hops. The problem is that one is under the mistaken impression that accomplished meditators can literally hover in the air. Such is not the case, however. Rather, the meditators are sitting on a very thick and padded cushion. What they learn to do is bounce up in the air by creating pressure in their crossed limbs and arms, and by doing such, they accelerate upwards for brief seconds. This is not dissimilar to when we jump up in basketball during a layup and hanging up in the air a couple of feet or more off the ground only to land a few seconds later. TM's yogic flying is a case of false advertising, and because of this, it has received an overwhelming amount of pointed criticism. A close look at the assortment of pictures that are shown on the CD program's site don't show yogis flying, but rather meditators bouncing up and having their pictures taken just at the right moment, 2 feet or so above the cushy mats, just before they come back to terra firma. Yogananda's own narrative, Baduri Mahasaya, is revealing in this context since he readily admits that the saint hops about like a leaping frog. I am reminded of an old television show which we used to watch in the late 1960s called The Flying Nun, starring a young Sally Field, who had the ability to fly due to her light weight and her aerodynamically shaped convent head attire. It is not hard to imagine that those who saw her float in the air, but who didn't know the mechanics behind why, may have felt that she possessed occult powers. The lesson here, therefore, is that before we succumb to believing in yogis that can fly and which defy all that we know about Newtonian and Einsteinian physics, we look instead for more grounded and less astral explanations. There is also a deeper facet about yogic levitation that needs to be addressed. In deep meditation, one can have the very distinct feeling of leaving the body and moving through vast expanses of space, often accompanied by sparkling lights and beautifully subtle sounds. It is a completely internal voyage, but can on occasion be mistaken as if it is happening outwardly. I would presume that this conflation where one is never sure what is wholly subjective versus objective, could lead the practitioner into believing that one was truly flying, or, if in deep samadhi, having the unusual sensation of floating above one's meditation mat. I have labeled this the transfusive fallacy, where one intertwines an inner event with an outer one, thereby confusing two distinct realms and being ontologically deceived in the process. Episode 10. Sleepless and Ranbajpur. Occasionally in Yogananda's Autobiography, we learn of remarkable experiences and events that resist being debunked, since they touch upon the wonderful plasticity of the human body-mind and what can be achieved by ardent meditation and yogic practice. The story of the sleepless saint is quite phenomenal, but more believable than one might at first suspect, especially if one is conversant with long hours of interior contemplation and what it can engender. "Young yogi, I see you are running away from your master. He has everything you need. You must return to him. Mountains cannot be your guru." Ram Gopal was repeating the same thought which Sri Yukteswar had expressed at our last meeting. Masters are under no cosmic compulsion to limit their residence. My companion glanced at me quizzically. The Himalayas in India and Tibet have no monopoly on saints. What one does not trouble to find within will not be discovered by transporting the body hither and yon. As soon as the devotee is willing to go even to the ends of the earth for spiritual enlightenment, his guru appears nearby. I silently agreed, recalling my prayer in the Benares hermitage, followed by the meeting with Sri Yukteswar in a crowded lane. "Are you able to have a little room where you can close the door and be alone?" Yes, I reflected that this saint descended from the general to the particular with disconcerting speed. "That is your cave." The yogi bestowed on me a gaze of illumination which I have never forgotten. "That is your sacred mountain. That is where you will find the kingdom of God." His simple words instantaneously banished my lifelong obsession for the Himalayas. In a burning paddy field, I awoke from the multicolous dreams of eternal snows. "Young sir, your divine thirst is laudable. I feel great love for you." Ram Gopal took my hand and led me to a quaint hamlet. The adobe houses were covered with coconut leaves and adorned with rustic entrances. The saint seated me on the umbrageous bamboo platform of his small cottage. After giving me sweetened lime juice and a piece of rock candy, he entered his patio and assumed the lotus posture. In about 4 hours, I opened my meditative eyes and saw that the moonlit figure of the yogi was still motionless. As I was sternly reminding my stomach that man does not live by bread alone, Ram Gopal approached me. "I see you are famished. Food will be ready soon." A fire was kindled under a clay oven on the patio. Rice and dal were quickly served on large banana leaves. My host courteously refused my aid in all cooking chores. "The guest is God." A Hindu proverb has commanded devout observance from time immemorial. In my later world travels, I was charmed to see that a similar respect for visitors is manifested in rural sections of many countries. The city dweller finds the keen edge of hospitality blunted by superabundance of strange faces. The marts of men seemed remotely dim as I squatted by the yogi in the isolation of the tiny jungle village. The cottage room was mysterious with a mellow light. Ram Gopal arranged some torn blankets on the floor for my bed and seated himself on a straw mat. Overwhelmed by his spiritual magnetism, I ventured a request. "Sir, why don't you grant me a samadhi?" "Dear one, I would be glad to convey the divine contact, but it is not my place to do so." The saint looked at me with half-closed eyes. "Your master will bestow that experience shortly. Your body is not tuned just yet. As a small lamp cannot withstand excessive electrical voltage, so your nerves are unready for the cosmic current. If I gave you the infinite ecstasy right now, You would burn, as if every cell were on fire. You are asking illumination from me, the yogi continued musingly, while I am wondering, inconsiderable as I am, and with the little meditation I have done, if I have succeeded in pleasing God, and what worth I may find in His eyes at the final reckoning. Sir, have you not been single-heartedly seeking God for a long time? I have not done much. Bihari must have told you something of my life. For 20 years I occupied a secret grotto meditating 18 hours a day. Then I moved to a more inaccessible cave and remained there for 25 years, entering the Yoga Union for 20 hours daily. I did not sleep, for I was ever with God. My body was more rested in the complete calmness of the superconsciousness than it could be by the partial peace of the ordinary subconscious state. The muscles relax during sleep, but the heart, lungs, and circulatory system are constantly at work. They get no rest. In superconsciousness, the internal organs remain in a state of suspended animation, electrified by the cosmic energy, by which means I have found it unnecessary to sleep for years. This will come when you too will dispense with sleep. My goodness, you have meditated for so long and yet are unsure of the Lord's favor? I gazed at him in astonishment. Then what about us poor mortals? Well, don't you see, my dear boy, that God is eternity itself? To assume that one can fully know Him by 45 years of meditation is rather a preposterous expectation. Babaji assures us, however, that even a little meditation saves one from the dire fear of death and after-death states. So do not fix your spiritual ideal on a small mountain, but hitch it to the star of unqualified divine attainment. If you work hard, you will get there. Enthralled by the prospect, I asked him for further enlightening words. He related a wondrous story of his first meeting with Lahiri Mahasaya's guru, Babaji. Around midnight, Ram Gopal fell into silence, and I lay down on my blankets. Closing my eyes, I saw flashes of lightning. The vast space within me was a chamber of molten light. I opened my eyes and observed the same dazzling radiance. The room became a part of that infinite vault which I beheld with interior vision. Why don't you go to sleep? Sir, how can I sleep in the presence of lightning, blazing, whether my eyes are shut or open? You are blessed to have this experience. The spiritual radiations are not easily seen. The saint added a few words of affection. At dawn, Ram Gopal gave me rock candies and said I must depart. I felt such reluctance to bid him farewell that tears coursed down my cheeks. I will not let you go empty-handed, the yogi spoke tenderly. I will do something for you. He smiled and looked at me steadfastly. I stood rooted to the ground, peace rushing like a mighty flood through the gates of my eyes. I was instantaneously healed of a pain in my back which had troubled me intermittently for years. Renewed, bathed in a sea of luminous joy, I wept no more. After touching the saint's feet, I sauntered into the jungle, making my way through its tropical tangle until I reached Tarakeswar. There I made a second pilgrimage to the famous shrine and prostrated myself fully before the altar. The round stone enlarged before my inner vision until it became the cosmical spheres, ring within ring, zone after zone, all dowered with divinity. I entrained happily an hour later for Calcutta. My travels ended, not in the lofty mountains, but in the Himalayan presence of my master. Skeptical analysis. Meditation works wonders, but such wonders are scientifically verifiable and don't necessitate a radically new paradigm to understand why. In previous chapters, I have questioned Yogananda's magniloquent lace stories because they cater to credulous readers who are not well acquainted with a religious world filled with charlatans who pass off their hocus-pocus antics as if they were the real deal. But in this chapter, where he discusses meeting Ram Gopal, a so-called sleepless saint, my aphoretic antennae is partially disarmed. Why? Because it is not out of the realm of possibility and probability that a yogi steeped in meditation can forego sleep as we know it. While it is certainly true that sleep is necessary for human survival, this elemental need can be met by those who have the ability to penetrate deeply within their own consciousness. When one is absorbed in contemplation, it can, at various stages, include parts of the sleep cycle to such a degree that one can remain fully conscious, even while the dream world brilliantly manifests all around. While deep meditation can at differing levels be likened to lucid dreaming, it is a step beyond that, since one doesn't lose awareness during the process but is fully awake within, even as the body goes through its biochemical modulations. At first, this may seem parapsychological or outside of the ken of neuroscience, but this is not the case at all. Indeed, even atheistic, agnostic neuroscientists, such as Sam Harris, know from their own personal adventures in this area that the mind-body complex can undergo amazing transformations during prolonged meditational practices. It is for this reason that even the most reductionistic of academic institutions, such as MIT, have pioneered a number of remarkable studies on the effects that meditation can have on the brain. Paradoxically, research has shown that meditation can increase melatonin levels within the body which are conducive for longer sleep cycles. While smaller periods of meditation can be helpful for those suffering from insomnia, it can also benefit those who meditate for much longer stretches of time, since they too sleep, but without losing awareness. They get the chemical benefits that accompany sleep without being completely knocked out and lost in dream landscapes. Of course, we don't know for certain whether Ram Gopal always went without sleep. We are, lest we forget, relying on second-hand reports. But we do know that it is possible, provided that deep meditation facilitates and allows the biochemical showering that is vital for normal human functioning. Simply put, certain forms of deep meditation include sleep cycles during the process, even if one retains a keen sense of lucidity throughout. Ram Gopal, using religious language but which have biochemical reference, explains why he didn't need sleep, since he was getting a much longer-lasting rest via meditation. As he pointed out to Yogananda, my body was more rested in the complete calmness of the superconsciousness than it could be by the partial peace of the ordinary subconscious state. The muscles relax during sleep, but the heart, lungs, and circulatory system are constantly at work. They get no rest. In superconsciousness, the internal organs remain in a state of suspended animation, electrified by the cosmic energy. By such means I have found it unnecessary to sleep for years. Interestingly, when Ram Gopal made these claims, the scientific world hadn't yet fully explored what meditation had to offer. In the past 2 decades, remarkable strides have been made to give credence to some of the more outrageous claims made by Tibetan and Indian yogis for centuries. Jolene Creighton, writing for Microscope, has summarized some of the more remarkable scientific findings about meditation and its impact on the body-brain. 1. In a study published in Clinical Psychology Review, researchers at Boston University and Harvard Medical School found that the technique helps alleviate anxiety and allows individuals to better cope with stressful situations. 2. Dr. Fidel Zidan, assistant professor of neurobiology and anatomy at Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center, found that meditation helps individuals cope with and better tolerate physical pain. This work was published in the Journal of Neuroscience. 3. In a 2015 study published in Frontiers in Psychology, researchers from UCLA found that individuals who meditate over extended periods have more gray matter volume in their brains than those that do not. The work looked at individuals who have been meditating for an average of 20 years, and the impact was pronounced. 4. A 2011 study in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which was conducted by Yale University, discovered that meditation decreases activity in the default mode network, DMN, in the brain. In the paper, the team noted that this reveals the actual biological impact of meditation and helps bring to light a unique understanding of possible neuromechanisms of meditation. 5. Sarah Lazar, a neuroscientist at Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School, recently conducted work which found that individuals who meditate ultimately have more gray matter in the frontal cortex, and most notably, that this gray matter is preserved in spite of aging. The significance is overwhelming, as Lazar asserts in an interview with the Washington Post. It's well documented that our cortex shrinks as we get older. It's harder to figure things out and remember things. But in this one region of the prefrontal cortex, 50-year-old meditators have the same amount of gray matter as 25-year-olds. 6. Scientists assert that using proprioceptive input, also known as deep touch pressure, DTP, to ground your body is helpful when attempting to reach a meditative state. Research has shown that this kind of pressure results in a reduction in cortisol levels and an increase in serotonin production, decreasing your heart rate and blood pressure. Thus, the relaxed physical state that comes from proprioceptive input can make it easier to achieve a calm mental state that's conducive to meditation, and one of the most effective ways to get this proprioceptive input is by using a weighted blanket. As Amber Martin, an occupational therapist from Utica College, notes, proprioceptive input is good for pretty much everyone and anyone. It can be very calming and organizing. By helping you reach a state of peaceful relaxation more quickly, the blankets make it easier for you to take advantage of every valuable moment of meditation before you have to return to the busy world outside your mind. 7. There's little debate in the science regarding the benefits of meditation. According to research published in the Journal of Consulting and Clinical Psychology, meditation has been linked to reduced feelings of depression, anxiety, and physical pain. On a more personal note, I have been a Shabd yoga meditator for the past 40-plus years, and I have noticed that prolonged hours of meditation have allowed me to sleep much less than before and still feel just as rested, if not more invigorated. Furthermore, I observed that after 4 straight hours of meditation, and as one gets sleepy, one becomes keenly aware of the hypnagogic transitional state, which precedes deep sleep and REM dreaming. All sorts of phantasmagorical images come alive, and if one can retain awareness, then these give way to a series of dream revelries. Usually we witness these unconsciously and without a keen sense of awareness. But if one meditates proficiently and skillfully, one has the ability to remain conspicuous to what is arising. I can personally attest that such a possibility is not merely academic, since I, too, have had moments where meditation allows one a portal into the dream world without losing self-awareness. Ram Gopal's account, though sounding unbelievable at first, is actually attainable, at least to some degree, by almost anyone well-versed in the practice of deep meditation. In other words, yoga and neuroscience are not strange bedfellows. Episode 11. Cosmic Consciousness. This chapter is clearly one of my favorites, and though utterly surreal, it focuses on what the human mind is capable of and how one can directly experience illuminated states of consciousness that are usually inaccessible. A few mornings later, I made my way to my master's empty sitting room. I planned to meditate, but my laudable purpose was unshared by disobedient thoughts. They scattered like birds before the hunter. "Bakunda!" Sri Yukteswar's voice sounded from a distant inner balcony. I felt as rebellious as my thoughts. "Master always urges me to meditate," I muttered to myself. "He should not disturb me when he knows why I came to this room." He summoned me again. I remained obstinately silent. The third time, his tone held rebuke. "Sir, I am meditating," I shouted protestingly. "I know you are meditating," my guru called out, "with your mind distributed like leaves in the storm. Come here to me." Snubbed and exposed, I made my way sadly to his side. "Poor boy, the mountains couldn't give you what you wanted." Master spoke caressively, comfortingly. His calm gaze was unfathomable. "Your heart's desire shall be fulfilled." Sri Yukteswar seldom indulged in riddles. I was bewildered. He struck gently on my chest above the heart. My body became immovably rooted. Breath was drawn out of my lungs as if by some huge magnet. Soul and mind instantly lost their physical bondage and streamed out like a fluid-piercing light from my every pore. The flesh was as though dead. Yet in my intense awareness I knew that never before had I been fully alive. My sense of identity was no longer narrowly confined to a body, but embraced the circumambient atoms. People on distant streets seemed to be moving gently over my own remote periphery. The roots of plants and trees appeared through a dim transparency of the soil. I discerned the inward flow of their sap. The whole vicinity lay bare before me. My ordinary frontal vision was now changed to a vast spherical sight, simultaneously all-perceptive. Through the back of my head I saw men strolling far down Ragat Road, and noticed also a white cow who was leisurely approaching. When she reached the space in front of the open ashram gate, I observed her with my two physical eyes. As she passed by, behind the brick wall, I saw her clearly still. All objects within my panoramic gaze trembled and vibrated like quick motion pictures. My body, Master's, the pillared courtyard, the furniture and floor, the trees and sunshine occasionally became violently agitated, until all melted into a luminescent sea, even as sugar crystals thrown into a glass of water dissolve after being shaken. The unifying light alternated with materializations of form, the metamorphoses revealing the law of cause and effect in creation. An oceanic joy broke upon calm, endless shores of my soul. The Spirit of God, I realized, is exhaustless bliss. His body is countless tissues of light. A swelling glory within me began to envelop towns, continents, the earth, solar and stellar systems, tenuous nebulae, and floating universes. The entire cosmos, gently luminous, like a city seen far at night, glimmered within the infinitude of my being. The sharply etched global outlines faded somewhat at the farthest edges, and there I could see a mellow radiance ever undiminished. It was indescribably subtle. The planetary pictures were formed of a grosser light. The divine dispersion of rays poured from an eternal source, blazing into galaxies, transfigured with ineffable auras. Again and again, I saw the creative beams condense into constellations, then resolve into sheets of transparent flame. By rhythmic reversion, sextillion worlds passed into diaphanous luster. Fire became firmament. I cognized the center of the Empyrean as a point of intuitive perception in my heart. Irradiating splendor issued from my nucleus to every part of the universal structure. Blissful Amrita, the nectar of immortality, pulsed through me with a quicksilver-like fluidity. The creative voice of God I heard resounding as Om, the vibration of the cosmic motor. Suddenly the breath returned to my lungs. With a disappointment almost unbearable, I realized that my infinite immensity was lost. Once more, I was limited to the humiliating cage of a body, not easily accommodative to the spirit. Like a prodigal child, I had run away from my macrocosmic home and imprisoned myself in a narrow microcosm. My guru was standing motionless before me. I started to drop at his holy feet in gratitude for the experience in cosmic consciousness which I had long passionately sought. He held me upright and spoke calmly, unpretentiously. You must not get overdrunk with ecstasy. Much work yet remains for you in the world. Come, let us sweep the balcony floor, then we shall walk by the Ganges. I fetched a broom. The master I knew was teaching me the secret of balanced living. The soul must stretch over the cosmogonic abysses while the body performs its daily duties. When we set out later for a stroll, I was still entranced in unspeakable rapture. I saw our bodies as two astral pictures moving over a road by the river whose essence was sheer light. It is the Spirit of God that actively sustains every form and force in the universe. Yet He is transcendental and aloof in the blissful, uncreated void beyond the worlds of vibratory phenomena. Master explained. Saints who realize their divinity even while in the flesh know a similar twofold existence. Conscientiously engaging in earthly work, they yet remain immersed in an inward beatitude. The Lord has created all men from the limitless joy of His being, though they are painfully cramped by the body. God nevertheless expects that souls made in His image shall ultimately rise above all sense identifications and reunite with Him. The cosmic vision left many permanent lessons. By daily stilling my thoughts, I could win release from the delusive conviction that my body was a mass of flesh and bones traversing the hard soil of matter. The breath and the restless mind I saw were like storms which lashed the ocean of light into waves of material forms, earth, sky, human beings, animals, birds, trees. No perception of the infinite as one light could be had except by calming these storms. As often as I silenced the two natural tumults, I beheld the multitudinous waves of creation melt into one lucent sea, even as the waves of the ocean, their tempest subsiding, serenely dissolve into unity. A master bestows the divine experience of cosmic consciousness when his disciple, by meditation, has strengthened his mind to a degree where the vast vistas would not overwhelm him. The experience can never be given through one's mere intellectual willingness or open-mindedness. Only adequate enlargement by yoga practice and devotional bhakti can prepare the mind to absorb the liberating shock of omnipresence. It comes with a natural inevitability to the sincere devotee. His intense craving begins to pull at God with an irresistible force. The Lord, as the cosmic vision, is drawn by the seeker's magnetic ardor into his range of consciousness. Skeptical analysis. Although Yogananda's description about cosmic consciousness is effusive and filled with sonorous evocations about the divine, it seems obvious that the experience was transformative. What makes his account so compelling, even if he can be pardoned for some of his turgid prose, is that it dovetails with other mystics from around the world who have had similar out-of-body ecstasies. Yogananda's momentous rapture reminds one of modern NDE accounts. where dying patients are transported to a heavenly realm and enter a dark tunnel and see a scintillating light and more. While we may doubt or question how Yogananda ultimately interpreted his experience of cosmic consciousness, I am of the strong opinion that Yogananda did indeed have a mystical vision and that his guru was the chief catalyst behind it. I don't say this lightly or to elevate Yogananda's spiritual status, but only to highlight what consciousness is capable of producing under the right conditions and given the right cues. This doesn't mean by extension that such illuminations were not brain-induced or beyond the ken of neuroscience to understand them. Rather, it is to realize that extraordinary states of awareness are possible and that yoga, meditation, prayer, and other methods are powerful tools to unleash hidden corridors of the human mind. Yogananda provides us with the contextual setting for where, when, how, and why he was ready for such a transcendent illumination. First, he had been thwarted in his efforts to run away and meet Himalayan masters. Second, he met his guru and began regular and guided sadhana. Third, he was slightly reprimanded by Ram Gopal, the sleepless saint, for his continued pilgrimages when what he needed was back at his home ashram. These factors, plus Yogananda's intense faith and desire, served as tipping points in his spiritual evolution. His emotional and mental kindling were preset, and thus, when Sri Yukteswar tapped him on the chest, above his heart, it served as an immediate unleashing of his spiritual potential. Yogananda, to his credit, provides us with enough physical clues about what transpired that we can better understand how such a wondrous experience could happen and why others, in different mystical traditions, may have had similar excursions. Notice that right after his guru touches him, Yogananda talks about how his body freezes up, which is so intense that he became immovably rooted. This feeling of physical paralysis is a common precursor in those undergoing a mystical ecstasy, the feeling of numbness in the body, but specifically in the peripheral nervous system, is, according to the Indian sages, a preliminary acid test which confirms that the numinous exteriorization is genuine. Yogananda then mentions that breath was drawn out of my lungs as if by some huge magnet. Soul and mind instantly lost their physical bondage and streamed out like a fluid-piercing light from my every pore. This sounds very reminiscent of what happens when one has a near-death experience, though his description is more vivid and detailed and most likely has been garnished in the final editing process before publication. His account also sounds remarkably similar to reports from those who have ingested psychedelic drugs, such as LSD-25, mescaline, MDMA, ketamine, and DMT. Aldous Huxley, in his groundbreaking tome, The Doors of Perception, 1954, writing less than a decade after Autobiography of a Yogi was published, speaks in enraptured tones after ingesting mescaline. I continued to look at the flowers, and in their living light I seemed to detect the qualitative equivalent of breathing, but of a breathing without returns to a starting point, with no recurrent ebbs, but only a repeated flow from beauty to heightened beauty, from deeper to ever deeper meaning. Words like grace and transfiguration came to my mind, and this, of course, was what, among other things, they stood for. My eyes traveled from the rose to the carnation, and from the feathery incandescence to the smooth scrolls of sentient amethyst, which were the iris, the beatific vision, Satchitananda. Being awareness bliss for the first time I understood, not on the verbal level, not by the inchoate hints or at a distance, but precisely and completely what those prodigious syllables referred to. And then I remembered a passage I had read in one of Suzuki's essays. What is the Dharma body of Buddha? The Dharma body of the Buddha is another way of saying mind, suchness, the void, the Godhead. The question is asked in a Zen monastery by an earnest and bewildered novice. And with the prompt irrelevance of one of the Marx brothers, the master answers, the hedge at the bottom of the garden. And the man who realizes this truth, the novice dubiously inquires, what, may I ask, is he? Groucho gives him a whack over the shoulders with his staff and answers, a golden-haired lion. It had been, when I read it, only a vaguely pregnant piece of nonsense. Now it was all as clear as day, as evident as Euclid. Of course, the Dharma body of the Buddha was the hedge at the bottom of the garden. At the same time, and no less obviously, it was these flowers. It was anything that I, or rather the blessed not I, released for a moment from my throttling embrace, cared to look at. The books, for example, with which my study walls were lined. Like the flowers, they glowed when I looked at them, with brighter colors, a profounder significance. Red books like rubies, emerald books, books bound in white jade, books of agate, of aquamarine, of yellow topaz, lapis lazuli, books whose color was so intense, so intrinsically meaningful that they seemed to be on the point of leaving the shelves to thrust themselves more insistently on my attention. Gerald Edelman, the Nobel Prize-winning scientist, quotes Emily Dickinson in his preface to Wider Than the Sky, The Phenomenal Gift of Consciousness, where she shares a vision of consciousness that resonates with mystics east and west. The brain is wider than the sky, for put them side by side, the one the other will contain with ease, and you beside. The brain is deeper than the sea, for hold them, blue to blue, the one the other will absorb as sponges, buckets do. The brain is just the weight of God, for heft them, pound for pound, and they will differ, if they do, a syllable from sound. Yogananda is in good company when he euphorically writes, the Spirit of God, I realized, is exhaustless bliss. His body is countless tissues of light. A swelling glory within me began to envelop towns, continents, the earth, solar and stellar systems, tenuous nebulae, and floating universes. The entire cosmos, gently luminous, like a city seen afar at night, glimmered within the infinitude of my being. The sharply etched global outlines faded somewhat at the farthest edges. There I could see a mellow radiance, ever undiminished. It was indescribably subtle. The planetary pictures were formed of a grosser light. For instance, compare the preceding passages with Richard Maurice Buck's introduction to his book on cosmic consciousness. It was in the early spring, at the beginning of his 36th year. He and two friends had spent the evening reading Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, Browning, and especially Whitman. They parted at midnight, and he had a long drive in a hansom. It was an English city. His mind, deeply under the influence of the ideas, images, and emotions called up by the reading and talk of the evening, was calm and peaceful. He was in a state of quiet, almost passive enjoyment. All at once, without warning of any kind, he found himself wrapped around as if it were by a flame-colored cloud. For an instant he thought of fire, some sudden conflagration in the great city. The next he knew that the light was within himself. Directly afterwards came upon him a sense of exultation, of immense joyousness, accompanied or immediately followed by an intellectual illumination quite impossible to describe. Into his brain streamed one momentary lightning flash of the Brahmic splendor which has ever since lightened his life. Upon his heart fell one drop of Brahmic bliss, leaving thenceforward for always an aftertaste of heaven. Among other things he did not come to believe, he saw and knew that the cosmos is not dead matter but a living presence, that the soul of man is immortal, that the universe is so built and ordered that without any peradventure, all things work together for the good of each and all, that the foundation principle of the world is what we call love, and that the happiness of everyone is in the long run absolutely certain. He claims that he learned more within the few seconds during which the illumination lasted than in previous months or even years of study, and that he learned much that no study could ever have taught. The illumination itself continued not more than a few seconds, but its effects proved ineffaceable. It was impossible for him ever to forget what he at that time saw and knew. Neither did he or could he ever doubt the truth of what was then presented to his mind. The skeptic who has not had such experiences will undoubtedly look askance at such narratives, impugning their veridicality with the tiresome trope that they are just brain hallucinations, forgetting in the process that even our own waking state is the product of symphonic neural activity. What we take to be real at any moment is also predicated upon cerebral processes for which we have no direct access. Therefore, given how little we know about consciousness and why it emerges, it behooves us not to prematurely dismiss mystical encounters and what they can teach us about our evolutionary heritage. The danger is when we mistakenly believe that our inner subjective experiences can only be interpreted along already given theological trajectories. Yes, human experience is far-reaching and has many unexplored byways, but we do ourselves no service when we ad hoc dismiss alternate interpretations too early and too easily because they contravene our religious upbringings. Episode 12. Intuition and Preparation. Homo sapiens often have intuitions and premonitions that we cannot logically or systematically explain. They just pop up in our brains, and we sometimes react accordingly. At other times we ignore our hunches and let them subside into the backdrop of our mind. In this chapter, Yogananda describes how his guru, Sri Yukteswar, had an intuition that a few of his students were going to arrive later than usual. "I am pleased over your cheerful labors today and during the past week of preparations. I want you with me. You may sleep in my bed tonight." This was a privilege I had never thought would fall to my lot. We sat a while in a state of intense divine tranquility. Hardly 10 minutes after we had gotten into bed, Master rose and began to dress. "What is the matter, sir?" I felt the tinge of unreality and the unexpected joy of sleeping beside my guru. "I think that a few students who missed their proper train connections will be here soon. Let us have some food ready." "Guruji, no one would come at 1 o'clock in the morning." "Stay in bed, you have been working very hard, but I am going to cook." At Sri Yukteswar's resolute tone, I jumped up and followed him to the small daily-use kitchen adjacent to the second floor inner balcony. Rice and dal were soon boiling. My guru smiled affectionately. "Tonight you have conquered fatigue and fear of hard work. You shall never be bothered by them in the future." As he uttered these words of lifelong blessing, footsteps sounded in the courtyard. I ran downstairs and admitted a group of students. "Dear brother, how reluctant we are to disturb Master at this hour," one man addressed me apologetically. "We made a mistake about train schedules, but felt we could not return home without a glimpse of our guru." "He has been expecting you and is even now preparing your food." Sri Yukteswar's welcoming voice rang out. I led the astonished visitors to the kitchen. Master turned to me with twinkling eyes. Now that you have finished comparing notes, no doubt you are satisfied that our guest really did miss their train. I followed him to his bedroom a half-hour later, realizing fully that I was about to sleep beside a godlike guru. A skeptical analysis. It would appear that Yogananda, perhaps for the reader's enjoyment, has a tendency throughout his autobiography to make even the most ordinary events appear miraculous. Often the yogis, including his own guru, he encounters, he views to be superhuman, though in the guise of mere mortals. In the previous excerpt, we are informed that as they were going to sleep, Sri Yukteswar suddenly got up out of bed, dressed himself, and said to Yogananda, "I think that a few students missed their train connections." At this, the guru, with Yogananda following suit, went into the kitchen, prepared food for their imminent arrival. Moments later, lo and behold, the students showed up. Yogananda's rhetoric is such that he wishes his readers to believe that his guru has psychic powers. Earlier in the same chapter, he comments on this. Sri Yukteswar was a perfect human radio. Thoughts are no more than very gentle vibrations moving in the ether. Just as a sensitized radio picks up a desired musical number out of thousands of other programs from every direction. Yogananda even provides a footnote to support his contention. In 1939, discovery of a radio microscope revealed a new world of hitherto unknown rays. Man himself, as well as all kinds of supposedly inert matter, constantly emits the rays that this instrument sees, reported the Associated Press. Those who believe in telepathy, second sight, and clairvoyance have in this announcement the first scientific proof of the existence of invisible rays which really travel from one person to another. The radio device actually is a radio frequency spectroscope. It does the same thing for cool, non-glowing matter that the spectroscope does when it discloses the kinds of atoms that make the stars. The existence of such rays coming from man and all living beings has been suspected by scientists for many years. Today is the first experimental proof of their existence. The discovery shows that every atom and every molecule in nature is a continuous radio broadcasting station. Thus, even after death, the substance that was a man continues to send out delicate rays. The wavelengths of these rays range from shorter than anything now used in broadcasting to the longest kind of radio waves. The jumble of these rays is almost inconceivable. There are millions of them. A single very large molecule may give off 1 million different wavelengths at the same time. The longer wavelengths of this sort travel with the ease and speed of radio waves. There is one amazing difference between the new radio waves and familiar rays like light. This is the prolonged time, amounting to thousands of years, which these radio waves will keep on emitting from undisturbed matter. Was Sri Yukteswar genuinely clairvoyant? Or can we chalk it up to the fact that when he got ready to sleep, he played out various scenarios in his head, including that maybe a few of his students were stragglers and could have missed the last night train? Yet Yogananda does not choose that route and instead elevates human intuition into a form of soul guidance which appears naturally in man during those instants when his mind is calm, and goes on to allege that a correct hunch is the literal transference of thoughts to another person. But our hunches and intuitions are probabilistic and very often turn out dead wrong. Direct thought transference would have a measure of certainty that hunches and intuitions lack. What we don't learn in the autobiography are all the times that gurus and masters and yogis are wrong in their precognitions. Like it or not, even if Einstein be damned, quantum mechanics implies that we live in a universe where chance is operative, and much that happens is random, without an ultimate design or purpose. Interestingly, Yogananda's entire philosophy is an argument against such a bleak view. Episode 13. Stars and Their Influence. Initially in this chapter, Yogananda is skeptical of astrology, even though his teacher is an advocate for it. Despite many practitioners of the art who are not conversant with all its purported subtleties. Later events, however, will force Yogananda to change his mind about astrology and its place in human affairs. "Mukunda, why don't you get an astrological armlet?" "Should I, master? I don't believe in astrology." "It is never a question of belief. The only scientific attitude one can take on any subject is whether it is true. The law of gravitation worked as efficiently before Newton as after him. The cosmos would be fairly chaotic if its laws could not operate without the sanction of human belief. Charlatans have brought the stellar science to its present state of disrepute. Astrology is too vast, both mathematically and philosophically, to be rightly grasped except by men of profound understanding. If ignoramuses misread the heavens, and see there a scrawl instead of a script, that is to be expected in this imperfect world. One should not dismiss the wisdom with the wise. All parts of creation are linked together and interchange their influences. The balanced rhythm of the universe is rooted in reciprocity." My guru continued, "Man in his human aspect has to combat two sets of forces. First, the tumults within his being, caused by the admixture of earth, water, fire, air, and ethereal elements. Second, the outer, disintegrating powers of nature. So long as man struggles with his own mortality, he is affected by the myriad mutations of heaven and earth. Astrology is the study of man's response to planetary stimuli. The stars have no conscious benevolence or animosity. They merely send forth positive and negative radiations. Of themselves, these do not help or harm humanity, but offer a lawful channel for the outward operation of cause-effect equilibriums which each man has set into motion in the past. A child is born on that day and at that hour when the celestial rays are in mathematical harmony with his individual karma. His horoscope is a challenging portrait, revealing his unalterable past and its probable future results. But the natal chart can be rightly interpreted only by men of intuitive wisdom. These are few. The message boldly blazoned across the heavens at the moment of birth is not meant to emphasize fate, the result of past good and evil, but to arouse man's will to escape from his universal thraldom. What he has done, he can undo. None other than himself was the instigator of the causes of whatever effects are now prevalent in his life. He can overcome any limitation, because he created it by his own actions in the first place, and because he has spiritual resources which are not subject to planetary pressure. Superstitious awe of astrology makes one an automaton, slavishly dependent on mechanical guidance. The wise man defeats his planets, which is to say his past, by transferring his allegiance from the creation to the Creator. The more he realizes his unity with spirit, the less he can be dominated by matter. The soul is ever free. It is deathless because birthless. It cannot be regimented by stars. Man is a soul and has a body. When he properly places his sense of identity, he leaves behind all compulsive patterns. So long as he remains confused in his ordinary state of spiritual amnesia, he will know the subtle fetters of environmental law. God is harmony. The devotee who attunes himself will never perform any action amiss. His activities will be correctly and naturally timed to accord with astrological law. After deep prayer and meditation, he is in touch with his divine consciousness. There is no greater power than that inward protection. "Then, dear master, why do you want me to wear an astrological bangle?" I ventured this question after a long silence, during which I had tried to assimilate Sri Yukteswar's noble exposition. It is only when a traveler has reached his goal that he is justified in discarding his maps. During the journey, he takes advantage of any convenient shortcut. The ancient rishis discovered many ways to curtail the period of man's exile and delusion. There are certain mechanical features in the law of karma which can be skillfully adjusted by the fingers of wisdom. All human ills arise from some transgression of universal law. The scriptures point out that man must satisfy the laws of nature, while not discrediting the divine omnipotence. He should say, "Lord, I trust in Thee and know Thou canst help me, but I too will do my best to undo any wrong I have done." By a number of means, by prayer, by willpower, by yoga meditation, by consultation with saints, by use of astrological bangles, the adverse effects of past wrongs can be minimized or nullified. Just as a house can be fitted with a copper rod to absorb the shock of lightning, so the bodily temple can be benefited by various protective measures. Ages ago, our yogis discovered that pure metals emit an astral light, which is powerfully counteractive to negative poles of the planets. Subtle electrical and magnetic radiations are constantly circulating in the universe. When a man's body is being aided, he does not know it. When it is being disintegrated, he is still in ignorance. Can he do anything about it? This problem received attention from our rishis. They found helpful not only a combination of metals, but also of plants, and most effective of all, faultless jewels of not less than 2 carats. The preventative use of astrology have seldom been seriously studied outside of India. One little-known fact is that the proper jewels, metals, or plant preparations are valueless unless the required weight is secured, and unless these remedial agents are worn next to the skin. Sir, of course I shall take your advice and get a bangle. I am intrigued at the thought of outwitting a planet. For general purposes, I counsel the use of an amulet made of gold, silver, and copper, but for a specific purpose I want you to get one of silver and lead. Sri Yukteswar added careful directions. Guruji, what specific purpose do you mean? The stars are about to take an unfriendly interest in you, Mukunda. Fear not, you shall be protected. In about a month your liver will cause you much trouble. The illness is scheduled to last for 6 months. But your use of an astrological amulet will shorten the period to 24 days. I sought out a jeweler the next day and was soon wearing the bangle. My health was excellent. Master's prediction slipped from my mind. He left Serampur to visit Benares. 30 days after our conversation, I felt a sudden pain in the region of my liver. The following weeks were a nightmare of excruciating pain. Reluctant to disturb my guru, I thought I would bravely endure my trial alone. But 23 days of torture weakened my resolution. I entrained to Benares. There, Sri Yukteswar greeted me with unusual warmth, but gave me no opportunity to tell him my woes in private. Many devotees visited Master that day, just for a darshan. Ill and neglected, I sat in a corner. It was not until after the evening meal that all guests had departed. My guru summoned me to the octagonal balcony of the house. You must have come about your liver disorder. Sri Yukteswar's gaze was averted. He walked to and fro, occasionally intercepting the moonlight. Let me see, you have been ailing for 24 days, haven't you? Yes, sir. Please do the stomach exercise I have taught you. If you knew the extent of my suffering, Master, you would not ask me to exercise. Nevertheless, I made a feeble attempt to obey him. You say you have pain, I say you have none. How can such contradictions exist? My guru looked at me inquiringly. I was dazed and then overcome with joyful relief. No longer could I feel the continuous torment that had kept me nearly sleepless for weeks. At Sri Yukteswar's words, the agony vanished as though it had never been. I started to kneel at his feet in gratitude, but he quickly prevented me. "Don't be childish. Get up and enjoy the beauty of the moon over the Ganges." But Master's eyes were twinkling happily as I stood in silence beside him. I understood by his attitude that he wanted me to feel that not he, but God had been the healer. I wear, even now, the heavy silver and lead bangle, a memento of the day long past, ever cherished when I found anew that I was living with a personage indeed superhuman. On later occasions, when I brought my friends to Sri Yukteswar for healing, he invariably recommended jewels or the bangle, extolling their use as an act of astrological wisdom. I had been prejudiced against astrology from my childhood, partly because I observed that many people are sequaciously attached to it, and partly because of the prediction made by our family astrologer. "You will marry 3 times, being twice a widower." I brooded over the matter, feeling like a goat awaiting sacrifice before the temple of triple matrimony. "You may as well be resigned to your fate," my brother Ananta had remarked. "Your written horoscope has correctly stated that you would fly from home toward the Himalayas during your early years, but would be forcibly returned. The forecast of your marriages is also bound to be true." A clear intuition came to me one night that the prophecy was wholly false. I set fire to the horoscope scroll, placing the ashes in a paper bag on which I wrote, "Seeds of past karma cannot germinate if they are roasted in the divine fires of wisdom." I put the bag in a conspicuous spot. Ananta immediately read my defiant comment. "You cannot destroy truth as easily as you have burnt this paper scroll." My brother laughed scornfully. "It is a fact that on 3 occasions before I reached manhood, my family tried to arrange my betrothal. Each time I refused to fall in with the plans, knowing that my love for God was more overwhelming than any astrological persuasion from the past. The deeper the self-realization of a man, the more he influences the whole universe by his subtle spiritual vibrations, and the less he himself is affected by the phenomenal flux." These words of Masters often returned inspiringly to my mind. Occasionally I told astrologers to select my worst periods according to planetary indications, and I would still accomplish whatever task I set myself. It is true, my success at such times has been accompanied by extraordinary difficulties, but my conviction has always been justified: faith and the divine protection, and the right use of man's God-given will are forces formidable beyond any the inverted bull can muster. The starry inscription at one's birth, I came to understand, is not that man is a puppet of his past. Its message is rather a prod to pride. The very heavens seek to arouse man's determination to be free from every limitation. God created each man as a soul, dowered with individuality, hence essential to the universal structure, whether in the temporary role of pillar or parasite. His freedom is final and immediate, if he so wills. It depends not on outer but on inner victories. Skeptical analysis. The overwhelming majority of astronomers, those trained in understanding planetary motion, star formation, and the geometry of stellar evolution, do not accept astrology as a bona fide science. To the contrary, a number of them find it to be fraught with outdated information about the cosmos and filled with psychological and too generalist claptrap. There are, of course, some scientists who disagree with those judgments and who champion astrology, even with its present limitations, such as the late Nobel Prize winner Kari Mullis. Nevertheless, Yogananda displays a healthy skepticism of this so-called science when he questions his own guru about whether or not he should wear an armlet to ward off the negative poles of the planets. Yukteswar's explanation about how certain metallic armlets work is, how to say this politely, tortured at best. Just as a house can be fitted with a copper rod to absorb the shock of lightning, so the bodily temple can be benefited by various protective measures. Ages ago, our yogis discovered that pure metals emit an astrolight which is powerfully counteractive to negative poles of the planets. This problem received attention from our rishis. They found helpful not only a combination of metals, but also of the plants, and most effective of all, faultless jewels of not less than 2 carats. One little-known fact is that the proper jewels, metals, or plant preparations are valueless unless the required weight is secured, and unless these remedial agents are worn next to the skin. While one can readily applaud Yukteswar's attempt to be scientific about armlets, the problem is that he doesn't properly explain how and why this or that planet can impact human beings in a negative way. If astrology wishes to be scientific, it has to develop pathways to show where it can be wrong. Moreover, it must systematically explain and test exactly how such planetary positions are known to have this or that impact. Astrology is pseudo-psychological in ways quite similar to the pseudoscience of Freudian psychoanalysis, which accepts far too many axiomatic assumptions that have resisted being thoroughly examined. What Yogananda presents in this chapter isn't a science of astrology and why it is accurate, but rather a theological defense of his guru's spiritual outlook. This becomes more obvious when he writes, somewhat dogmatically, "The starry inscription at one's birth I came to understand is not that man is a puppet of his past. Its message is rather a prod to pride. The very heavens seek to arouse man's determination to be free from every limitation. God created each man as a soul, dowered with individuality, hence essential to the universal structure, whether in the temporary role of pillar or parasite." As the Paranormal Encyclopedia argues, scientists believe that the underlying theory of astrology lacks any evidential support, and in fact is impossible. Firstly, there is no known force that can cause celestial objects to affect human life in the way claimed by astrologers. The 4 known forces of nature can all be ruled out. There is no evidence of any other type of force at work, leaving no mechanism for astrology. Perhaps there is some mysterious force at work, unknown to science. Even so, such a force could not work in the way astrology describes, because astrology is based on a false understanding of the sizes and positions of celestial bodies. According to astrology, the influence of celestial bodies is more or less evenly spread amongst the most obvious visible heavenly objects. If an object appears brighter or moves in an interesting fashion, e.g. stationary, direct, or retrograde, it will tend to be given more significance. This would have made sense 6,000 years ago, but we now know better. We have learnt that objects we perceive as bigger, brighter, nearer, or more active are not necessarily so. Consider this example. If the outer planets have a similar level of influence to the inner planets, this would mean their level of influence is independent of distance. In turn, this means that every planet in the galaxy is also influencing us. The effect of those planets would overwhelm any influence of the planets we can see. To be sure, astrology could be tested scientifically, but invariably it doesn't pass double-blinded scrutiny, such as when astrologers are presented with a series of randomized test subjects and birth charts, then asked to match the subject with their chart. To date, no studies have demonstrated an ability to do this better than random chance. It would appear that the reason metal armlets worked in disciples of Sri Yukteswar, excluding their astrolight beam protection, is due to the placebo effect. Yogananda reveals as much when he acknowledges that I wear even now the heavy silver and lead bangle, a memento of that day-long past, ever cherished when I found anew that I was living with a personage indeed superhuman. Faith, devotion, and belief are extremely powerful touchstones, and undoubtedly benefit the disciple in ways that too often are attributed to something other than her own emotional state of being. We are a projective creature, and as such would rather attribute divine power to outer forces than to our own mentality. Astrology works in this one sense because by accepting its principles, it provides us with a sense of meaning and purpose and design in a universe that often looks devoid of all three of these attributes. Much of Indian society has been influenced by astrological thinking, and the more scientific and technologically proficient it becomes, the less it has to rely on outdated and mythological modes of thought. In his autobiography, though mostly magical in its storytelling, Yogananda realizes that he must make appeal to the latest discoveries in science in order for his narrative to be convincing. But in doing so, he often mixes genuine scientific breakthroughs with philosophical musings that have the appearance of being fact-based, but which are often just metaphysical speculations. Episode 14. Preventing Death. Once again, Yogananda's guru appears to be a master of thaumaturgy. This time he apparently has the power to prevent death if asked in the correct manner. Because you and my son think so highly of Swami Sri Yukteswar, I will take a look at him. The tone of voice used by Dr. Narayan Chunder Roy implied he was humoring the whim of half-wits. I concealed my indignation in the best traditions of the proselyter. My companion, a veterinary surgeon, was a confirmed agnostic. His young son Santosh had implored me to take an interest in his father. So far my invaluable aid had been a bit on the invisible side. Dr. Roy accompanied me the following day to Serampur Hermitage. After Master had granted him a brief interview, marked for the most part by stoic silence on both sides, the visitor brusquely departed. Why bring a dead man to the ashram? Sri Yukteswar looked at me inquiringly as soon as the door had closed on the Calcutta skeptic. Sir, the doctor is very much alive, but in short time he will be dead. I was shocked. Sir, this will be a terrible blow to his son. Santosh yet hopes for time to change his father's materialistic views. I beseech you, Master, to help the man. Very well, for your sake. My guru's face was impassive. The proud horse doctor is far gone in diabetes, although he does not know it. In 15 days he will take to his bed. The physicians will give him up for lost. His natural time to leave this earth is 6 weeks from today. Due to your intercession, however, on that date he will recover. But there is one condition. You must get him to wear an astrological bangle. He will doubtless object as violently as one of his horses before an operation. Master chuckled. After a silence, during which I wondered how Santosh and I could best employ the arts of cajolery on the recalcitrant doctor, Sri Yukteswar made further disclosures. As soon as the man gets well, advise him not to eat meat. He will not heed this counsel, however, and in 6 months, just as he is feeling at his best, he will drop dead. Even that 6-month extension of life is granted him only because of your plea. The following day I suggested to Santosh that he order an armlet at the jeweler's. It was ready in a week, but Dr. Roy refused to put it on. I am in the best health. You will never impress me with these astrological superstitions. The doctor glanced at me belligerently. I recalled with amusement that Master had justifiably compared the man to a balky horse. Another 7 days passed. The doctor, suddenly ill, meekly consented to wear the bangle. 2 weeks later, the physician in attendance told me that his patient's case was hopeless. He supplied harrowing details of the ravages inflicted by diabetes. I shook my head. My guru has said that after a sickness lasting 1 month, Dr. Roy will be well. The physician stared at me incredulously, but he sought me out a fortnight later with an apologetic air. "Dr. Roy has made a complete recovery," he exclaimed. "It is the most amazing case in my experience. Never before have I seen a dying man show such an inexplicable comeback. Your guru must indeed be a healing prophet." After one interview with Dr. Roy, during which I repeated Sri Yukteswar's advice about a meatless diet, I did not see the man again for 6 months. He stopped by for a chat one evening as I sat on the piazza of my family home on Gurpar Road. "Tell your teacher that by eating meat frequently I have wholly regained my strength. His unscientific ideas on diet have not influenced me." It was true that Dr. Roy looked a picture of health. But the next day, Santosh came running to me from his home on the next block. "This morning, Father dropped dead." This case was one of my strangest experiences with Master. He healed the rebellious veterinary surgeon in spite of his disbelief, and extended the man's natural term on earth by 6 months, just because of my earnest supplication. Sri Yukteswar was boundless in his kindness when confronted by the urgent prayer of a devotee. A skeptical analysis. On the believable to the unbelievable scale, from 1 to 10, that Sri Yukteswar could ward off death and extend a man's life for 6 extra months, this hovers at a 9+. We don't want to go too far, since very shortly we will transcend that scale when we read about Babaji, the supposed deathless avatar. There is something both cruel and reprehensible in this story that does not reflect well on either Yogananda or Sri Yukteswar. The story revolves around an agnostic doctor who we are told doesn't have long to live, or at least that's what we are led to believe by Sri Yukteswar, who essentially calls him a dead man walking. But Yogananda pleads with his guru to help Dr. Roy to live longer, primarily because his son Santosh wants his father to change his non-religious and materialistic views. Apparently, Yukteswar accedes Yogananda's plaintive request, but with certain key stipulations. Dr. Roy must wear an astrological armlet and turn vegetarian. He apparently does such after his illness gets worse, but later reverts to his old ways. Then unexpectedly dies. Yogananda believes that Sri Yukteswar extended the doctor's life because of his earnest supplication. But the underlying moral has a scorpion sting at the end. If only the doctor had stayed vegetarian, worked with astrology, believed in God, accepted Yogananda's and his guru's admonitions, then he might have lived longer. A divergent interpretation of what really happened is easily forthcoming. Dr. Roy, who suffered from diabetes, lived longer than was at first expected, primarily due to the variances in how a disease progresses and the contingent nature of lifespans, not because of Sri Yukteswar's intervention, even though Yogananda will later attribute it as such. This isn't so much a story of compassion but of judgment, a not-so-subtle warning that bad things happen to those who denounce spiritual advice. Episode 15. A 2-carat blue sapphire. Yogananda then proceeds in the same chapter to inform his readers of yet another healing story. Only this time it concerns a young boy named Sasi, who is also somewhat rebellious and who in time suffered for not obeying his guru's instructions. It was my proudest privilege to bring college friends to meet my guru. Many of them would lay aside, at least in the ashram, their fashionable academic cloak of religious skepticism. One of my friends, Sasi, spent a number of happy weekends in Serampur. Master became immensely fond of the boy and lamented that his private life was wild and disorderly. "Sasi, unless you reform, 1 year hence you will be dangerously ill." Sri Yukteswar gazed at my friend with affectionate exasperation. "Mukunda is the witness. Don't say later that I didn't warn you." Sasi laughed. "Master, I will leave it to you to interest a sweet charity of cosmos in my sad case. My spirit is willing, but my will is weak. You are my only savior on earth. I believe in nothing else. At least you should wear a 2-carat blue sapphire. It will help you. I can't afford one. Anyhow, dear Guruji, if trouble comes, I fully believe you will protect me. In a year you will bring 3 sapphires," Sri Yukteswar replied cryptically. "They will be of no use then." Variations on this conversation took place regularly. "I can't reform," Sasi would say in comical despair, "and my trust in you, Master, is more precious to me than any stone." A year later I was visiting my guru at the Calcutta home of his disciple, Naren Babu. About 10 o'clock in the morning, as Sri Yukteswar and I were sitting quietly in the second-floor parlor, I heard the front door open. Master straightened stiffly. "It is that Sasi," he remarked gravely. "The year is now up. Both his lungs are gone. He has ignored my counsel. Tell him I don't want to see him." Half stunned by Sri Yukteswar's sternness, I raced down the stairway. Sasi was ascending. "Oh, Mukunda, I do hope Master is here. I had a hunch he might be." "Yes, but he doesn't wish to be disturbed." Sasi burst into tears and brushed past me. He threw himself at Sri Yukteswar's feet, placing there 3 beautiful sapphires. "Omniscient Guru, the doctors say I have galloping tuberculosis. They give me no longer than 3 more months. I humbly implore your aid. I know you can heal me." "Isn't it a bit late now to be worrying over your life? Depart with your jewels. Their time of usefulness is past." Master then sat, sphinx-like, in an unrelenting silence, punctuated by the boy's sobs for mercy. An intuitive conviction came to me that Sri Yukteswar was merely testing the depth of Sasi's faith in the divine healing power. I was not surprised a tense hour later when Master turned a sympathetic gaze on my prostrate friend. "Get up, Sasi. What a commotion you make in other people's houses. Return your sapphires to the jewelers. They are an unnecessary expense now. But get an astrological bangle and wear it. Fear not, in a few weeks you shall be well." Sasi's smile illumined his tear-marred face like sudden sun over a sodden landscape. "Beloved Guru, shall I take the medicines prescribed by the doctors?" Sri Yukteswar's glance was longanimous. "Just as you wish, drink them or discard them. It does not matter. It is more possible for the sun and moon to interchange their positions than for you to die of tuberculosis." He added abruptly, "Go now, before I change my mind." With an agitated bow, my friend hastily departed. I visited him several times during the next few weeks and was aghast to find his condition increasingly worse. "Sasi cannot last through the night." These words from his physician and the spectacle of my friend, now reduced almost to a skeleton, sent me post-haste to Serampur. My guru listened coldly to my tearful report. "Why do you come here to bother me? You have already heard me assure Sasi of his recovery." I bowed before him in great awe and retreated to the door. Sri Yukteswar said no parting word, but sank into silence, his unwinking eyes half open, their vision fled to another world. I returned at once to Sasi's home in Calcutta. With astonishment, I found my friend sitting up, drinking milk. "Oh, Mukunda, what a miracle! 4 hours ago I felt Master's presence in the room. My terrible symptoms immediately disappeared. I feel that through his grace I am entirely well." In a few weeks, Sasi was stouter and in better health than ever before. But his singular reaction to his healing had an ungrateful tinge. He seldom visited Sri Yukteswar again. My friend told me one day that he so deeply regretted his previous mode of life that he was ashamed to face Master. I could only conclude that Sasi's illness had had the contrasting effect of stiffening his will and impairing his manners. Skeptical analysis. From astrological armlets to a precious sapphire, it sure seems like Sri Yukteswar is fond of phylacteries, which raises the question of whether it is the object's own hidden energy, unseen by normal eyes, or the subject's own faith in such that is operative. Apparently it is combinatorial and both are necessary. At least that is how Yogananda's autobiography paints it. The boy, Sasi, receives a healing, allegedly because his guru intervened, but instead of becoming more devoted to sadhana, spiritual practice, he seldom visited Sri Yukteswar again. Once more, Autobiography of a Yogi undergirds a remarkable cure with a barbed reprimand, since Sasi's illness had had the contrasting effect of stiffening his will and impairing his manners. Sri Yukteswar displays an impervious, almost disdainful demeanor towards the young boy who asks whether he should take his prescribed medicine or not, telling Sasi that it doesn't matter since he is going to heal him regardless, but with the haughty words, "Go now before I change my mind." The way Yogananda has constructed this anecdote, or parable, it would appear that the healing was secondary to showing Sasi's ungratefulness and why he rarely visited the ashram again. Does Sri Yukteswar really have the power to cure tuberculosis? Or is it more likely that Sasi was on the road to recovery anyways, and that the guru was taking undue credit for it? Episode 16. Fakir and the Disembodied Spirit. The following story seems to have been plucked whole out of 1001 Nights, but according to Yogananda, what transpired actually happened to his guru, who exclaimed, "Years ago, right in this very room you now occupy, a Mohammedan wonder-worker performed 4 miracles before me." Afzal faithfully followed his yoga exercise for 20 years. His miraculous feats began to attract widespread attention. It seems that he was always accompanied by a disembodied spirit whom he called Hazrat. This invisible entity was able to fulfill the fakir's slightest wish. Ignoring his master's warning, Afzal began to misuse his powers. Whatever object he touched and then replaced would soon disappear without a trace. This disconcerting eventuality usually made the Mohammedan an objectionable guest. He visited large jewelry stores in Calcutta from time to time, representing himself as a possible purchaser. Any jewel he handled would vanish shortly after he had left the shop. Afzal was often surrounded by several hundred students attracted by the hope of learning his secrets. The fakir occasionally invited them to travel with him. At the railway station, he would manage to touch a roll of tickets. These he would return to the clerk, remarking, "I have changed my mind and won't buy them now." But when he boarded the train with his retinue, Afzal would be in possession of the required tickets. These exploits created an indignant uproar. Bengali jewelers and ticket sellers were succumbing to nervous breakdowns. The police who sought to arrest Afzal found themselves helpless. The fakir could remove incriminating evidence merely by saying, "Hazrat, take this away." Sri Yukteswar rose from his seat and walked to the balcony of my room, which overlooked the Ganges. I followed him, eager to hear more of the baffling Mohammedan raffles. This Panti house formerly belonged to a friend of mine. He became acquainted with Afzal and asked him here. My friend also invited about 20 neighbors, including myself. I was only a youth then and felt a lively curiosity about the notorious fakir. Master laughed. I took the precaution of not wearing anything valuable. Afzal looked me over inquisitively, then remarked, "You have powerful hands. Go downstairs to the garden, get a smooth stone, and write your name on it with chalk. Then throw the stone as far as possible into the Ganges." I obeyed. As soon as the stone had vanished under distant waves, the Mohammedan addressed me again. "Fill a pot with Ganges water near the front of this house." After I had returned with a vessel of water, the fakir cried, "Hazrat, put the stone in the pot." The stone appeared at once. I pulled it from the vessel and found my signature as legible as when I had written it. Babu, one of my friends in the room, was wearing a heavy antique gold watch and chain. The fakir examined them with ominous admiration. Soon they were missing. "Afzal, please return my prized heirloom." Babu was nearly in tears. The Mohammedan was stoically silent for a while, then said, "You have 500 rupees in an iron safe. Bring them to me, and I will tell you where to locate your timepiece." The distraught Babu left immediately for his home. He came back shortly and handed Afzal the required sum. "Go to the little bridge near your house," the fakir instructed Babu. "Call on Hazrat to give you the watch and chain." Babu rushed away. On his return he was wearing a smile of relief and no jewelry whatever. "When I commanded Hazrat as directed," he announced, "my watch came tumbling down from the air into my right hand. You may be sure I locked the heirloom in my safe before rejoining the group here." Babu's friends, witnesses of the comical tragedy of the ransom for a watch, were staring with resentment at Afzal. He now spoke placatingly. "Please name any drink you want. Hazrat will produce it." A number asked for milk, others for fruit juices. I was not too much shocked when the unnerved Babu requested whiskey. The Mohammedan gave an order. The obliging Hazrat sent sealed containers, sailing down the air and thudding to the floor. Each man found his desired beverage. The promise of the fourth spectacular feat of the day was doubtless gratifying to our host. Afzal offered to supply an instantaneous lunch. "Let us order the most expensive dishes," Babu suggested gloomily. "I want an elaborate meal for my 500 rupees. Everything should be served on gold plates." As soon as each man had expressed his preferences, the fakir addressed himself to the inexhaustible Hazrat. A great rattle ensued. Gold platters filled with intricately prepared curries, hot luchis, and many out-of-season fruits landed from nowhere at our feet. All the food was delicious. After feasting for an hour, we started to leave the room. A tremendous noise, as though dishes were being piled up, caused us to turn around. Lo, there was no sign of the glittering plates or the remnants of the meal. "Guruji," I interrupted, "if Afzal could easily secure such things as gold dishes, why did he covet the property of others?" The fakir was not highly developed spiritually, Sri Yukteswar explained. His mastery of a certain yoga technique gave him access to an astral plane, where any desire is immediately materialized. Through the agency of an astral being, Hazrat, the Mohammedan could summon the atoms of any object from etheric energy by an act of powerful will. But such astrally produced objects are structurally evanescent. They cannot be long retained. Afzal still yearned for worldly wealth, which, though more hardly earned, had a more dependable durability. I laughed. It too sometimes vanishes most unaccountably. Afzal was not a man of God realization. Master went on. Miracles of a permanent and beneficial nature are performed by true saints because they have attuned themselves to the omnipotent Creator. Afzal was merely an ordinary man with an extraordinary power of penetrating a subtle realm not usually entered by mortals until death. Skeptical analysis. The more carefully one reads autobiography, the more incredulous it becomes. Here we are told that a Mohammedan by the name of Afzal Khan, because of his chance encounter with a Hindu yogi, and due to his previous good karma, is taught a series of secret yogic practices which provides him command over one of the invisible realms. Apparently, a disembodied spirit named Hazrat accompanies him, and this invisible entity was able to fulfill the fakir's slightest wish. What is so peculiar about this fanciful tale is that it seems pinched from Arabian Nights, since Hazrat has all the earmarks of a genie. Also jinn from Arabic, jinni, who can grant wishes on command. Indeed, there are over 10 distinct tales in 1001 Nights which have a genie as a pivotal character. The contouring drive of Sri Yukteswar's remembrance seems to have been shaped by Yogananda in order to once again provide us with a moral arc. Moreover, the 4 wonders that Afzal Khan's does perform in one day are only remarkable because they are so banal. If one really does command a genie, would producing whiskey and a free lunch be top on the wish list? Even Yogananda is curiously skeptical about why this Afzal Khan would have to resort to stealing his objects, if he could have just as easily manifested the same out of thin air. To this, Sri Yukteswar gives a deeply unsatisfactory response, arguing that Khan lacked God realization, and because of this his astrally produced objects could only temporarily manifest, disappearing after a set duration. This explanation and Yukteswar's theological spin about why it happened thusly seem contrived at best, yet at its heart is a moral fable, since it is a reminder never to use occult powers selfishly. The last part of the chapter explains why. Master agreed. I never saw Afzal after that day, but a few years later Babu came to my home to show me a newspaper account of the Mohammedan's public confession. From it I learned the facts I have just told you about Afzal's early initiation from a Hindu guru. The gist of the latter part of the published document, as recalled by Sri Yukteswar, was as follows. I, Afzal Khan, am writing these words as an act of penance and as a warning to those who seek the possession of miraculous powers. For years I have been misusing the wondrous abilities imparted to me through the grace of God and my Master. I became drunk with egotism, feeling that I was beyond the ordinary laws of morality. My day of reckoning finally arrived. I recently met an old man on a road outside Calcutta. He limped along painfully, carrying a shining object which looked like gold. I addressed him with greed in my heart. I am Afzal Khan, the great fakir. What have you there? The ball of gold is my sole material wealth that can be of no interest to a fakir. I implore you, sir, to heal my limp. I touched the ball and walked away without reply. The old man hobbled after me. He soon raised an outcry. My gold is gone. As I paid no attention, he suddenly spoke in a stentorian voice that issued oddly from his frail body. Do you not recognize me? I stood speechless, aghast at the belated discovery that this unimpressive old cripple was none other than the great saint who long ago had initiated me into yoga. He straightened himself. His body instantly became strong and youthful. So, my guru's glance was fiery. I see with my own eyes that you use your powers not to help suffering humanity, but to prey on it like a common thief. I withdraw your occult gifts. Hazrat is now freed from you. No longer shall you be a terror and Bengal. I called on Hazrat in anguished tones. For the first time he did not appear to my inner sight. But some dark veil suddenly lifted within me. I saw clearly the blasphemy of my life. My Guru, I thank you for coming to banish my long delusion. I was sobbing at his feet. I promised to forsake my worldly ambitions. I will retire to the mountains for a lonely meditation on God, hoping to atone for my evil past. My master regarded me with silent compassion. I feel your sincerity, he said finally. Because of your earlier years of strict obedience and because of your present repentance, I will grant you one boon. Your other powers are now gone, but whenever food and clothing are needed, you may still call successfully on Hazrat to supply them. Devote yourself wholeheartedly to divine understanding in the mountain solitudes. My guru then vanished. I was left to my tears and reflections. Farewell, world. I go to seek the forgiveness of the cosmic beloved. From a more jaundiced perspective, it seems that instead of possessing miraculous powers, the Mohammedan wonder worker was a thief who was adept at sleight-of-hand magic and used his yogi taught me secrets as a cover. But from Yogananda's purview, perhaps the real lesson is never to use occult or any powers for corrupt reason. Episode 17. Guru Manifestations. The history of religions is replete with stories about prophets, mystics, yogis, and saints who have superluminal visions of the divine. These apparitions range from beholding the Virgin Mary at Fatima to seeing Krishna walking with his gopis. In this section, Yogananda again goes on at length about divine and sudden appearances of Sri Yukteswar. The following day I received a postcard from my guru. I shall leave Calcutta Wednesday morning. He had written, You and Dijan meet the 9 o'clock train at Serampore station. About 8:30 on Wednesday morning, a telepathic message from Sri Yukteswar flashed insistently to my mind. I am delayed, don't meet the 9 o'clock train. I conveyed the latest instructions to Dijan, who was already dressed for departure. You and your intuition. My friend's voice was edged in scorn. I prefer to trust Master's written word. I shrugged my shoulders and seated myself with quiet finality. Muttering angrily, Dijan made for the door and closed it noisily behind him. As the room was rather dark, I moved near to the window overlooking the street. The scant sunlight suddenly increased to an intense brilliancy in which the iron-barred window completely vanished. Against this dazzling background appeared the clearly materialized figure of Sri Yukteswar. Bewildered to the point of shock, I rose from my chair and knelt before him. With my customary gesture of respectful greeting at my guru's feet, I touched his shoes. These were a pair familiar to me of orange-dyed canvas soled with rope. His ochre swami cloth brushed against me. I distinctly felt not only the texture of his robe, but also the gritty surface of the shoes and the pressure of his toes within them. Too much astounded to utter a word, I stood up and gazed at him questioningly. I was pleased that you got my telepathic message. Master's voice was calm, entirely normal. I have now finished my business in Calcutta and shall arrive in Serampore by the 10 o'clock train. As I still stared mutely, Sri Yukteswar went on. This is not an apparition, but my flesh and blood form. I have been divinely commanded to give you this experience, rare to achieve on earth. Meet me at the station. You and Dijan will see me coming toward you. Dressed as I am now, I shall be preceded by a fellow passenger, a little boy carrying a silver jug. My guru placed both hands on my head with a murmured blessing. As he concluded with the words, Tabasi, I heard a peculiar rumbling sound. His body began to melt gradually within the piercing light. First his feet and legs vanished, then his torso and head, like a scroll being rolled up. To the very last I could feel his fingers resting lightly on my hair. The effulgence faded. Nothing remained before me but the barred window and a pale stream of sunlight. I remained in a half-stupor of confusion, questioning whether I had not been the victim of an hallucination. The crestfallen Dijan soon entered the room. Master was not on the 9 o'clock train, nor even the 9:30. My friend made his announcement with a slightly apologetic air. Come then, I know he will arrive at 10 o'clock. I took Dijon's hand and rushed him forcibly along with me, heedless of his protests. In about 10 minutes we entered the station where the train was already puffing to a halt. The whole train is filled with the light of Master's aura. He is there, I exclaimed joyfully. You dreamed so. Dijon laughed mockingly. Let us wait here. I told my friend details of the way in which our guru would approach us. As I finished my description, Sri Yukteswar came into view, wearing the same clothes I had seen a short time earlier. He walked slowly in the wake of a small lad bearing a silver jug. For a moment, a wave of cold fear passed through me at the unprecedented strangeness of my experience. I felt the materialistic 20th century world slipping from me. Was I back in the ancient days when Jesus appeared before Peter on the sea? As Sri Yukteswar, a modern yogic Christ, reached the spot where Dijon and I were speechlessly rooted, Master smiled at my friend and remarked, I sent you a message too, but you were unable to grasp it. Dijon was silent but glared at me suspiciously. After we had escorted our guru to his hermitage, my friend and I proceeded toward Serampore College. Dijon halted in the street, indignation streaming from his every pore. So, Master sent me a message, yet you concealed it. I demand an explanation. Can I help it if your mental mirror oscillates with such restlessness that you cannot register our guru's instructions? I retorted. The anger vanished from Dijon's face. I see what you mean, he said ruefully, but please explain how you could know about the child with the jug. By the time I had finished the story of Master's phenomenal appearance at the boarding house that morning, my friend and I had reached Serampore College. The account I have just heard of our guru's powers, Dijon said, makes me feel that any university in the world is only a kindergarten. A skeptical analysis. I have noticed a recurring structural pattern in several of Yogananda's stories when they involve a sibling or friend who is close in age to him. They are competitive apologues. Apologues where those who question or doubt his intuitions, visions, or predictions invariably get their respective comeuppance in the end. We first saw it with the elder sister, Uma, concerning a boil, then with a kite, and now it arises again with his brother disciple, Guru Bai. Dijon, who when doubting Yogananda's intuition is eventually corrected and slightly reprimanded by Sri Yukteswar. In each of these stories, and several more, Yogananda comes out the winner. Humans are fond of hierarchies, and India is an especially multi-layered culture. See Louis Dumont's Controversio Homo Hierarchicus, The Caste System and Its Implications, for more on caste and color. We are fond of status stratifications, since in the Darwinian struggle for existence it is imperative that we find any leverage, social or otherwise, over other competitive creatures scavenging about us for rare resources, be they economic or prestige-laden. Hence, it is not shocking to see Yogananda wanting to one-up his companions on occasion, particularly if they question his spiritual realizations. Once again, we confront the strange ordinariness of the miracles that abound in the day-to-day life recounted in the Autobiography. In this case, Sri Yukteswar is going to be an hour later than expected, which, given the Indian railway system, doesn't seem to be an earth-shattering problem, but this necessitates a visionary, nay bodily, intervention. Yogananda initially gets a hunch that his guru's arrival is not going to be on the 9 o'clock train, as instructed, but the later 10 o'clock one. He then apparently conveys the premonition directly to Dijon, who dismisses it angrily. This seems to ruffle Yogananda a bit, so he sits down near the window, looking out at what he refers to as the scant sunlight. All of a sudden, this very light turns into a beatific manifestation of Sri Yukteswar. Not only does his guru confirm Yogananda's intuition, "See Dijan, you are wrong again," but he adds, "This is not an apparition, but my flesh and blood form. I have been divinely commanded to give you this experience rare to achieve on earth." What are we to make of this outrageous claim on Yogananda's part, since we don't have Yukteswar's version? Do physical bodies truly bilocate because one is arriving an hour later than expected? Or is this a dramatic rendition where Yogananda, quite intentionally perhaps, demonstrates his spiritual superiority over Dijan? The contextual underlining of this story has an interesting psychological layer, tying it together with forces the reader, not only to doubt the radiant but physical form of Sri Yukteswar, showing up through the window sills unannounced, but to wonder why being an hour late would necessitate such a divine visitation. Yogananda has lots of visions, but never seems to question whether they are projections of his own mind. To counter this obvious criticism, he customarily has his guru confirm, even if opaquely, that what Yogananda envisioned was generated by Sri Yukteswar himself. Yet if the vision of his guru is truly physical, then why, right after this event, does he confess that he remained in a half-stupor of confusion, questioning whether he had not been the victim of hallucination? Hume's maxim is educative here, where he argues in his 1748 seminal text, An Inquiry Concerning Human Knowledge, that no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle, unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. Also helpful in this regard is Thomas Jefferson's admonition, "1,000 phenomena present themselves daily which we cannot explain, but where facts are suggested, bearing no analogy with the laws of nature as yet known to us, their verity needs proofs proportioned to their difficulty." Finally, and more simply put, we can employ Carl Sagan's rewording of Pierre-Simon Laplace's early dictum: extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence. Though Yogananda's tales are enthralling, he doesn't back them up with enough evidence to make them wholly believable. I don't doubt that he is certain of what he witnessed, but that certainty doesn't easily translate over to his more quizzical-minded readers. Episode 18. Burning Karma. Master dangerously ill. This telegram from Audi reached me shortly after my return to Sarampur. "Sir," I wired my guru frantically, "I ask for your promise not to leave me. Please keep your body, otherwise I also shall die." "Be it as you wish." This was Sri Yukteswar's reply from Kashmir. A letter from Audi arrived in a few days, informing me that Master had recovered. On his return to Sarampur during the next fortnight, I was grieved to find my guru's body reduced to half its usual weight. Fortunately for his disciples, Sri Yukteswar burned many of their sins in the fire of his severe fever in Kashmir. The metaphysical method of physical transfer of disease is known to highly advanced yogis. A strong man can assist a weaker one by helping him to carry his heavy load. A spiritual superman is able to minimize his disciples' physical or mental burdens by sharing the karma of their past actions. Just as a rich man loses some money when he pays off a large debt from his prodigal son, who is thus saved from dire consequences of his own folly, so a master willingly sacrifices a portion of his bodily wealth to lighten the misery of his disciples. By a secret method, the yogi unites his mind and astral vehicle with those of a suffering individual. The disease is conveyed, wholly or in part, to the saint's body. Having harvested God on the physical field, a master no longer cares what happens to that material form. Though he may allow it to register a certain disease in order to relieve others, his mind is never affected. He considers himself fortunate in being able to render such aid. A skeptical analysis. Many disciples of gurus in India I have met believe their spiritual teachers can actually burn off karma. In this account, we are informed that Sri Yukteswar burned many of their sins in the fire of his severe fever in Kashmir. Yogananda posits that his guru did this by a literal, physical transfer of disease from his student's own body onto his. This explains in part why such exalted saints get sick and have other ailments. It's not due to their own sins or negative karma, but because they are so merciful that they are willing to sacrifice their health for others. I have long suspected that this type of reasoning was common among devotees since it helped explain that which on the surface looks inexplicable, especially if the master is viewed as perfect. I recall seeing my own guru, Charan Singh, being somewhat ill after conducting massive initiations at the Dera in Punjab, India. My more orthodox friends would invariably tell me that Charan was suffering from a bad cold at this time because he was taking on the karmas of his new initiates. However, I had a much simpler explanation which put me in a more heretical camp. Charan got sick because he was in such close proximity to thousands of people, and this was why he may have caught a cold or a flu. It wasn't that he consciously took on their karmas, but that he unconsciously took on their infections. The idea of vicarious atonement, which has been articulated to a high degree in Christianity, is an ancient concept where our chosen deities or gods or heroes go through trials and tribulations and suffer accordingly because they take the burden of our sins onto their own bodies. Essentially, we suffer less as they suffer more. As Yogananda goes on to clarify, the devotee who has achieved final salvation in the Lord finds that his body has completely fulfilled its purpose. He can then use it in any way he deems fit. His work in the world is to alleviate the sorrows of mankind, whether through spiritual means or by intellectual counsel, or through willpower or by the physical transfer of disease. Escaping to the superconsciousness whenever he so desires, a master can remain oblivious to physical suffering. Sometimes he chooses to bear bodily pain stoically, as an example to disciples. By putting on ailments of others, a yogi can satisfy for them the karmic law of cause and effect. This law is mechanically or mathematically operative. Its workings can be scientifically manipulated by men of divine wisdom. While this type of metaphysical logic appeals to devotees of differing religions, it isn't persuasive or evidential to those who are not so affiliated or invested in the specific tradition. To the skeptic, it looks to be a classic case of projection and justification. Episode 19. Religious Conversion. A common theme running throughout Autobiography of a Yogi is the tension between religious believers and those who have a more secular or agnostic outlook. In this chapter, Yogananda tries to help convert his sister's husband away from materialism to a more spiritual outlook. As a loyal Hindu wife, I do not wish to complain of my husband, but I yearn to see him turn from his materialistic views. He delights in ridiculing the pictures of saints in my meditation room. Dear brother, I have deep faith that you can help him, will you? My eldest sister, Roma, gazed beseechingly at me. I was paying a visit at her Calcutta home on Girish Vidyaratnan Lane. Her plea touched me, for she had exercised a profound spiritual influence over my early life, and had lovingly tried to fill the void left in the family circle by mother's death. Beloved sister, of course I will do anything I can. I smiled, eager to lift the gloom plainly visible on her face, in contrast to her usual calm and cheerful expression. Roma and I sat a while in silent prayer for guidance. A year earlier, my sister had asked me to initiate her into Kriya Yoga, in which she was making notable progress. An inspiration seized me. "Tomorrow," I said, "I am going to Dakshineswar temple. Please come with me and persuade your husband to accompany us. I feel that in the vibrations of that holy place, Divine Mother will touch his heart. But don't disclose our object in wanting him to go." Sister agreed hopefully. Very early the next morning, I was pleased to find that Roma and her husband were in readiness for the trip. As our hackney carriage rattled along Upper Circular Road toward Dakshineswar, my brother-in-law, Satish Chandra Bose, amused himself by deriding spiritual gurus of the past, present, and future. I noticed that Roma was quietly weeping. "Mukunda, how can you admire worthless humbugs?" Satish was saying. "A sadhu's very appearance is repulsive. He is either as thin as a skeleton or as unholy fat as an elephant." I shouted with laughter. My good-natured reaction was annoying to Satish. He retired into sullen silence. As our cab entered the Dakshineswar grounds, he grinned sarcastically. "This excursion, I suppose, is a scheme to reform me." As I turned away without reply, he caught my arm. "Young Mr. Monk," he said, "don't forget to make proper arrangements with the temple authorities to provide for our noon meal." "I am going to meditate now. Do not worry about your lunch," I said sharply. "Divine Mother will look after that." "I don't trust Divine Mother to do a single thing for me, but I do hold you responsible for my food." Satish's tones were threatening. I proceeded alone to the colonnaded hall which fronts the large temple of Kali, or Mother Nature. Selecting a shady spot near one of the pillars, I arranged my body in the lotus posture. Although it was only about 7 o'clock, the morning sun would soon be oppressive. The world receded as I became devotionally entranced. My mind was concentrated on Goddess Kali, whose image at Dakshineswar had been the special object of adoration by the great master, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa. In answer to his anguished demands, the stone image of this very temple had often taken a living form and conversed with him. "Silent Mother, with stony heart, I prayed. Thou becamest filled with life at the request of thy beloved devotee Ramakrishna. Why dost thou not also heed the wails of this yearning son of thine?" My aspiring zeal increased boundlessly, accompanied by a divine peace. Yet, when 5 hours had passed and the goddess whom I was inwardly visualizing had made no response, I felt slightly disheartened. Sometimes it is a test by God to delay the fulfillment of prayers, but he eventually appears to the persistent devotee in whatever form he holds dear. A devout Christian sees Jesus. A Hindu beholds Krishna, or the goddess Kali, or an expanding light if his worship takes an impersonal turn. Reluctantly, I opened my eyes and saw that the temple doors were being locked by a priest in conformance with a noon-hour custom. I rose from my secluded seat under the open-roofed hall and stepped into the courtyard. Its stone floor was scorching under the midday sun. My bare feet were painfully burned. "Divine Mother," I silently remonstrated, "thou didst not come to me in vision, and now thou art hidden in the temple behind closed doors. I wanted to offer a special prayer to thee today on behalf of my brother-in-law." My inward petition was instantly acknowledged. First, a delightful cold wave descended over my back and under my feet, banishing all discomfort. Then, to my amazement, the temple became greatly magnified. Its large door slowly opened, revealing the stone figure of Goddess Kali. Gradually it changed into a living form, smilingly nodding and greeting, thrilling me with joy indescribable. As if by a mystic syringe, the breath was withdrawn from my lungs. My body became very still, though not inert. An ecstatic enlargement of consciousness followed. I could see clearly for several miles over the Ganges River to my left and beyond the temple in the entire Dakshineswar precincts. The walls of all buildings glimmered transparently. Through them, I observed people walking to and fro over distant acres. Though I was breathless and my body in a strangely quiet state, yet I was able to move my hands and feet freely. For several minutes, I experimented in closing and opening my eyes. In either state, I saw distinctly the whole Dakshineswar panorama. Spiritual sight, X-ray-like, penetrates into all matter. The divine eye is center everywhere, circumference nowhere. I realized anew, standing there in the sunny courtyard, that when man ceases to be a prodigal child of God, engrossed in a physical world, indeed dream, baseless as a bubble, he re-inherits his eternal realms. If escapism be a need of man, cramped in his narrow personality, can any escape compare with the majesty of omnipresence? In my sacred experience at Dakshineswar, the only extraordinarily enlarged objects were the temple and the form of the goddess. Everything else appeared in its normal dimensions, although each was enclosed in a halo of mellow light white, blue, and pastel rainbow hues. My body seemed to be of ethereal substance, ready to levitate. Fully conscious of any material surroundings, I was looking about me and taking a few steps without disturbing the continuity of the blissful vision. Behind the temple walls, I suddenly glimpsed my brother-in-law as he sat under the thorny branches of a sacred bel tree. I could effortlessly discern the course of his thoughts. Somewhat uplifted under the holy influence of Dakshineswar, his mind yet held unkind reflections about me. I turned directly to the gracious form of the goddess. "Divine Mother," I prayed, "wilt thou not spiritually change my sister's husband?" The beautiful figure, hitherto silent, spoke at last. "Thy wish is granted." I looked happily at Satish, as though instinctively aware that some spiritual power was at work. He rose resentfully from his seat on the ground. I saw him running behind the temple. He approached me, shaking his fist. The all-embracing vision disappeared. No longer could I see the glorious goddess. The towering temple was reduced to its ordinary size, minus its transparency. Again my body sweltered under the fierce rays of the sun. I jumped to the shelter of the pillared hall where Satish pursued me angrily. I looked at my watch. It was 1 o'clock. The divine vision had lasted an hour. "You little fool," my brother-in-law blurted out. "You have been sitting there cross-legged and cross-eyed for 6 hours. I have gone back and forth watching you. Where's my food? Now the temple is closed. You failed to notify the authorities. We are left without lunch." The exultation I felt at the goddess's presence was still vibrant within my heart. I was emboldened to exclaim, "Divine Mother will feed us." Satish was beside himself with rage. "Once and for all," he shouted, "I would like to see your Divine Mother giving us food without prior arrangements." His words were hardly uttered when a temple priest crossed the courtyard and joined us. "Son," he addressed me, "I have been observing your face serenely glowing during hours of meditation. I saw the arrival of your party this morning and felt a desire to put aside ample food for your lunch. It is against the temple rules to feed those who do not make a request beforehand, but I have made an exception for you." I thanked him and gazed straight into Satish's eyes. He flushed with emotion, lowering his gaze in silent repentance. When we were served a lavish meal, including out-of-season mangoes, I noticed that my brother-in-law's appetite was meager. He was bewildered, diving deep into the ocean of thought. On the return journey to Calcutta, Satish, with softened expression, occasionally glanced at me pleadingly. But he did not speak a single word after the moment the priest had appeared to invite us to lunch, as though in direct answer to Satish's challenge. The following afternoon, I visited my sister at her home. She greeted me affectionately. "Dear brother," she cried, "what a miracle! Last evening my husband wept openly before me." "Beloved Devi," he said, "I am happily beyond expression that this reforming scheme of your brother's has wrought a transformation. I am going to undo every wrong I have done you. From tonight we will use our large bedroom only as a place of worship. Your small meditation room shall be changed into our sleeping quarters. I am sincerely sorry that I have ridiculed your brother. For the shameful way I have been acting, I will punish myself by not talking to Mukunda until I have progressed in the spiritual path. Deeply I will seek the Divine Mother from now on. Someday I must surely find her." Years later, I visited my brother-in-law in Delhi. I was overjoyed to perceive that he had developed highly in self-realization and had been blessed by the vision of Divine Mother. During my stay with him, I noticed that Satish secretly spent the greater part of every night in divine meditation, though he was suffering from a serious ailment and was engaged during the day at his office. A skeptical analysis. What a difference a good meal makes. Yogananda liked to convert agnostics into believers, and this story concerning his brother-in-law Satish is just one of a series where a doubter turns into a believer because of some divine intervention, or so we are told. Yet what seems strange is how easily Satish converts because of an unexpected lunch at a temple. Instead of making adequate preparations, Yogananda, as his habit, relies on the Divine Mother to do his bidding when in desperate need. Thus, when Satish gets angry at Yogananda for not arranging a meal, taunts him and basically asks for a minor miracle, Yogananda, not skipping a beat, exclaims, "Divine Mother will feed us." And just on cue, a temple mahant shows up saying how impressed he was with Yogananda's serene meditational posturing and thus laid aside food for the young pilgrims. Apparently Satish sees this as a divine intervention, as does Yogananda, and thus he has a change of heart and becomes developed highly in self-realization and had been blessed by the vision of Divine Mother. Two things are operational in the narrative. First and foremost, Yogananda has God's ear and she inevitably responds when called. And second, tiny miracles can change a cold, cynical heart into a loving devotee. It is a tale of conversion, which is prevalent throughout the world's religions. Yet if we look at it more equitably, it is not at all surprising that a temple priest would offer lunch to two young Hindus even if it was outside the normal feeding time. Thus, the story is one of coincidence. That Yogananda and Satish take it to be more is not surprising, since it is a very common reaction in many religious communities. Those not so invested don't see a sacred, invisible hand at work. Episode 20. The Science of Yoga. For me, the lasting value of the autobiography is its emphasis on meditation, yoga, and ethical living. These three jewels stand out as wonderful reminders of what is humanly possible, even if the miracles and other extraordinary claims do not ultimately pass the muster. The ancient rishi, Patanjali, defines yoga as control of the fluctuations of the mind stuff. His very short and masterly expositions, the Yoga Sutras, form one of the 6 systems of Hindu philosophy. In contradistinction to Western philosophies, all 6 Hindu systems embody not only theoretical but practical teachings. In addition to every conceivable ontological inquiry, the 6 systems formulate 6 definite disciplines aimed at the permanent removal of suffering and the attainment of timeless bliss. The common thread linking all 6 systems is the declaration that no true freedom for man is possible without knowledge of the ultimate reality. The later Upanishads uphold the Yoga Sutras, among the 6 systems as containing the most efficacious methods for achieving direct perception of truth. Through the practical techniques of yoga, man leaves behind forever the barren realms of speculation and cognizes in experience the veritable essence. The yoga system as outlined by Patanjali is known as the Eightfold Path. The first steps, 1. Yama, and 2. Niyama, require observance of 10 negative and positive moralities, avoidance of injury to others, of untruthfulness, of stealing, of incontinence, of gift receiving, which brings obligations, and purity of body and mind, contentment, self-discipline, study, and devotion to God. The next steps are 3 asana, right posture. The spiral column must be held straight and the body firm in a comfortable position for meditation. 4. Pranayama, control of prana, subtle life currents, and 5. Pratyahara, withdrawal of the senses from external objects. The last steps are forms of yoga proper. 6. Dharana, concentration, holding the mind to one thought. 7. Dhyana, meditation. And 8. Samadhi, superconscious perception. This is the Eightfold Path of Yoga which leads one to the final goal of Kaivalya, absoluteness, a term which might be more comprehensibly put as realization of the truth beyond all intellectual apprehension. Which is greater, one may ask, a Swami or a Yogi? If and when final oneness with God is achieved, the distinctions of the various paths disappear. The Bhagavad Gita, however, points out that the methods of yoga are all-embracive. Its techniques are not meant only for certain types and temperaments, such as those few who incline toward the monastic life. Yoga requires no formal allegiance, because the yogic science satisfies a universal need. It has a natural, universal applicability. A true yogi may remain dutifully in the world. There he is like butter on water, and not like the easily diluted milk of unchurned and undisciplined humanity. To fulfill one's earthly responsibilities is indeed the higher path, provided the yogi, maintaining a mental uninvolvement with egotistical desires, plays his part as a willing instrument of God. There are a number of great souls living in American or European or other non-Hindu bodies today who, though they may never have heard the words yogi and swami, are yet true exemplars of those terms. Through their disinterested service to mankind, or through their mastery over passions and thoughts, or through their single-hearted love of God, or through their great powers of concentration, they are, in a sense, yogis. They have set themselves the goal of yoga self-control. These men could rise to even greater heights if they were taught the definite science of yoga, which makes possible a more conscious direction of one's mind and life. Yoga has been superficially misunderstood by certain Western writers, but its critics have never been its practitioners. Among many thoughtful tributes to yoga may be mentioned one by Dr. C.G. Jung, the famous Swiss psychologist. When a religious method recommends itself as scientific, it can be certain of its public in the West. Yoga fulfills this expectation. Dr. Jung writes, quite apart from the charm of the new and the fascination of the half-understood, there is good cause for yoga to have many adherents. It offers the possibility of controllable experience, and thus satisfies the scientific need of facts, and besides this, by reason of its breadth and depth, its venerable age, its doctrine and method, which include every phase of life, it promises undreamed-of possibilities. Every religious or philosophical practice means a psychological discipline that is a method of mental hygiene. The manifold purely bodily procedures of yoga also mean a physiological hygiene which is superior to ordinary gymnastics and breathing exercises inasmuch as it is not merely mechanistic and scientific, but also philosophical. In its training of the parts of the body, it unites them with the whole of the spirit, as is quite clear, for instance, in the pranayama exercises where prana is both the breath and the universal dynamics of the cosmos. When the thing which the individual is doing is also a cosmic event, the event experienced in the body, the innervation, unites with the emotion of the spirit, the universal idea. And out of this there develops a lively unity which no technique, however scientific, can produce. Yoga practice is unthinkable and would also be ineffectual without the concepts on which yoga is based. It combines the bodily and the spiritual with each other in an extraordinarily complete way. In the East, where these ideas and practices have developed, and where for several thousand years an unbroken tradition has created the necessary spiritual foundations, yoga is, as I can readily believe, the perfect and appropriate method of fusing body and mind together so that they form a unity, which is scarcely to be questioned. This unity creates a psychological disposition, which makes possible intuitions that transcend consciousness. The Western day is indeed nearing when the inner science of self-control will be found as necessary as the outer conquest of nature. This new atomic age will see men's minds sobered and broadened by the now scientifically indisputable truth that matter is in reality a concentrate of energy. Finer forces of the human mind can and must liberate energies greater than those within stones and metals, lest the material atomic giant, newly unleashed, turn on the world in mindless destruction. Skeptical analysis. When Yogananda wrote the preceding, yoga was only known and practiced among a certain limited percentage of Americans. Today, Hatha Yoga in particular has become a worldwide phenomenon with adherents from almost all corners of the globe. It is now generally recognized as a healthy, stress-reducing exercise, even shorn of its Hindu iconography. Meditation as well has become widely adopted, even by individuals and businesses that are not religiously minded. In addition, vegetarian and vegan diets have become a viable alternative for millions who are concerned with improving their health, the environment, and lessening the suffering of animals. In this regard, Yogananda's writings have been exceptionally influential and have inspired thousands, if not millions, to change their lifestyle. The problem for the skeptics, and it is a danger whenever diamonds are mixed with rubble, is to avoid the temptation of throwing out the baby with the bathwater. If one does a cynical reading of Yogananda's book, it may be tempting, given his predisposition for myth-mongering, to dismiss everything he says as so much pseudoscientific bunkum. But that would be a serious mistake, since Yogananda has much to say that has merit and is worthy of deep consideration. Let us underline why. First, mastering various bodily postures, known as asanas, is extremely helpful in making one much more limber, allowing for greater agility in difficult situations. As a surfer, I have long noticed how doing specific yogic poses has improved my ability to ride waves in heavy conditions. Many athletes around the globe, from footballers to basketballers to golfers, have included doing asanas in their daily routine. In each of these sports, increasing one's flexibility is elemental. Second, mastering breath control, known as pranayama, has been medically proven to improve not only one's health, but increases stamina and can significantly reduce anxiety. Yogis realized early on that how we breathe alters how we think and behave. Learning how to alter our oxygen intake can dramatically improve our ability to remain calm in dangerous situations. As Satvir S. Khalsa, assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, explains, one study showed that pranayama significantly reduces the risk of arrhythmia, an abnormal heart rhythm that may prevent the heart from pumping enough blood to the body, by changing underlying electrophysiological characteristics of heart activity in patients with arrhythmia. The work of pranayama researcher Luciano Bernardi in Italy has identified a strong capability for slow breathing practices to have profound effects on the autonomic nervous system, including the capability of reducing blood pressure, even in patients with hypertension, high blood pressure, over the short term. In a subsequent study lending credence to the possibility of the efficacy of yoga for this condition, the effect of pranayama on hypertension blood pressure was documented. Patients who practiced 3 months of slow breathing showed significant reductions in blood pressure. In one intriguing study, breath control exercises were posited as an inexpensive, accessible method for reducing cigarette cravings. Participants visited the laboratory twice and were asked to abstain from smoking 12 hours prior to the first visit until the end of the second visit. They were randomly allocated into 2 groups. One was assigned a 10-minute yogic breathing exercise to practice each time they experienced cravings, while another was shown a breathing exercise video and asked to simply concentrate on their breathing. Results showed that craving measures were reduced in the yogic breathing group as compared with the video group. Third, although the practice of meditation, dhyan, includes many varied methods, the ability to focus one's attention for prolonged periods of time has remarkable benefits. One such concentrative iteration, known generally as mindfulness, has become increasingly popular, as the well-known neuroscientist and author Sam Harris elucidates. I generally recommend a method called vipassana, in which one cultivates a form of attention widely known as mindfulness. There's nothing spooky or irrational about mindfulness, and the literature on its psychological benefits is now substantial. Mindfulness is simply a state of clear, non-judgmental, and non-discursive attention to the contents of consciousness, whether pleasant or unpleasant. Developing this quality of mind has been shown to reduce pain, anxiety, and depression, improve cognitive function, and even produce changes in gray matter density in regions of the brain related to learning and memory, emotional regulation, and self-awareness. Yogananda championed his own particular brand of yoga that he learned from his guru, Sri Yukteswar, who in turn learned it from his master, Lahiri Mahasaya. It is called Kriya Yoga and includes elements of several differing yogic systems, including Hatha, Raja, and Shapt Yoga, etc. The problem, of course, is that the more scientifically verifiable aspects of Kriya Yoga are too often intertwined with inflated theological dogmas. The critical practitioner of Hindu and Buddhist arts must have a finely tuned sense of discrimination, since though there is much to admire and appreciate in differing yoga systems, it is often encrusted with mythological superstructures that are antiquated and inaccurate. Episode 21. Kriya Yoga. The following is a verifiable minefield of good information encased in questionable historical exegesis and hyperbolic pretensions that plunge off the cliff of plausibility. It is a literary package that should come with a warning emblazoned in bold, "Reader beware, you are entering into an astral mix of sense and insensibility." Kriya Yoga is a simple, psychophysiological method by which the human blood is decarbonized and recharged with oxygen. The atoms of this extra oxygen are transmuted into life current to rejuvenate the brain and spinal centers. By stopping the accumulation of venous blood, the yogi is able to lessen or prevent the decay of tissues. The advanced yogi transmutes his cells into pure energy. Elijah, Jesus, Kabir, and other prophets were past masters in the use of kriya or a similar technique, by which they caused their bodies to dematerialize at will. Kriya is an ancient science. Lahiri Mahasaya received it from his guru Babaji, who rediscovered and clarified the technique after it had been lost in the Dark Ages. The Kriya Yoga which I am giving to the world through you in this 19th century, Babaji told Lahiri Mahasaya, is a revival of the same science which Krishna gave millenniums ago to Arjuna, and which was later known to Patanjali and to Christ, St. John, St. Paul, and other disciples. Kriya Yoga is referred to by Krishna, India's greatest prophet, in a stanza of the Bhagavad Gita, offering inhaling breath into the outgoing breath, and offering the outgoing breath into the inhaling breath. The yogi neutralizes both these breaths. He thus releases the life force from the heart and brings it under control. The interpretation is, the yogi arrests decay in the body by an addition of life force, and arrests the mutations of growth in the body by apan, eliminating current, thus neutralizing decay and growth. By quieting the heart, the yogi learns life control. Krishna also relates that it was he in a former incarnation who communicated the indestructible yoga to an ancient Illuminato, Vivasvat, who gave it to Manu, the great legislator. He in turn instructed Ikshwaku, the father of India's solar warrior dynasty. Passing thus from one to another, the royal yoga was guarded by the rishis under the coming of the materialistic ages. Then, due to priestly secrecy and man's indifference, the sacred knowledge gradually became inaccessible. Kriya Yoga is mentioned twice by the ancient sage Patanjali, foremost exponent of yoga, who wrote, Kriya Yoga consists of body discipline, mental control, and meditating on Om. Patanjali speaks of God as the actual cosmic sound of Om, heard in meditation. Om is the creator word, the sound of the vibratory motor. Even the yoga beginner soon inwardly hears the wondrous sound of Om. Receiving this blissful spiritual encouragement, the devotee becomes assured that he is in actual touch with divine realms. Patanjali refers a second time to the life control or Kriya technique thus. Liberation can be accomplished by that pranayama which is attained by disjoining the course of inspiration and expiration. St. Paul knew Kriya Yoga, or a technique very similar, by which he could switch life currents to and from the senses. He was therefore able to say, Verily I protest by our rejoicing which I have in Christ, I die daily. By daily withdrawing his bodily life force, he united it by yoga union with the rejoicing eternal bliss of the Christ consciousness. In that felicitous state, he was consciously aware of being dead to the delusive sensory world of Maya. A skeptical analysis. Let me say right at the outset that I think Kriya Yoga works, but not for the reasons that Yogananda thinks. I have noticed that in many spiritual practices from around the world, that advocates tend to believe that their specific discipline is also found in all or most of the world's religions, but under different names. They want to find a universality to their particular sadhana, but in so doing tend to either overstate their case or completely misunderstand the stark differences between them. For example, Yogananda alleges that Krishna, Patanjali, Jesus, St. Paul, New Testament, Elijah, Old Testament, Kabir, and other prophets were past masters in use of Kriya or a similar technique, by which they caused their bodies to dematerialize at will. Let's unpack Yogananda's most audacious claim first. 1. These past mystics were able to dematerialize at will. There is no substantiated evidence that Kabir or St. John or Patanjali could actually deconstruct their material corpus by conscious willpower. This is pure and simple hyperbole, which has no basis in historical fact. Moreover, there is also no evidence, outside of Yogananda's peculiar hermeneutics at play, that the Kriya Yoga technique was employed by Jewish or Christian mystics. Yes, they may have had their own spiritual disciplines, but it is a stretch, lacking hard proof, that these were almost exactly the same as Kriya Yoga, which is a simple, psychophysiological method by which the human blood is decarbonized and recharged with oxygen. The atoms of this extra oxygen are transmuted into life current to rejuvenate the brain and spinal centers. 2. While Kriya Yoga is undoubtedly helpful to those fortunate to take up its system of exercises, the reason for its efficacy may have nothing to do with transmuting cells into pure energy. The exact science behind how and why Kriya Yoga works is still open to scientific investigation and discussion. Some suggestive studies have been conducted and the results are encouraging, but they shouldn't be overly hyped. Eric Hoffman, in his article, Mapping the Brain's Activity After Kriya Yoga, has summarized some of the results so far. The considerable increase in alpha and theta activity in most regions of the brain after meditation indicates that the brain is deeply relaxed and focused following Kriya Yoga. It also shows that through the meditation, the subjects have obtained a better contact with their subconscious and their emotions. The great increase of alpha in the right temporal lobe is an interesting finding. Recent research in the U.S. has shown that depressed introvert people have more alpha in the left frontal temporal region, while optimistic extrovert people have more alpha in the right side. According to the research, an increase in alpha in the right side, as found in this study of Kriya Yoga, counteracts stress and depression. Several scientific studies have demonstrated that theta rhythms in the EEG mixed with alpha correlate with the appearance of previously unconscious feelings, images, and memories. Brain researchers claim that a person in the high alpha-theta state is able to confront and integrate unconscious processes. This knowledge from modern research supports the experience that yogis have had from Kriya Yoga over thousands of years, that the meditative state, characterized by high alpha-theta activity, can bring about a release or cleansing of unconscious material in a person. This study demonstrates that Kriya Yoga is an extremely effective technique for raising the alpha-theta activity in the EEG, and therefore it also strengthens the associated positive effects. Another study was conducted on effect of Sudarshan Kriya meditation on gamma, alpha, and theta rhythm during working memory task, which was published in the International Journal of Yoga. The authors, Sushil Chandra, Grishma Sharma, Alok Prakash Mittal, and Devendra Jha, explains the gist in their published abstract. Aims. The present study focuses on analyzing the effects of Sudarshan Kriya Yoga, SKY, on brain signals during a working memory, WM task, to envision the significant effects of SKY on WM capacity, WMC. We chose a control group for contriving a cogent comparison that could be corroborated using statistical tests. Subjects and methods. A total of 25 subjects were taken in the study, of which 10 were allotted to a control group and 15 to an experimental group. Electroencephalograph was taken during a WM task, which was an automated operation span test before and after SKY with 90-day intervals. No SKY was given to the control group. Statistical analysis used. T-test and one-way ANOVA were applied. Results. SKY promoted the efficient use of energy and power spectral density, PSD, for different brain rhythms in the desired locations as depicted by the gamma, F8 channel, alpha and theta 2, F7 and FC5 bands. It was found that gamma PSD reduced for both phases of memory in the experimental group. Alpha energy increased during the retrieval phase in the experimental group after Sky. Theta 1 rhythm was not affected by Sky. Theta 2 had shown left hemispheric activation. Theta rhythm was associated with memory consolidation. Conclusions. Sky had shown minimized energy losses while performing the task. Sky can improve WMC by changing the brain rhythms such that energy is utilized efficiently in performing the task. As a lifelong practitioner of Shabd Yoga, I understand from my own personal experiences that listening to the inner sound current is an invigorating practice and has much to recommend. However, I think we should be cautious before making absolute claims about what it ultimately means and its final ontological status. Yogananda himself may have first learned how to perform Shabd Yoga exercises from an initiate of the Radha-Swami path. The technique is extremely simple. Sitting in a comfortable posture, the neophyte plugs both his ears and concentrates on the subtle inner sounds he or she hears from the center or right side of their head. The key after long practice is to listen to progressively subtler sounds, particularly a bell sound in the beginning which becomes more refined over time. Yogananda's organization, Self-Realization Fellowship, uses a wooden tea stick known as an Om board, which allows the student to rest his elbows while plugging each ear. I too have used the same device and have even built a number of them as well. The catch here is that we tend to conflate our inner experiences with an outward theological doctrine, believing that the latter is necessary for the former. Because of this unnecessary conflation, we interpret inner phenomena as happening beyond our brains, when on closer inspection they may be part and parcel of our own neurological potentials. In sum, we tend to elevate our meditational experiences into wild-eyed testimonies for the divine or our chosen path, neglecting a more grounded and reasoned approach to what may be happening. Episode 22. The Reincarnated Soul. This is a heart-wrenching story of how a young boy, Kashi, unexpectedly dies, and Yogananda goes in search of his new incarnation. The questions it raises about reincarnation are deeply troublesome and controversial, particularly as how it can influence our treatment of others who believe in such a doctrine. After answering many questions, I was addressed by a lad named Kashi. He was about 12 years old, a brilliant student and beloved by all. "Sir," he said, "what will be my fate?" "You shall soon be dead." The reply came from my lips with an irresistible force. This unexpected disclosure shocked and grieved me as well as everyone present. Silently rebuking myself as an enfant terrible, I refused to answer further questions. On our return to school, Kashi came to my room. "If I die, will you find me when I am reborn and bring me again to the spiritual path?" He sobbed. I felt constrained to refuse this difficult occult responsibility. But for weeks afterward, Kashi pressed me doggedly. Seeing him unnerved to the breaking point, I finally consoled him. "Yes," I promised. "If the Heavenly Father lends his aid, I will try to find you." During the summer vacation, I started on a short trip. Regretting that I could not take Kashi with me, I called him to my room before leaving and carefully instructed him to remain, against all persuasion, in the spiritual vibrations of the school. Somehow I felt that if he did not go home, he might avoid the impending calamity. No sooner had I left than Kashi's father arrived in Ranchi. For 15 days he tried to break the will of his son, explaining that if Kashi would go to Calcutta for only 4 days to see his mother, he could then return. Kashi persistently refused. The father finally said he would take the boy away with the help of the police. The threat disturbed Kashi, who was unwilling to be the cause of any unfavorable publicity to the school. He saw no choice but to go. I returned to Ranchi a few days later. When I heard how Kashi had been removed, I entrained at once for Calcutta. There I engaged a horse cab. Very strangely, as the vehicle passed beyond the Howrah Bridge over the Ganges, I beheld Kashi's father and other relatives in mourning clothes. Shouting to my driver to stop, I rushed out and glared at the unfortunate father. "Mr. Murderer," I cried somewhat unreasonably, "you have killed my boy." The father had already realized the wrong he had done in forcibly bringing Kashi to Calcutta. During the few days the boy had been there, he had eaten contaminated food, contracted cholera, and passed on. My love for Kashi and the pledge to find him after death night and day haunted me. No matter where I went, his face loomed up before me. I began a memorable search for him even as long ago I had searched for my lost mother. I felt that inasmuch as God had given me the faculty of reason, I must utilize it and tax my powers to the utmost in order to discover the subtle laws by which I could know the boy's astral whereabouts. He was a soul vibrating with unfulfilled desires, I realized, a mass of light floating somewhere amidst millions of luminous souls in the astral regions. How was I to tune in with him among so many vibrating lights of other souls? Using a secret yoga technique, I broadcasted my love to Kashi's soul through the microphone of the spiritual eye, the inner point between the eyebrows. With the antenna of upraised hands and fingers, I often turned myself round and round, trying to locate the direction in which he had been reborn as an embryo. I hoped to receive response from him in the concentration-tuned radio of my heart. I intuitively felt that Kashi would soon return to the earth, and that if I kept unceasingly broadcasting my call to him, his soul would reply. I knew that the slightest impulse sent by Kashi would be felt in my fingers, hands, arms, spine, and nerves. With undiminished zeal, I practiced the yoga method steadily for about 6 months after Kashi's death. Walking with a few friends one morning in the crowded Bow Bazaar section of Calcutta, I lifted my hands in the usual manner. For the first time, there was response. I thrilled to detect electrical impulses trickling down my fingers and palms. These currents translated themselves into one overpowering thought from a deep recess of my consciousness. I am Kashi. I am Kashi. Come to me. The thought became almost audible as I concentrated on my heart radio. In the characteristic, slightly hoarse whisper of Kashi, I heard his summons again and again. I seized the arm of one of my companions, Prakash Das, and smiled at him joyfully. It looks as though I have located Kashi. I began to turn round and round, to the undisguised amusement of my friends and the passing throng. The electrical impulses tingled through my fingers only when I faced toward a nearby path, aptly named Serpentine Lane. The astral currents disappeared when I turned in other directions. "Ah," I exclaimed, "Kashi's soul must be living in the womb of some mother whose home is in this lane." My companions and I approached closer to Serpentine Lane. The vibrations in my upraised hands grew stronger, more pronounced. As if by a magnet, I pulled toward the right side of the road. Reaching the entrance of a certain house, I was astounded to find myself transfixed. I knocked at the door in a state of intense excitement, holding my very breath. I felt that the successful end had come for my long, arduous, and certainly unusual quest. The door was opened by a servant who told me her master was at home. He descended the stairway from the second floor and smiled at me inquiringly. I hardly knew how to frame my question, at once pertinent and impertinent. "Please tell me, sir, if you and your wife have been expecting a child for about 6 months?" "Yes, it is so." Seeing that I was a swami, a renunciate attired in the traditional orange cloth, he added politely, "Pray inform me how you know my affairs." When he heard about Kashi and the promise I had given, the astonished man believed my story. "A male child of fair complexion will be born to you," I told him. "He will have a broad face with a cowlick atop his forehead. His disposition will be notably spiritual." I felt certain that the coming child would bear these resemblances to Kashi. Later I visited the child, whose parents had given him his old name of Kashi. Even in infancy he was strikingly similar in appearance to my dear Ranchi student. The child showed me an instantaneous affection. The attraction of the past awoke with redoubled intensity. Years later, the teenage boy wrote me, during my stay in America. He explained his deep longing to follow the path of a renunciate. I directed him to a Himalayan master who to this day guides the reborn Kashi. A skeptical analysis. This may come as a jolt to my more contemptuous readers, but a major part of Yogananda's story rings true. I say this because it is obvious that when he blurted out that young Kashi would die, Yogananda didn't intend to make such a prophecy, and when he did, it bothered him for being so careless. I remember Fakir Chand, the famous unknowing sage of Hoshiarpur, telling me that he would often make predictions and say them aloud spontaneously, not quite sure why he said what he did. It was an intuition on his part, and oftentimes his auguring turned out to be true. This made him more careful in the future, since he sometimes spoke things that caused pain both to himself and the recipient. Given Yogananda's belief in psychic powers and the like, it is not hard to imagine that he would speak impulsively, probably sensing something psychologically about one of his students. As a college teacher for the past 36 years, I too often have hunches about students I teach and what their future prospects may hold. We all do this as human beings, but we know too well that it has nothing to do with paranormal abilities. In this case, after Yogananda says that the young boy was going to die, he tries to make sure that his prophecy doesn't come true, and apparently tries to keep a close eye on his whereabouts, but eventually to no avail since he contracts cholera and dies. It is by any measure a sad story, and one which must have been gut-wrenching for Yogananda. The next part of the story, however, seems questionable at best. In Yogananda's quest to find the newly reincarnated boy, he initiates a secret yogic technique whereby I broadcasted my love to Kashi's soul through the microphone of the spiritual eye, the inner point between the eyebrows. With the antenna of upraised hands and fingers, I often turned myself round and round, trying to locate the direction in which he had been born as an embryo. I hoped to receive response from him in the concentration-tuned radio of my heart. I intuitively felt that Kashi would soon return to the earth, and that if I kept unceasingly broadcasting my call to him, his soul would reply. I knew that the slightest impulse sent by Kashi would be felt in my fingers, hands, arms, spine, and nerves. I don't doubt that Yogananda may have employed such a procedure, but his explanation for how and why it worked is, how to say this civilly, naive, since it relies purely on his own subjective feeling, which cannot be divorced from his own paternal desires and or guilt feelings concerning the boy. Interestingly, I too have used a similar technique, trying to be overly sensitive to my own peripheral nervous system and the psychic intuitions it may impress upon my mind, to find a dear friend in London, England, back in 1999. I did end up finding her near Oxford Street, and even felt it was somehow mystically orchestrated. But considering this event more sedately and disinterestedly after it happened, I realized that I already had suspicions about which locations my friend might frequent and at what times. Yet it was a truly remarkable coincidence when I found her on a very busy day in London but that doesn't make it miraculous or completely out of the realm of probability. Likewise, with Yogananda, he obviously went to those neighborhoods that he knew or had access to and where pregnant women may be found. Out of these numbered possibilities, Yogananda felt drawn to one particular household, and on the basis of what he learned from the parents became convinced that Kashi had been reborn there. But was it really Kashi? Or more pointedly, is reincarnation true? Do we inhabit new human or animal bodies after death? Moreover, even if we accept transmigration as possible, do yogis have the ability to discern who the newborn baby was in a previous life? I realize that nearly half the planet believes in some form of transmigration, and that almost all Indian-based religions from Hinduism to Sikhism believe in it. Even some Western philosophies and religions subscribe to the idea that we live more than one life on planet Earth. While such a concept is attractive and offers a viable explanation for why we find such a disparity in life where what we sow we eventually reap in an intricate web of karma, there has yet to be overwhelming verification that it is more than just wishful thinking. To be sure, there have been a number of suggestive studies in this area, ranging from Ian Stevenson's 20 cases suggestive of reincarnation to Jim Tucker's Life Before Life and Return to Life. Even the distinguished astrophysicist, the late Carl Sagan, argued that reincarnation studies deserved serious attention, even if he was himself not persuaded. However, it is one thing to believe in transmigration, but quite another to allege that you can know where a disembodied soul will next incarnate. Of course, Tibetan Buddhism has a long history of searching out where and when deceased lamas will be born again and to which household. The often told story of how the current Dalai Lama was found is a fascinating one, even if not wholly believable. The problem is that there are no truly objective standards to adjudicate the truth or falsity of reincarnation claims, much less a universally acknowledged science on how to follow souls through the afterlife back to Earth. Undoubtedly, we should keep an open mind. But at this stage, much of transmigration lore is enveloped in woolly superstition. Lest we forget, even the Dalai Lama says that he cannot remember his own past lives. Episode 23. Lahiri Mahasaya's Divine Interventions. We haven't tallied how many miracle stories there are in the autobiography, but in a book of 48 chapters, almost each section has at least one or more. In this part, Lahiri Mahasaya, Sri Yukteswar's guru, performs 3. His wife was not the only woman disciple of Lahiri Mahasaya. There were hundreds of others, including my mother. A woman Chela once asked the guru for his photograph. He handed her a print, remarking, "If you deem it a protection, then it is so. Otherwise, it is only a picture." A few days later, this woman and Lahiri Mahasaya's daughter-in-law happened to be studying the Bhagavad Gita at a table behind which hung the guru's photograph. An electrical storm broke out with great fury. "Lahiri Mahasaya, protect us!" The women bowed before the picture. Lightning struck the book which they had been reading, but the 2 devotees were unhurt. "I felt as though a sheet of ice had been placed around me to ward off the scorching heat," the Chela explained. Lahiri Mahasaya performed 2 miracles in connection with a woman disciple, Abhoya. She and her husband, a Calcutta lawyer, started one day for Benares to visit the guru. Their carriage was delayed by heavy traffic. They reached the Howrah main station, only to hear the Benares train whistling for departure. Abhoya, near the ticket office, stood quietly. "Lahiri Mahasaya, I beseech thee to stop the train," she silently prayed. "I cannot suffer the pangs of delay in waiting another day to see thee." The wheels of the snorting train continued to move round and round. but there was no onward progress. The engineer and passengers descended to the platform to view the phenomenon. An English railroad guard approached Abhoya and her husband. Contrary to all precedent, he volunteered his services. "Babu," he said, "give me the money. I will buy your tickets while you get aboard." As soon as the couple were seated and had received the tickets, the train slowly moved forward. In panic, the engineer and passengers clambered again to their places, knowing neither how the train started nor why it had stopped in the first place. Arriving at the home of Lahiri Mahasaya in Benares, Abhoya silently prostrated herself before the master and tried to touch his feet. "Compose yourself, Abhoya," he remarked. "How you love to bother me, as if you could not have come here by the next train." Abhoya visited Lahiri Mahasaya on another memorable occasion. This time she wanted his intercession not with a train, but with the stork. "I pray you to bless me that my 9th child may live," she said. "8 babies have been born to me. All died soon after birth." The master smiled sympathetically. "Your coming child will live. Please follow my instructions carefully. The baby, a girl, will be born at night. See that the oil lamp is kept burning until dawn. Do not fall asleep and thus allow the light to become extinguished." Abhoya's child was a daughter, born at night exactly as foreseen by the omniscient Guru. The mother instructed her nurse to keep the lamp filled with oil. Both women kept the urgent vigil far into the early morning hours, but finally fell asleep. The lamp oil was almost gone. The light flickered feebly. The bedroom door unlatched and flew open with a violent sound. The startled women awoke. Their astonished eyes beheld the form of Lahiri Mahasaya. "Abhoya, behold, the light is almost gone." He pointed to the lamp, which the nurse hastened to refill. As soon as it burned again brightly, the master vanished. The door closed. The latch was affixed without visible agency. Abhoya's 9th child survived. In 1935, when I made inquiry, she was still living. A skeptical analysis. Do gurus really alter lightning strikes? Can they make trains stop at will? Are they able to save a young baby's life? According to Yogananda's recounting of Lahiri Mahasaya's life and work, they do. Yet each one of these fantastic tales, embellished as they may be with their continued retelling, can be rationally explained without resorting to divine intervention. Indeed, the supposed miracles of Lahiri Mahasaya seem directly related to chance. For instance, we are told that a woman, fearing for her safety from an electrical storm, prays to the picture of Lahiri Mahasaya, who had just days prior given her a photograph of himself. The lightning then avoids hitting her and her companion and instead strikes the holy book they were reading right then, the Bhagavad Gita. It is quite understandable that the devotees would attribute their safety to their beloved Guru. But that doesn't mean it wasn't simply a random event divinely interpreted after the fact. Or is it more plausible that Lahiri Mahasaya consciously changed the direction of a bolt of lightning because someone was pleading to his photograph? In the next story, we are informed that Abhoya and her lawyer husband were delayed for their train connection to Benares to see their master, Lahiri Mahasaya. She prayed for a divine intercession, since the train was starting to move away from the station. But right then, something mysterious occurred and somehow the train stopped, even though we are told that the wheels were moving round and round. Abhoya and her husband were then allowed to board and were later slightly reprimanded by their guru, who said wisely, "As if you could not have come here by the next train." Since Indian trains were and are notorious for being delayed at various times, it is not at all startling that in this instance that the train was slightly postponed. Or once again, is it more reasonable to hold that Lahiri Mahasaya stopped the locomotion so that two of his disciples wouldn't be inconvenienced, even though other passengers had to wait. The third and last marvel concerns how Abhoya's personal tragedy of losing 8 children in a row shortly after birth. She desperately wanted her 9th child to live, and asked for her guru's divine intercession. This naturally is quite an understandable prayer, and one which any parent can sympathize with. Abhoya is instructed to keep a lamp filled with oil and make certain it does not go out. But she and her nurse fall asleep, and the light is just about to fade away when a vision of Lahiri Mahasaya appeared and informed them about the flickering lamp, which the nurse hastened to refill. The guru vanished, and the child was safe. What is most remarkable about this narrative is why so much importance was given to an oil lamp, as if this object was a surrogate doctor. It is wonderful that the child lived, but perhaps the real reason is that the mother and nurse paid more, not less attention at a pivotal time just after the child's birth. What these miracle stories neglect to mention is all the other times that prayers to various gurus, deities, and gods don't work. In fact, these types of supplications almost never do accomplish the desired aim. It is only when we do have unexpected results and recoveries that we attribute it to a sacred force outside of ourselves, conveniently forgetting that countless times our heart-rending pleas came to nothing. Episode 24. And the dead shall rise again. As we go deeper into the autobiography, we confront even more phenomenal marvels which put our critical antennas on red alert. Here we learn of how Lahiri Mahasaya brought back a dear friend of Sri Yukteswar back to life. Sri Yukteswar went on to read the marvelous story of Lazarus's resurrection. At its conclusion, Master fell into a long silence. The sacred book opened on his knee. I, too, was privileged to behold a similar miracle. My guru finally spoke with solemn unction. Lahiri Mahasaya resurrected one of my friends from the dead. The young lads at my side smiled with keen interest. There was enough of the boy in me, too, to enjoy not only the philosophy, but in particular, any story I could get Sri Yukteswar to relate about his wondrous experiences with his guru. My friend Rama and I were inseparable, Master began. Because he was shy and reclusive, he chose to visit our guru, Lahiri Mahasaya, only during the hours of midnight and dawn, when the crowd of daytime disciples was absent. As Rama's closest friend, I served as a spiritual vent, through which he let out the wealth of his spiritual perceptions. I found inspiration in his ideal companionship. My guru's face softened with memories. Rama was suddenly put to a severe test, Sri Yukteswar continued. He contracted the disease of Asiatic cholera. As our master never objected to the services of physicians at times of serious illness, 2 specialists were summoned. Amidst the frantic rush of ministering to the stricken man, I was deeply praying to Lahiri Mahasaya for help. I hurried to his home and sobbed out the story. The doctors are seeing Rama. He will be well. My guru smiled jovially. I returned with a light heart to my friend's bedside, only to find him in a dying state. He cannot last more than 1 or 2 hours, one of the physicians told me with a gesture of despair. Once more I hastened to Lahiri Mahasaya. The doctors are conscientious men. I am sure Rama will be well. The master dismissed me blithely. At Rama's place I found both doctors gone. One had left me a note. We have done our best, but his case is hopeless. My friend was indeed the picture of a dying man. I did not understand how Lahiri Mahasaya's words could fail to come true, yet the sight of Rama's rapidly ebbing life kept suggesting to my mind, all is over. Tossing thus on the seas of faith and apprehensive doubt, I ministered to my friend as best I could. He roused himself to cry out, Yukteswar, run to the master and tell him I am gone. Ask him to bless my body before its last rites." With these words, Rama sighed heavily and gave up the ghost. I wept for an hour by his beloved form. Always a lover of quiet, now he had attained the utter stillness of death. Another disciple came in. I asked him to remain in the house until I returned. Half dazed, I trudged back to my guru. "How is Rama now?" Lahiri Mahasaya's face was wreathed in smiles. "Sir, you will soon see how he is," I blurted out emotionally. "In a few hours you will see his body before it is carried to the crematory grounds." I broke down and moaned openly. "Yukteswar, control yourself. Sit calmly and meditate." My guru retired into samadhi. The afternoon and night passed in unbroken silence. I struggled unsuccessfully to regain an inner composure. At dawn, Lahiri Mahasaya glanced at me consolingly. "I see you are still disturbed. Why didn't you explain yesterday that you expected me to give Rama tangible aid in the form of some medicine?" The master pointed to a cup-shaded lamp containing crude castor oil. "Fill a little bottle from the lamp. Put 7 drops in Rama's mouth." "Sir," I remonstrated, "he has been dead since yesterday noon. Of what use is the oil now?" "Never mind, just do as I ask." Lahiri Mahasaya's cheerful mood was incomprehensible. I was still in the unassuaged agony of bereavement. Pouring out a small amount of oil, I departed for Rama's house. I found my friend's body rigid in the death clasp. Paying no attention to his ghastly condition, I opened his lips with my right finger and managed, with my left hand and the help of the cork, to put the oil drop by drop over his clenched teeth. As the 7th drop touched his cold lips, Rama shivered violently. His muscles vibrated from head to foot as he sat up wonderingly. "I saw Lahiri Mahasaya in a blaze of light," he cried. "He shone like the sun. 'Arise, forsake your sleep,' he commanded me. 'Come with Yukteswar to see me.' I could scarcely believe my eyes. When Rama dressed himself and was strong enough after that fatal sickness to walk to the home of our guru, there he prostrated himself before Lahiri Mahasaya with tears of gratitude. The master was beside himself with mirth. His eyes twinkled at me mischievously. "Yukteswar," he said, "surely henceforth you will not fail to carry with you a bottle of castor oil. Whenever you see a corpse, just administer the oil. Why, 7 drops of lamp oil must surely foil the power of Yama." "Guruji, you are ridiculing me. I don't understand. Please point out the nature of my error." "I told you twice that Rama would be well, yet you could not fully believe me," Lahiri Mahasaya explained. "I did not mean the doctors would be able to cure him. I remarked only that they were in attendance. There was no casual connection between my 2 statements. I didn't want to interfere with the physicians. They have to live too." In a voice resounding with joy, my guru added, "Always know the inexhaustible Paramatman can heal anyone, doctor or no doctor." "I see my mistake," I acknowledged remorsefully. "I know now that your simple word is binding on the whole cosmos." As Sri Yukteswar finished the awesome story, one of the spellbound listeners ventured a question that, from a child, was doubly understandable. "Sir," he said, "why did your guru use castor oil?" "Child, giving the oil had no meaning except that I expected something material, and Lahiri Mahasaya chose the nearby oil as an objective symbol for awakening my greater faith. The master allowed Rama to die because I had partially doubted. But the divine guru knew that, inasmuch as he had said the disciple would be well, the healing must take place, even though he had to cure Rama of death, a disease usually final. A skeptical analysis. If Yogananda's retelling is to be believed, and that is questionable, his guru Sri Yukteswar witnessed the resurrection of his dear friend Rama. Apparently Rama had contracted Asiatic cholera and became so severely ill that the doctors believed he would die within hours. Yukteswar pleaded with his master, Lahiri Mahasaya, to intervene and save his friend's life, to which he replied, "The doctors are conscientious men. I am sure Rama will be well." However, to Yukteswar's shock, Rama died. He then ran back to his master and told him the news, deeply upset. Mahasaya, though, told his disciple to calm down, and then proceeded to do nothing except meditate that afternoon and night. The next morning, we are told, the master then instructed Yukteswar to give the dead Rama 7 drops of crude castor oil in the mouth in the hopes of reviving the corpse and bringing it back to life. Yukteswar did as instructed, and by the 7th drop, Rama woke up and before he got dressed exclaimed, "I saw Lahiri Mahasaya in a blaze of light," he cried. "He shone like the sun. Arise, forsake your sleep. He commanded me. Come with Yukteswar to see me." As with other miracle stories in the autobiography, this has several twists that need to be unwound. First and foremost is the odd fact that when Rama dies, there are no doctors around, and none are called in. Instead, Yukteswar tells a fellow disciple to watch over Rama's body as he goes to tell Lahiri Mahasaya the news. But when he does so, his guru does nothing until the next day. Yukteswar curiously doesn't go back to see Rama, not even to inform the family, friends, and the doctors that his friend has expired. Instead, he waits until the next day when his master then cryptically gives him castor oil. Why the wait? Why not administer it earlier, if such a potion can awaken the dead? Even one of Sri Yukteswar's younger disciples thought there was something odd about the story, since he inquired, "Sir, why did your guru use castor oil?" The guru's response is nothing less than bizarre. "Child, giving the oil has no meaning except that I expected something material and Lahiri Mahasaya chose the nearby oil as an objective symbol for awakening my greater faith. The master allowed Rama to die because I had partially doubted." Second, why would an esteemed guru keep Rama dead and cause untold grief to his friends, family, doctors, just to teach his disciple Yukteswar a lesson in blind obedience? The story sounds like pure and simple hagiography. Most likely Rama was not really dead, and the time lapse in Yogananda's recounting is exaggerated, given the scant details we are told, especially since we hear nothing about Rama's family or doctors, and that his body is left intact for a day or so. A cynic might point out a more plausible explanation. Castor oil is so nasty tasting that it woke Rama up from his deep sleep. When he looked like he was dead or in his coma-like state, Rama is jolted up when he has a lucid vision of his master, Lahiri Mahasaya. Even if we actually accept Yogananda's astonishing tale, which we shouldn't, given the paucity of corroborating witnesses, it doesn't reflect well on Lahiri Mahasaya or his bizarre moral lessons. Keeping someone dead and keeping friends and family in grief because a disciple doubts their medical prognosis isn't the hallmark of being enlightened, but of a deranged cult leader. Rama's supposed raising from the dead is prefaced by Yukteswar's exposition on how Jesus brought Lazarus back to life. He cites the Gospel of John, where it is written, "Now a certain man was sick named Lazarus. When Jesus heard that, he said, 'This sickness is not unto death, but for the glory of God, that the Son of God might be glorified thereby.'" Yogananda and his guru assumed that Lazarus's resurrection is literally true, though critical biblical scholars today doubt its veridicality, just as they question whether Jesus bodily rose out of his tomb 3 days after being crucified. It is no accident that the autobiography of a yogi's opening quote on the title page is from the New Testament, wherein it states, "Except ye see signs and wonders, ye will not believe." The Bible is chock full of fantastic miracles, but there is no compelling reason why we should believe them. As Carl Sagan was so fond of saying, extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence, and that is in short supply in the Bible. Most Christians forget that Jesus and Lazarus were not the only people to rise again from the dead. According to the Gospel of Matthew 27 through 52, lots of dead saints resurrected. The tombs also were opened, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many. One would imagine that if so many dead people rose from the grave and started walking to Jerusalem, that it would have been so startling that future historians, non-Christian related, would have written at length about it. But no, there are no such accounts. Similarly, it would appear that Rama's resurrection was anything but. Episode 25, Babaji and Immortality. Unquestionably the most incredulous story in Yogananda's autobiography is when he introduces his reader to a Mahavatar known as Babaji, who we are told has a physical body but will never die. It is an amazing tale which has enchanted readers the world over. The Mahavatar is in constant communion with Christ. Together they send out vibrations of redemption and have planned the spiritual technique of salvation for this age. The work of these two fully illumined masters, one with the body and one without it, is to inspire the nations to forsake suicidal wars, race hatreds, religious sectarianism, and the boomerang evils of materialism. Babaji is well aware of the trend of modern times, especially of the influence and complexities of Western civilization, and realizes the necessity of spreading the self-liberations of yoga equally in the West and in the East. That there is no historical reference to Babaji need not surprise us. The great guru has never openly appeared in any century. The misinterpreting glare of publicity has no place in his millennial plans. Like the Creator, the sole but silent power, Babaji works in a humble obscurity. Great prophets like Christ and Krishna come to earth for a specific and spectacular purpose. They depart as soon as it is accomplished. Other avatars, like Babaji, undertake work which is concerned more with the slow evolutionary progress of man during the centuries than with any one outstanding event of history. Such masters always veil themselves from the gross public gaze and have the power to become invisible at will. For these reasons, and because they generally instruct their disciples to maintain silence about them, a number of towering spiritual figures remain world unknown. I give in these pages on Babaji merely a hint of his life, only a few facts which he deems it fit and helpful to be publicly imparted. No limiting facts about Babaji's family or birthplace, dear to the analyst heart, have ever been discovered. His speech is generally in Hindi, but he converses easily in any language. He has adopted the simple name of Babaji, revered father. Other titles of respect given him by Lahiri Mahasaya's disciples are Mahamuni Babaji Maharaj, Supreme Ecstatic Saint, Mahayogi, greatest of yogis, Trambak Baba, and Shiva Baba, titles of avatars of Shiva. Does it matter that we know not the patronymic of an earth-released master? Whenever anyone utters with reverence the name of Babaji, Lahiri Mahasaya said, that devotee attracts an instant spiritual blessing. The deathless guru bears no marks of age on his body. He appears to be no more than a youth of 25. Fair-skinned, of medium build and height, Babaji's beautiful strong body radiates a perceptible glow. His eyes are dark, calm, and tender. His long, lustrous hair is copper-colored. A very strange fact that Babaji bears an extraordinary exact resemblance to his disciple, Lahiri Mahasaya. The similarity is so striking that in his later years, Lahiri Mahasaya might have passed as the father of the youthful-looking Babaji. Swami Kebalananda, my saintly Sanskrit tutor, spent some time with Babaji in the Himalayas. The peerless master moves with his group from place to place in the mountains, Kebalananda told me. His small band contains 2 highly advanced American disciples. After Babaji has been in one locality for some time, he says, "Deradanda utao." Let us lift our camp and staff. He carries a symbolic danda, bamboo staff. His words are the signal for moving with his group instantaneously to another place. He does not always employ this method of astral travel. Sometimes he goes on foot from peak to peak. Babaji can be seen or recognized by others only when he so desires. He is known to have appeared in many slightly different forms to various devotees, sometimes without beard and mustache, and sometimes with them. As his undecaying body requires no food, the master seldom eats. As a social courtesy to visiting disciples, he occasionally accepts fruits or rice cooked in milk and clarified butter. 2 amazing incidents of Babaji's life are known to me. Kebalananda went on. His disciples were sitting one night around a huge fire which was blazing for a sacred Vedic ceremony. The master suddenly seized a burning log and lightly struck the bare shoulder of a chela who was close to the fire. "Sir, how cruel!" Lahiri Mahasaya, who was present, made this remonstrance. "Would you rather have seen him burn to ashes before your eyes, according to the decree of his past karma?" With these words, Babaji placed his healing hand on the chela's disfigured shoulder. "I have freed you tonight from painful death. The karmic law has been satisfied through your slight suffering by fire." On another occasion, Babaji's sacred circle was disturbed by the arrival of a stranger. He had climbed with astonishing skill to the nearly inaccessible ledge near the camp of the master. "Sir, you must be the great Babaji." The man's face was lit with inexpressible reverence. "For months I have pursued a ceaseless search for you among these forbidding crags. I implore you to accept me as a disciple." When the great guru made no response, the man pointed to the rock chasm at his feet. "If you refuse me, I will jump from this mountain. Life has no further value if I cannot win your guidance to the divine." "Jump, then," Babaji said unemotionally. "I cannot accept you in your present state of development." The man immediately hurled himself over the cliff. Babaji instructed the shocked disciples to fetch the stranger's body. When they returned with the mangled form, the master placed his divine hand on the dead man. Lo, he opened his eyes and prostrated himself humbly before the Omnipotent One. "You are now ready for discipleship." Babaji beamed lovingly on his resurrected chela. "You have courageously passed a difficult test. Death shall not touch you again. Now you are one of our immortal flock." Then he spoke his usual words of departure, "Deradanda utao." The whole group vanished from the mountain. An avatar lives in the omnipresent spirit. For him there is no distance inverse to the square. Only one reason, therefore, can motivate Babaji in maintaining his physical form from century to century: the desire to furnish humanity with a concrete example of his own possibilities. Were man never vouchsafed a glimpse of divinity in the flesh, he would remain oppressed by the heavy Mayic delusion that he cannot transcend his mortality. Jesus knew from the beginning the sequence of his life. He passed through each event not for himself, not for any karmic compulsion, but solely for the upliftment of reflective human beings. His 4 reporter disciples, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, recorded the ineffable drama for the benefit of later generations. For Babaji also there is no relativity of past, present, future. From the beginning he has known all phases of his life. Yet, accommodating himself to the limited understanding of men, he has played many acts of his divine life in the presence of one or more witnesses. Thus it came about that a disciple of Lahiri Mahasaya was present when Babaji deemed the time to be ripe for him to proclaim the possibility of bodily immortality. He uttered this promise before Ram Gopal Muzamdar, that it might finally become known for the inspiration of other seeking hearts. The great ones speak their words and participate in the seemingly natural course of events solely for the good of man, even as Christ said, "Father, I knew that thou hearest me always, but because of the people which stand by I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me." During my visit at Ranbajpur with Ram Gopal, the sleepless saint, he related the wondrous story of his first meeting with Babaji. "I sometimes left my isolated cave to sit at Lahiri Mahasaya's feet in Benares," Ram Gopal told me. "One midnight, as I was silently meditating in a group of his disciples, the master made a surprising request. 'Ram Gopal,' he said, 'go at once to Dasa Samed bathing ghat.' I soon reached the secluded spot. The night was bright with moonlight and the glittering stars. After I had sat in patient silence for a while, my attention was drawn to a huge stone slab near my feet. It rose, gradually revealing an underground cave. As the stone remained balanced in some unknown manner, the draped form of a young and surpassingly lovely woman was levitated from the cave high in the air. Surrounded by a soft halo, she slowly descended in front of me and stood motionless, steeped in an inner state of ecstasy. She finally stirred and spoke gently. 'I am Mataji, the sister of Babaji. I have asked him and also Lahiri Mahasaya to come to my cave tonight to discuss a matter of great importance.' A nebulous light was rapidly floating over the Ganges. The strange luminescence was reflected in the opaque waters. It approached nearer and nearer until, with a blinding flash, it appeared by the side of Mataji and condensed itself instantly into the human form of Lahiri Mahasaya. He bowed humbly at the feet of the woman saint. Before I had recovered from my bewilderment, I was further wonderstruck to behold a circling mass of mystical light traveling in the sky. Descending swiftly, the flaming whirlpool neared our group and materialized itself in the body of a beautiful youth who, I understood at once, was Babaji. He looked like Lahiri Mahasaya, the only difference being that Babaji appeared much younger and had long, bright hair. Lahiri Mahasaya, Mataji, and myself knelt at the Guru's feet. An ethereal sensation of beatific glory thrilled every fiber of my being as I touched his divine flesh. "Blessed sister," Babaji said, "I am intending to shed my form and plunge into the infinite current. I have already glimpsed your plan, beloved master. I wanted to discuss it with you tonight. Why should you leave your body?" The glorious woman looked at him beseechingly. "What is the difference if I wear a visible or invisible wave on the ocean of my spirit?" Mataji replied with a quaint flash of wit. "Deathless Guru, if it makes no difference, then please do not ever relinquish your form." "Be it so," Babaji said solemnly. "I will never leave my physical body. It will always remain visible to at least a small number of people on this earth. The Lord has spoken his own wish through your lips." A skeptical analysis. Where do we start with this narrative, which defies all logic and rationality and everything we presently know about science and the universe? Intriguingly, I think Yogananda has revealed the secret about Babaji that casts serious doubt on his actual existence when he confesses, Babaji can be seen or recognized by others only when he so desires. This has far-reaching implications, since an ardent devotee may mistake an ordinary yogi or sadhu, believing instead that it was the immortal Babaji. Yogananda is wrong when he writes that there is no historical reference to Babaji need not surprise us. To the contrary, if Babaji really did exist and appeared to select individuals throughout history, there should be scattered historical accounts about his existence. But none exist before Lahiri Mahasaya alleges to have first met him in 1861, and who instructed him, saying, "The Kriya Yoga which I am giving to the world through you in this 19th century is a revival of the same science which Krishna gave millenniums ago to Arjuna, and which was later known to Patanjali and to Christ, St. John, St. Paul, and other disciples." The fact that Lahiri Mahasaya received initiation into Kriya Yoga from Babaji, but doesn't provide any verifiable details about him, is extremely troublesome, since it raises the uncomfortable issue that he may be hiding his guru's real identity. In my 40-plus years of researching spiritual movements in India and in North America, any time I learn that the founder of a new religion says that he didn't have a teacher or that his guru only appears to special acolytes, I know she is covering something up. I first found this out with Paul Twitchell, the founder of Ekankar, who claimed he was taught by two mysterious gurus, Sudar Singh of Allahabad and Rebazar Tars, a supposed 500-year-old Tibetan monk living in the Himalayas. As I discovered, Sudar Singh is a fictional name that Twitchell invented to hide his past association with Kirpal Singh of Ruhani Satsang, whom later disavowed. On the other hand, Rebazar Tars was a fictional character that the founder of Ekankar created to add a sense of mystery to his equally fictional line of Vairagi masters, which he claims dates back to Gakko on the city of Retz on the planet Venus. Twitchell didn't want his checkered past known, so he created a mythology of Ek masters in order to better legitimize his own self-made status. Qinghai, who goes by the moniker Supreme Master, also tried to cover up her past by disassociating herself from her one-time guru, Thakar Singh, who initiated her into Surat Shabd Yoga. When Qinghai started her own ministry, she more or less denied that she learned her stylized form of Kuan Yin from the Indian guru, and instead alleges she received instruction from an unknown master in the Himalayan masters, but who no one has seen or met. Gary Olson, the founder of Master Path, admits that he was a one-time member of Ekankar, but boldly alleges that he is a born saint and therefore didn't need any human guru. The founder of Radha Swami, Shiv Dayal Singh, is also purported to never have a master, despite reports that he may have been initiated by Tursi Sahib of Hathras, and that he treated Gidhari Lal of Lucknow as a guru. In the paper entitled The New Panths, which was first presented to the American Academy of Religion at Stanford University back in 1982, I coined the term genealogical dissociation to describe this pernicious habit of denying one's familial roots in order to create a new persona and a new biography. Although I don't have sufficient evidence to back up my hunch, I suspect that Lahiri Mahasaya, for reasons best known to him, didn't want anyone to know who precisely initiated and instructed him in Kriya Yoga. There are many alternative explanations here, including the possibility that Mahasaya had more than one teacher and simply used the name Babaji as a composite. Or perhaps Lahiri really did meet a guru who went by the name of Babaji but who himself was not honest about his own past and would only show up randomly or if the occasion called for it. I fully realize that devoted followers of Yogananda's official organization, Self-Realization Fellowship, will dismiss my speculations as completely groundless. But a close analysis of Yogananda's chapter on Babaji clearly shows how easy it is for a devoted disciple to elevate a chance encounter with an obscure yogi or hermit and claim that it was really Babaji instead. Even here in the United States, I have had conversations with sincere followers of Ekankar and its many offshoots who adamantly assert that they have personally met Rebazar Tarus, the 500-year Tibetan Lama, in their neighborhood and had physical contact with him. These devotees don't doubt their experiences and scoff at critics who point out that it could easily be a projection of their own mind or case of mistaken identity, where they have an odd encounter with a stranger and then later identify the same as the ageless mystic. In doing a meta-search on the name Babaji in Yogananda's tome, his appearances are invariably shrouded in mystery. For example, Sri Yukteswar alleges that he first met Babaji at Kumbh Mela, a vast gathering of fakirs, yogis, saints, and mystics that attracts thousands from throughout India. Notice in the following sequence of events how Yukteswar seems unaware at that time that it was the Mahavatar. The religious fairs held in India since time immemorial are known as Kumbh Melas. They have kept spiritual goals in constant sight of the multitude. Devout Hindus gather by the millions every 6 years to meet thousands of sadhus, yogis, swamis, and ascetics of all kinds. Many are hermits who never leave their secluded haunts except to attend the melas and bestow their blessings on worldly men and women. I was not a swami at the time I met Babaji, Sri Yukteswar went on, but I had already received Kriya initiation from Lahiri Mahasaya. He encouraged me to attend the mela which was convening in January 1894 at Allahabad. It was my first experience of a kumbh. I felt slightly dazed by the clamor and surge of the crowd. In my searching gazes around, I saw no illumined face of a master. Passing a bridge on the bank of the Ganges, I noticed an acquaintance standing nearby, his begging bowl extended. "Oh, this fair is nothing but a chaos of noise and beggars," I thought in disillusionment. I wonder if Western scientists, patiently enlarging the realms of knowledge for the practical good of mankind, are not more pleasing to God than these idlers who profess religion but concentrate on alms. My smoldering reflections on social reform were interrupted by the voice of a tall sannyasi who halted before me. "Sir," he said, "a saint is calling you." "Who is he?" "Come and see for yourself." Hesitantly following this laconic advice, I soon found myself near a tree whose branches were sheltering a guru with an attractive group of disciples. The master, a bright, unusual figure with sparkling dark eyes, rose at my approach and embraced me. "Welcome, Swamiji," he said affectionately. "Sir," I replied emphatically, "I am not a Swami. Those on whom I am divinely directed to bestow the title of Swami never cast it off." The saint addressed me simply, but deep conviction of truth rang in his words. I was engulfed in an instant wave of spiritual blessing. Smiling at my sudden elevation into the ancient monastic order, I bowed at the feet of the obviously great and angelic being in human form who had thus honored me. Babaji, for it was indeed he, motioned me to sit near him under the tree. He was strong and young and looked like Lahiri Mahasaya. Yet the resemblance did not strike me, even though I had often heard of the extraordinary similarities in the appearance of the two masters. Babaji possesses a power by which he can prevent any specific thought from arising in a person's mind. Evidently the great guru wished me to be perfectly natural in his presence, not overawed by knowledge of his identity. Yukteswar's own penultimate words reveal in a nutshell why Babaji remains not only an enigmatic figure, but mostly likely a projection of one's own earnest desires and wishes. Babaji possesses a power by which he can prevent any specific thought from arising in a person's mind. as Yukteswar revealed to Lahiri Mahasaya when he saw his guru after the Kumbh Mela. I left Allahabad the following day and entrained for Benares. Reaching my guru's home, I poured out the story of the wonderful saint at the Kumbh Mela. "Oh, didn't you recognize him?" Lahiri Mahasaya's eyes were dancing with laughter. "I see you couldn't, for he prevented you. He is my incomparable guru, the celestial Babaji." "Babaji?" I repeated, awestruck. "The Yogi Christ Babaji? The invisible, visible Savior Babaji? Oh, if I could just recall the past and be once more in his presence to show my devotion at his lotus feet." It is only after the Kumbh Mela, and not knowing who the great saint was, that Yukteswar is told later by Lahiri Mahasaya that it was, in fact, Babaji. This is a classic case of ad hoc identity transference, since one could meet a wandering sage or yogi, and given the right conditions, believe that person to be the immortal Babaji, because he, and not a real Babaji, is a conflated presumption of their own making. Or, in this case, one could be told by one's guru that who you met at that conference days ago wasn't who you thought it was at first, but rather the Mahavatar. Even Yogananda's first time meeting Babaji rings hollow in this regard, since it could easily be a case of mistaken identity, with the necessary caveat that we take his recounting at face value. Also notice how truly self-serving is his encounter with Babaji, since it allows Yogananda to boast that he has been personally chosen by the Mahavatar to spread the teachings of Kriya Yoga in the West. As I went about my preparations to leave Master in my native land for the unknown shores of America, I experienced not a little trepidation. I had heard many stories about the materialistic Western atmosphere, one very different from the spiritual background of India, pervaded with the centuried aura of saints. An Oriental teacher who will dare the Western airs, I thought, must be hardy, beyond the trials of any Himalayan cold. One early morning I began to pray with an adamant determination to continue, to even die praying, until I heard the voice of God. I wanted His blessing and assurance that I would not lose myself in the fogs of modern utilitarianism. My heart was set to go to America, but even more strongly was its resolve to hear the solace of divine permission. I prayed and prayed, muffling my sobs. No answer came. My silent petition increased in excruciating crescendo until at noon I had reached the zenith. My brain could no longer withstand the pressure of my agonies. If I cried once more with an increased depth of my inner passion, I felt as though my brain would split. At that moment, there came a knock outside the vestibule adjoining the Gupar Road room in which I was sitting. Opening the door, I saw a young man in the scanty garb of a renunciate. He came in, closed the door behind him, and refusing my request to sit down, indicated with a gesture that he wished to talk to me while standing. He must be Babaji, I thought, dazed because the man before me had the feature of a younger Lahiri Mahasaya. He answered my thought. "Yes, I am Babaji." He spoke melodiously in Hindi. "Our Heavenly Father has heard your prayer. He commands me to tell you, follow the behests of your Guru and go to America. Fear not, you will be protected." After a vibrant pause, Babaji addressed me again. "You are the one I have chosen to spread the message of Kriya Yoga in the West. Long ago I met your Guru, Yukteswar, at Kumbh Mela. I told him then I would send you to him for training. I was speechless, choked with devotional awe at his presence, and deeply touched to hear from his own lips that he had guided me to Sri Yukteswar. I lay prostrate before the deathless Guru. He graciously lifted me from the floor, telling me many things about my life. He then gave me some personal instruction and uttered a few secret prophecies. Kriya Yoga, the scientific technique of God realization, he finally said with solemnity, will ultimately spread in all lands and aid in harmonizing the nations through man's personal, transcendental perception of the infinite Father. With a gaze of majestic power, the Master electrified me by a glimpse of his cosmic consciousness. In a short while, he started toward the door. "Do not try to follow me," he said. "You will not be able to do so." "Please, Babaji, don't go away," I cried repeatedly. "Take me with you." Looking back, he replied, "Not now, some other time." Overcome by emotion, I disregarded his warning. As I tried to pursue him, I discovered that my feet were firmly rooted to the floor. From the door, Babaji gave me a last affectionate glance. He raised his hand by way of benediction and walked away, my eyes fixed on him longingly. Once more, we have an incident that is highly questionable. Not only because there is no way to verify if such an encounter took place, but more importantly because it looks again to be a case of superimposing a divine and exalted avatar onto what could simply be a very human wandering mendicant. The late Baba Fakir Chand also used to have visions of this sort when he was young. Yet, unlike Yogananda, Fakir later came to realize that they were merely projections of his own mind and were due to his intense faith. Notice how closely Fakir's experiences echoes Yogananda's. My peace of mind was disturbed. I felt restless most of the time. It was a moonlit night. I was praying to the Lord and weeping bitterly. There appeared before me an aged sadhu with a long gray beard and a tambura, guitar, in his hand. Most lovingly he asked me, "Dear child, what makes you weep?" "I have committed 4 serious sins. I have known from the Hindu scriptures that God takes birth in the human form in this world. I want to see Rama and get myself pardoned for my sins," I said. The kind old sadhu assured me thus, "For you, your God in the human form is already on this earth. You will come into his contact, and all your sins will be pardoned." After saying these words, the sadhu disappeared. However, Fakir Chand, unlike Yogananda, came to understand that all such visions were not real in an objective sense, but were rather the product of one's own earnest longings, which manifest in moments of intense longing or hardship. In many ways, Yogananda's Babaji is a spiritual rozark, guru holder, and depending on our upbringing and our deepest needs, we can superimpose a Babaji, a sadhu, or even a Rebazar Taj within it. The problem is that we never recognize our mental projections or confusions or conflations as our own. We tend instead to believe that they are sui generis, when in truth they are not. Episode 26. The Woman Who Never Eats. Near the end of Yogananda's life story, he meets a remarkable woman saint who alleges that she has not eaten any food or liquids for over 56 years. Apparently, she drank only water. Like all of the miracle stories told in the autobiography, the closer one examines it, the less believable it becomes. "I am the humble servant of all," she added quaintly. "I love to cook and feed people." A strange pastime, I thought, for a non-eating saint. "Tell me, mother, from your own lips do you live without food?" "That is true." She was silent for a few moments. Her next remark showed that she had been struggling with mental arithmetic. "From the age of 12 years, 4 months down to my present age of 68, a period of over 56 years, I have not eaten food or taken liquids." "Are you never tempted to eat?" "If I felt a craving for food, I would have to eat." Simply yet regally, she stated this axiomatic truth, one known too well by a world revolving around 3 meals a day. "But you do eat something." My tone held a note of remonstrance. "Of course," she smiled in swift understanding. "Your nourishment derives from the finer energies of the air and sunlight, and from the cosmic power which recharges your body through the medulla oblongata." "Baba knows." Again she acquiesced, her manner soothing and unemphatic. "Mother, please tell me about your early life. It holds a deep interest for all of India, and even for our brothers and sisters beyond the seas." Giri Bala put aside her habitual reserve, relaxing into a conversational mood. "So be it." Her voice was low and firm. "I was born in these forest regions. My childhood was unremarkable, save that I was possessed by an insatiable appetite. I had been betrothed in early years. Child, my mother often warned me, try to control your greed. When the time comes for you to live among strangers in your husband's family, what will they think of you if your days are spent in nothing but eating?" The calamity she had foreseen came to pass. I was only 12 when I joined my husband's people in Nawabganji. My mother-in-law shamed me morning, noon, and night about my gluttonous habits. Her scoldings were a blessing in disguise, however. They roused my dormant spiritual tendencies. One morning, her ridicule was merciless. "I shall soon prove to you," I said, stung to the quick, "that I shall never touch food again as long as I live." My mother-in-law laughed in derision. "So," she said, "how can you live without eating when you cannot live without overeating?" This remark was unanswerable, yet an iron resolution scaffolded my spirit. In a secluded spot I sought my heavenly Father. "Lord," I prayed incessantly, "please send me a guru, one who can teach me to live by thy light and not by food." A divine ecstasy fell over me. Led by a beatific spell, I set out for the Nawabganji Ghat on the Ganges. On the way I encountered the priest of my husband's family. "Venerable sir," I said trustingly, "kindly tell me how to live without eating." He stared at me without reply. Finally he spoke in a consoling manner. "Child," he said, "come to the temple this evening. I will conduct a special Vedic ceremony for you." This vague answer was not the one I was seeking. I continued toward the Ghat. The morning sun pierced the waters. I purified myself in the Ganges as though for a sacred initiation. As I left the river bank, my wet cloth around me, in the broad glare of day, my master materialized himself before me. "Dear little one," he said in a voice of loving compassion, "I am the Guru sent here by God to fulfill your urgent prayer." He was deeply touched by its very unusual nature. "From today you shall live by the astral light, your bodily atoms fed from the infinite current." Giribala fell into silence. I took Mr. Wright's pencil and pad and translated into English a few items for his information. The saint resumed the tale, her gentle voice barely audible. "The Ghat was deserted, but my guru cast round us an aura of guarding light, that no stray bathers later disturb us. He initiated me in a Kriya technique, which frees the body from dependence on the gross food of mortals. The technique includes the use of a certain mantra and breathing exercise more difficult than the average person could perform. No medicine or magic is involved, nothing beyond the Kriya." In the manner of the American newspaper's reporter who had unknowingly taught me his procedure, I questioned Giribala on many matters which I thought would be of interest to the world. She gave me bit by bit the following information. "I have never had any children. Many years ago I became a widow. I sleep very little, as sleep and waking are the same to me. I meditate at night, attending to my domestic duties in the daytime. I slightly feel the change in climate from season to season. I have never been sick or experienced any disease. I feel only slight pain when accidentally injured. I have no bodily excretions. I can control my heart and breathing. I often see my guru as well as other great souls in vision. Mother, I asked, why don't you teach others the method of living without food? My ambitious hopes for the world's starving millions were nipped in the bud. No, she shook her head. I was strictly commanded by my guru not to divulge the secret. It is not his wish to tamper with God's drama of creation. The farmers would not thank me if I taught many people to live without eating. The luscious fruits would lie uselessly on the ground. It appears that misery, starvation, and disease are whips of our karma, which ultimately drive us to seek the true meaning of life. Mother, I said slowly, what is the use of your having been singled out to live without eating? To prove that man is spirit. Her face lit with wisdom. To demonstrate that by divine advancement he can gradually learn to live by the eternal light and not by food. A skeptical analysis. That a person can live without food and instead live off the sun's direct energy has become a popular ideal in some New Age circles in the United States. Even a close friend of our family once tried to convince me that it was possible to live off pure sunlight at dawn and at dusk. She even tried practicing it, but thankfully saw the errors of her way and went back to eating a relatively normal diet. Back in the 1970s, I would often hear stories of very strict fruitarians living in Kauai who were trying to become breatharians, but eventually succumbed to eat fruits and vegetables. There is a very funny and revealing story about Wiley Brooks, who founded his own breatharian movement in the 1980s, but who argues that besides relying on correct breathing, one should only eat a double quarter-pounder burger with cheese and a Diet Coke at McDonald's since they are, he claims, non-radioactive. Now, turning our attention to Giribala, the non-eating saint, we are once more confronted with a highly unlikely tale which borders on the absurd. This is primarily because there is no way to absolutely know for certain whether Giribala goes without food, especially since she loves to cook and feed people. It isn't cavalier to imagine that a cook might sneak a bite or two when preparing a meal. Nobody monitored Giribala 24/7 for 56 years. So we are completely reliant on her own testimony. It could well be that Giribala believed her own publicity, even as she ate and drank here and there, justifying to herself that it didn't constitute a real meal. As Richard Feynman, the distinguished physicist, warned, the first principle is that you must not fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool. There is no scientific evidence that a person can live decades without any food whatsoever. Yes, one can fast for weeks, maybe even a month or so, but eventually the body needs some type of nourishment. Of course, it doesn't have to be solid food, since one could survive on a liquid diet provided there were enough nutrients and calories. Moreover, why is it that whenever a saint or a mystic does something completely extraordinary in the autobiography, one is strictly commanded by the guru not to divulge the secret? David Hume's maxim is exceptionally apt and instructive here, that no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. In other words, what is more reasonable? 1. Giribala has defied the known laws of biology and never eaten for decades, or 2. Giribala has ingested food and liquid, but has deceived others and or herself in the process. Conclusion. When I was young and very naive, I believed almost every miracle story told in Paramahansa Yogananda's Autobiography of a Yogi. Now, 52 years later, I have a hard time accepting any of the wondrous tales as true. Yet even though I doubt that saints can levitate, or produce perfume at will, or raise the dead, I am convinced that the practice of yoga and meditation, shorn of its encrusted mythic elements, is of exceptional value for human flourishing. And in this regard, I think Yogananda has performed a valuable service by introducing his system of pranayama, asanas, mudras, dhyan to the West, despite that it has been overly hyped and romanticized for too long. It is obvious that Yogananda's book was intended to be a thrilling page-turner, and in order to accomplish this literary goal, he edited out much that would cast doubt on his incredible adventures. Although the autobiography is hagiographical in many parts, it still provides a valuable glimpse into Yogananda's personal relationships and the development of his spiritual outlook from childhood to 6 years before his untimely death at the age of 59 years old. Much has been made in self-realization fellowship literature about the supposed incorporeality of Yogananda's body after death. In subsequent editions of Autobiography of a Yogi, SRF publishers have included a one-page statement claiming, weeks after his departure, his unchanged face shone with the divine luster of incorruptibility. To further support this remarkable occurrence, an edited statement from Mr. Harry T. Rowe, Mortuary Director, Forest Lawn Memorial Park, Glendale, California, is included, which goes on to state that at the time of receiving Yogananda's body, the mortuary personnel expected to observe through the glass lid of the casket the usual progressive signs of bodily decay. Our astonishment increased as day followed day without bringing any visible change in the body under observation. Yogananda's body was apparently in a phenomenal state of immutability. No odor of decay emanated from his body at any time. Was this, yet, another miracle? Sadly, no, since a deeper investigation into the matter by Harry Edwards uncovered significant details that were left out in the SRF publicity circular. Professor Angel was impressed, but not convinced. He obtained a copy of Yogananda's death certificate from the Los Angeles Department of Vital Statistics, which confirmed that Yogananda had died on March 7th. The certificate of death being received by the registrar on March 11, 1952. However, the certificate also bore the signature Kenneth I. Johnson and the number 2641. It was contained in box number 21, above which were the words, Signature of Embalmer. Confirmation that Yogananda had in fact been embalmed was found in the full text of Harry Rowe's letter in a little booklet entitled Paramahansa Yogananda in Memoriam, put out by the Self-Realization Fellowship. It reads, Paramahansa Yogananda's body was embalmed on the night of March 8th, with that quantity of fluid which is customarily used in any body of similar size. So what was the miracle? According to the full text of Harry Rowe's letter, the astonishment was only due to the fact that the funeral home staff had not used any creams in addition to the embalming fluid, a creamy, pore-sealing emulsion that temporarily prevents the outward appearance of mold. A check with 2 independent licensed embalmers elicited the following comments. I am sure we've had bodies for 2 or 3 months with good preservation. This is not unusual. Creams are not necessary, and that preservation for 20 days through embalming is not unusual. We can keep a body a month or 2 without interol. An embalming fluid with a lanolin base will have humectant, which prevents dehydration, which is the major concern. A heavy glass lid, as is described by Mr. Rowe as being present on the casket, would prevent a great amount of air circulation, and that in itself would prevent most desiccation, so that would account for it. Far from being a demonstration of yogic powers, a phenomenal state of immutability, or a miracle through the grace of the Heavenly Father, it seems that any perception that a miracle had occurred was simply the result of misleading selections taken from a misleading letter. It is a truism in the field of parapsychology that in investigating psychic phenomena and the like, the more information one has about the specific event, the less psychic it appears. In the case of Yogananda's Autobiography of a Yogi, the closer one looks at each singular event, the less miraculous they seem. Manomohan Mazumdar, later known as Satyananda Giri, was also a direct disciple of Sri Yukteswar and knew Yogananda as a young boy. He has completely different understanding of what their joint guru taught, which cast a shadow on the Autobiography of a Yogi. He, Yukteswar, believed that most of those supernatural stories were nonsense, and that the extreme emotionalism of devotees spreading ridiculous stories about them brought their gurus down to a lower level instead of glorifying them. The skeptical thermostat on outrageous yogic claims has only gotten hotter these past 3 decades as scandal after scandal has exposed the underbelly of Indian gurus and their nefarious activities. From Swami Muktananda to Swami Rama to Satya Sai Baba to Rajneesh Osho, Yogananda had to weather his fair share of criticism early in his career, especially when his close associate Swami Dhirananda broke off from him and his organization. A lawsuit ensued and a decree of judgment was made on October 22, 1935 in favor of the compliant Swami Giri Dhirananda for the collection of the promissory note of $8,000. Later, Swami Yogananda did give notice of intention to move for a new trial, but the court denied the motion on the 26th of November, 1935. Prior to this breakup with Swami Dhirananda, who later got married and secured his doctorate at the University of Iowa in electroencephalography, Yogananda faced an onslaught of bad publicity as his fame grew in the late 1920s. As Jeanette Duese chronicled in her cover story article, those who knew Yogananda and Sanitas Swami for the San Diego Reader on October 20th, 1994, that every official in L.A. was not dazzled by the Swami seems apparent from the series of articles that appeared in the Times in 1928. Cult to be subject of new inquiry, announced one. It stated that although the district attorney's office some months before had looked into the practices at the Mount Washington Center and had found nothing criminal, another investigation was being launched to establish if any juvenile laws are being violated at the Hindu cult headquarters. A few days later, a longer article alluded to accusations that a love cult is being conducted under the cloak of the Vedantic religion of India and elaborated, the interest of the district attorney's office in the asserted love cult activity is said to be centered on whether young girls were included in the various classes in which love and sex theories are declared to be unfolded. If the DA ever discovered any wrongdoing, no record of it survives in the indices to the Old Times article, and it seems unlikely that any loose behavior was occurring. Yogananda's writings suggest he himself was a lifelong celibate whose attitude toward sex fell somewhere between mild dislike and repulsion. But Los Angeles wasn't the only place where racy rumors swirled around the guru. At the very time that the L.A. District Attorney's minions were poking their noses into the classrooms at Mount Washington, Yogananda was in Miami, caught up in a scandal whose repercussions reached as far as the New York Times. One of its front-page stories on January 4, 1928, told how Miami officials and police were ordering Yogananda not to speak publicly in the Florida city because they thought if he did, violence might result. Instigated by husbands enraged over their wives paying the guru up to $35 for lessons. One irate gentleman reportedly told the police chief that if he found his wife at the lecture, he would kill Yogananda. He said he had asked his wife not to attend, but she had said she would do so if the Swami appeared. The article stated, the son of another woman reported that he had found his mother trying to walk on the Miami River because Yogananda told her she could do it. Despite testimony from a former California congressman that Yogananda was one of the most godly men he ever knew, along with other legal efforts, Yogananda finally left Miami in compliance with police orders. Yogananda's reputation, though not without question marks, has continued to shine brighter decades after his death. Although he wrote several books, his most famous text remains the Autobiography of a Yogi, which still sells thousands of copies yearly around the world in many different languages and has become a touchstone for introducing new audiences to yoga and Eastern philosophy. Even if none of the miracles happened as described by Yogananda, it doesn't then mean that meditation and yoga are without merit. What is important to remember is that we have to retain our critical and discriminating minds when studying any subject, but particularly when analyzing paranormal claims. Meditation and yoga don't need to be hyped with unverifiable supernatural stories. They work just fine without the unnecessary glossing sheen that is too often layered upon them. This has been the Skeptical Yogi, Yogananda's Autobiography under a Microscope, written by David Christopher Lane, narrated by Lomakayu. Copyright 2019 by David Christopher Lane. Production copyright 2020 by David Christopher Lane.